All right, welcome back to the Triton Madrid. We are here. I'm Jeff Gross, Brian Rast in the building. We got a lot to cover today. Huge day, and there was some history yesterday with the new Triton champion, Crown Rast. You were commentating the final table. Yours truly went out in 8th place, so that was a little sad, but it was fun. It was a great experience. Tell me about that yesterday. Tom Dwan getting his title. What did you see there, Rast? How did you feel about that PLO final table?
I mean, it just felt like a steamroller going downhill, just squashing like tiny little bugs and just
Hey,
collecting them,
careful.
and it was
Careful
over.
with the
I mean, that was it. It was fast. He knocked out almost everyone. He didn't meet any adversity. It's like one of those dream final table situations where your chip stack is like the y equals x graph.
yeah.
Like time, hands, and you're just going up and you never lose.
No adversity.
And that's it. No
Well,
adversity.
I got to say, so I did play this tournament. I know you did too. The day one, it was literally at the end of the day, Dwan didn't. It did happen on day one. He didn't lose a pot from like 18 down to not to 8. He was just steamrolling everyone
I mean, it was
as well.
a fast.
It was crazy.
It was a fast final table.
Yeah,
It was
so
kind of like, oh, we're done. Okay.
I got knocked out in 8th. It took a little while to get going. Got it. I got it in spot slightly good. Lost, no big deal. Paul Poix goes out as well. He was looking for a second title. Goes out in 7th.
You had some tough spots actually. Bringing it, you had that under the gun like ace 9 double suited hand.
Yeah.
I mean, the hand you went out with Tom, tough. I mean, you just didn't have any. You didn't have anything clear, and you were super short.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty brutal. I was pulling for you, but
Yeah.
just couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who had it going. Durr had it going. He took out a lot of the players at the final table. Paul went out 7th. Then Elton Sang went out in 6th. So he got also 4th in the 50K short deck event. And then Philip Lavrik, who got in, I believe he's from Sweden. He plays PLO. He did cash. Got pretty lucky with 13 left. I remember hitting a gut shot on the river,
Well,
all in.
we in the booth, we wanted to see him get up some chips because it seemed like he really knows his way around the PLO streets.
Yeah, he folded
I mean, he
aces,
just
the hand I
folded
busted
aces.
too, with like one open in front, like understanding ICM with the short stacks.
Yeah.
But not many people are going to be willing to just fold aces there. Most
No,
people are
I
just
think
going to
Tom
pocket
even
in.
said to him on the stream, like, I think you're the only guy who would fold aces here. And, he's like, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So,
Well, listen, he did a good job. He laddered. He got 5th for 76K. And then, of course, Patrick Antonius, who
Yeah.
had a huge result already in the main event, making the final table in the 100K main event. He went out and I believe he got 6th in the main. He got 97,000 euros for this. A PLO, been around forever, one of the crushers of the game. And he kind of had some interesting hands there as well, where he just flatted aces, got double-suited aces before the money bubble hit. And I think you saw some other hands that were interesting.
I mean, going back, though, the hand Philip busted was actually a very interesting hand. Tom had been opening, and Philip basically had been passing everything. But now we were in the money. He actually passed another hand, which was pretty good. But now he got, like, double-suited queens out of the small blind.
Okay.
And he was getting short enough where basically he could just repot, like, most of the way all in. And then sure enough, he's in the small blind. Jeremy Osmus wakes up in the big blind with, like, king, 3 deuce double. And he kind of goes in the tank. I mean, it's like a close spot, right? Because Tom is opening almost every hand, right? Actually, we saw that he wasn't opening total garbage, but I'm sure most people at the table thought he would.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, his hands weren't that bad. But let's assume, and most of the players were probably assuming he's opening, 90+%, close to any 4. So Philip, who maybe they knew at this point he had folded aces, I think that conversation had already happened, now repots him. Like, this is a really strong range. There's still some ICM pressure. Tom Bedell, I think, was actually just as short or maybe a little shorter than him. I don't remember
But
exactly.
this is right before the money? This is after I'm
No,
out
this
or
is
in the money?
because he goes out this hand.
Okay.
And then Jeremy repots the double-suited kings, and then it was like, it actually feels like a really close spot. I mean, even after the hand, when later on in the tournament when they're playing heads up, it was kind of cool actually. Osmus and Durr were like super chill. They were actually discussing like multiple hands from the tournament strategy, like should have done this, whatever. I mean, kind of even talking about the only hands they were playing with each other a little bit.
Yep.
And Jeremy was like, yeah, the double suited kings hand, like actually maybe I shouldn't have even played that. I don't know.
Right.
So yeah, because I mean, you could say are you even ahead of Philip with how tight he's playing? Like he's probably playing like decent double suited queens, kings, or or like kings or ace.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was interesting.
Super interesting. I'll tell you what, you mentioned Tom Bedell, who got 127,000 and maybe one of the stars of the series. We, of course, have the POY. There's going to be a Madrid player of the series. There's actually a season Triton, $200,000 added to the overall leader, and he had quite a series, some cashes, and was dressed. He got that top hat on, looked like he was ready for some fishing, and just crushing. I mean, he's in there mixing up with some of the best in the world. So unbelievable third for him. He was very short on the bubble.
He was like, that was how you envisioned your day potentially going.
Yeah, no, I was like,
it's like what happened to Tom Bedell. You're super short on the bubble, and you just glide your way up to third
I've done it
place,
before.
127.
I got no full.
Of course.
I'm okay.
I could have easily done that. I mean, listen, Tom.
It's too soon, Ras.
Yeah,
Let's not talk about that. But listen, Tom Bedell, he did great. Happy for him. 6-figure score again. Again, maybe one of the stars of the series. Just kind of people going to get familiar with him. And then, of course, Jeremy Ausmus takes just under 200,000 euros. First series here for Triton, and second final, third cash. Also won the 50K PLO at the World Series last year, beating Helmuth and Negroni three-handed. So obviously, great PLO player, great poker player, great guy. Nothing but positive words for Jeremy Ausmus.
I watched that heads up or that shorthanded from like couple-handed down where Ausmus ended up winning. It was pretty interesting. Listen, man, Ausmus has been around for a long time, right? I remember playing with him many years ago. I feel like he's just slowly but surely gotten better and better, and it's fun to watch him play. I think he plays quite well. I mean, the heads-up match between him and Tom was pretty interesting, and even though, I mean, Tom ran better and both played well. I mean, it's not like Ausmus didn't like just get outplayed. I mean, he had some bluffs that worked. I mean, he had a bluff that didn't work.
Yeah.
No,
he's
I
a
thought
player.
It was a pretty cool spot. Like, listen, he took pocket threes. He took pocket threes, bluffed with it, and Tom like re-bluffed with pocket fours on like a 5, 6, 7 board where the nuts didn't change on the river.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was
he's willing and able. He's a player. I'll tell you what's crazy. Tom Dwan, a fixture at Triton, a fixture in the highest stakes cash games in the world, wins 290,000. That's pretty special. But it's his first Triton title. Not only his first Triton title, his first ever tournament title. And you remember that very famous World Series where prop bets millions and millions on the line, and he got second. That was like crazy. I forget what year, 13, 14, or 15 or something. But that was like one of the most epic matches and so much money on the line when he had these bracelet bets. But he gets his first ever title in a tournament, which is that I didn't know that. I didn't know he's never won a live tournament title. It makes me feel a little better just having a couple here and there. I don't know if we're counting like the online GG's the 109 or something, but anyway, big title, big news for Tom and Ras. Before we go, we're gonna watch an interview here in a second with Tom. Well, we're gonna hopefully get that later for you because it's cool. He has such a storied career, but it is nice to win a tournament, Ras. Get a major at Triton, get a trophy. Hopefully, we'll get to show you that interview a bit later because he did get one afterward. But we had a late night. You had a very late night. We're not going to cover anything specific right now, but if bear with us, we might need some cappuccinos on standby. Ras, could you maybe tease a little what was happening and why? Maybe have you slept at all at a minute?
Yeah, I mean, you were with me for part of it. We were hanging out. We were having a drink over in the Players Bar, and we walked up, saw what was going on. Sure enough, a game got started. It was quite big. I started playing, and the game just kept going. Sure enough, it didn't quit till 9 a.m. or something. By the time I got back to the hotel, whatever, I mean, I didn't sleep.
All right.
So
not a lot of sleep. Big stakes. We'll talk
for it today.
I mean, we're talking nosebleeds. We'll cover that maybe a little later.
Listen, throughout my career, JG, I've done a lot of 30, 40-hour sessions.
Yep.
Now, not so much now. I'm 40 years old in my mid to late 30s.
Yep.
Not as many of those. But we are going strong, okay? I have stamina, and I'm going to keep it together for you guys here today to call some action with my man JG, and we're going to bring it home. I mean, this is day 2 of the 100K main short deck. This is exciting. There's a lot of good players still in this tournament, and I just feel like I've been getting better and better watching short deck.
Me too.
And
it's
calling
fun.
it.
It's fun.
Like I can really see some of the things that are happening, and it's a fun game, and there's a lot to discuss. So
yeah,
we're in it, man.
We are super in it.
We're in the Matrix.
I'll tell you who else is in it.
I'm going to use your saying. We're in the Matrix
we are.
right now.
We're there, and we have 13 players remaining. We will have at 12, I believe, a redraw. There is 8 going to make the money. and huge money up top. Let's head over to the iPad in here and take a look at what we got going on. This is on the Triton Poker Plus app. I mean, this guy Mikita Badziakowski, so impressive. He is in the lead. He won a Triton title. It is his fourth. No one else has four. Jason Kuhn, Wyken Young have three. He left that club. He's in a new club. And look at this, 13 left. Very talented short deck player. I mean, got to be the favorite with the chip lead.
And he
13
might just
left.
gap it. Gap it up to 5, and there's the 4 gap, okay? And listen, let's give him potentially a new name today. Mikita Badziakowski. It's a mouthful.
It is
okay,
a lot
but
going there.
today, special, one time with this kind of chip lead, we could see Mikita Bazooka, okay? Mikita Bazooka could really just go for it.
I had no idea where you were going with
Listen,
that. I actually like that.
In short deck, you get these spots where it's just like raise and ICM and just let him take it. And Mikita Bazooka could come out, and all of a sudden that 3 will be 4, will be 5, will be 6 million.
All right,
and next thing you know, it's just
he's got nicknames. Let's take it back to the iPad because look at some of these other names. I mean, this is how big a day this is. We got Tony G in second. He late reg. Like super max late reg, just fires right up to the top of the counts. We have also Phil Ivey. Maybe you guys have heard of him in third. Stevie Chidwick.
Listen, Tony G, we don't know what we're going to get.
No,
I mean,
clue.
Let me put it this way. I feel like in some of the no limit, I've been playing with him. He was actually at the feature table with him. He was playing a little snug. Okay, this game, it's a little more like PLO.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, when I sat down, hand number 1, I'm in the PLO tournament. I sit down. Reg is almost over. Ivan Liao, it's 510K. I got my 100K, whatever, my first of my 3 laminars. Ivan, pot, 35K. I look down, kings. Okay, all in, 100K. It goes to folded to Tony G in the blinds. Pot, 300. Ivan, snap, all in, 400. Call, kings. Ivan, like ace 10, 7-5 single. Tony G, repotting me, going all in, under the gun +1. 8-7-4-3, 3 spades. Okay, he's just going for it. All right.
That is an interesting style.
So here we are in short deck. Let's just see what approach Tony takes. I mean, you never really know what you're going to get with him. It could be snug Tony. It could be Tony going for it. Tony going for it.
Tony.
Okay?
All right, Ras is coming up with nicknames today. In the moment, we know the Prince of Darkness. That is Ike Haxton, coined by Jungle. We saw a brief stint of Jungle, got moved from the feature and immediately out. Richard Young with the second place already this week, one of the Triton co-founders, and has some unbelievable results. You got Seth Davies in there, who was gambling it up during the rebuy period.
Did you forget about Phil Ivey?
No, I did. I touched on him, and then you went about Bazooka Makita. You went on a Bazooka rant. Okay. We got Phil Ivey in third. He doesn't need an introduction. Everyone knows him. Seth Davies, Bjorn Lee, and then, of course, Danny Tang, who actually is up for Player of the Year, or he in the standings currently. He's up on there and could win the Madrid Player of the Series. I know he is one of the favorites right now in terms of having a good series. And Jason Kuhn on the short stack, but one of the best players in the world at short deck. Yeah, there's Chris Brewer already won a title. Webster in there in 10th place sitting, and we got ourselves a special treat. So we're gonna have a redraw at 12. We're at 13, so that will happen. You know, as soon as that happens, we'll get our feature. There'll be 2 tables left, and we're gonna kind of be approaching the bubble. What do you think about with short deck, Ras? Can you maybe talk a bit about how different it is, similar to PLO? Different than No Limit, where when you're short in this game and the equities run so close, what's maybe an approach as a short stack and short deck? What different adjustments might you make?
Well, listen, okay. I mean, similarities is yes, the equities run closer, but the dissimilarities is you have that unique blind structure where it's just everybody antes and it's the double ante on the button. And you also have the fact that it's no limit on all streets. So, you can just go all in. Right, which really changes the pre-flop because PLO obviously don't have that. It's a raise, repot, whatever. I mean, it's not easy to get it all in. And a lot of hands might want to get all in to deny equity, but they can't do it. So, it mixes it up. It makes it a lot different. I think that causes a lot of the short stacks to always jam, right, because that maximizes the chance that you get folds and you just pick up the chips that are in the middle, right? And PLO, it's actually brutal as a short stack because you can't do that. You can repot. And then it's like people can call you, especially the big blind.
Absolutely.
And then you have to just like play for the chips. You're going to be all in a bunch, which actually makes the play quite tight on a lot of bubbles, right? Because, the short stacks don't want to get in that spot. Whereas in this, they don't have to get in that spot. They can go all in. So it's a little bit harder to get called, right? Because you're putting them all. So it's a tougher call, riskier call for other people. So,
it's It's super true, and if any of these players don't make it, or later on, there is the biggest buy-in of the series, the 150,000 short deck. That will be there where Lamners come in from the start, so if there's no bullets, you just get it. But in the moment, let's take it down. We got 13 left. We're going to play to 8 for the money and then get you to our final table today, so let's get over to the action. Look at that.
Here we go, our feature table. Only 4, huh? Makita, Ivy, Richard, Seth. You know, looks like Makita, a lot more chips than the rest, 259 antes, and the other 3 all clustered in the low hundreds. So this is pretty deep. I mean, the shortest stack here with 100 antes, so I'm actually pretty excited about that. I feel like that means there'll be quite a bit of pre-flop play. Also the fact that I'm pretty sure, kind of looking at this group of players, you know, I know Makita, very comfortable with the post-flop streets, the way he plays short deck. Ivy as well. I'm sure Richard.
I think you got it opposite.
So,
Okay.
so we're going to get to see some post-flop short deck, which I like. I think it's you know, it's, listen, nothing wrong with a lot of pre-flop action, except in the tournament streets for this game, just a lot of hands seem to get just totally dominated by short, you know, pre-flop all-in play. And, you know, not that there aren't a ton of intricacies to that, but sometimes it does get slightly more boring. And the post-flop in this game is so interesting because the board is so dynamic. Like when you take out the deuce, 3s, 4s, and 5s, you just get spots where it's like there's very hard to get like safe cards. You know, I mean, it's just very difficult to get cards that don't change the board in some way. Whereas in Hold'em, there's just a lot of times, you know, it's very easy to have cards that don't really change the board.
Right.
You know, so I think that makes a very fun game to watch.
Look at this
guys
guy
play.
I mean, look at this white glasses with the white hoodie. I mean,
Yeah.
he is. This guy's in the zone right now. Makita.
Also, ranges get tight in this game too, so it's like, I don't know, between the fact that the board's dynamic, ranges can get tight and handcuffed a little bit. I don't know, man. It's a fun kind of post-flop game to explore.
You know,
anyway,
I think bluffing, it's so, like here Ivy has the nut blocker card here. He's going to bet, but it's just so interesting to see, like, because you know flushes are so hard to make, right?
Yeah.
Like spots like this where, like, guys, at any point, though, you really could unload the trigger. It's just fun to watch. I mean, it's an unpredictable post-flop game. There's so much post-flop play at times. Of course, there's the shoves where people just pick up the pot. But when it does go post-flop, there's a lot of skill and a lot of maneuvering going on. So this is a treat. Look at that. Just like that. Just like that. We're at 12. It must be 12 of 60 Rast. 2/3 of the field going to make the money. 4 will not. We are going to have a table redraw.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, just who got
Chidwick and Brewer
what?
both busted, it looks like.
Holy
Chidwick had a lot of chips, though.
Yeah, let's see
I
where
mean,
those
didn't
got
he-
delivered. That maybe that's not updated in the chip counts. That might actually not be correct
No, I don't
because
think
I don't
that's, I don't
yeah.
think that's right. 'Cause
We're gonna-
I'm
we're
pretty
gonna-
sure Chidwick's. You know,
we are going to check on that,
glitch.
but we're going to take a very quick break, and you are going to get to see that Dur winning championship interview right now.
Here with an elated Tom Dwan, his 7th cash and first Triton title, 290,000 euros in the 25K pot limit Omaha. Tom, you were like a hot knife through butter here at this final table. Out of your 7 opponents, you knocked out 5 of them. How
Really?
much of this was run good? How much of this was just you beasting?
Most of it was run good, but probably some people were playing a little too tight from like 12 or so left, so I got like a bit of free chips.
You sounded surprised when I told you that you knocked out 5 players. You really didn't think you did that?
I don't know. I knew I knocked out a few, but I didn't know it was 5.
Well, listen, you've been around the Triton brand a long time, have some deep relationships with a lot of the staff here. I ask everybody the same question. What is it in particular about this brand and this family and this team that keeps you coming back and that you have such an affinity for?
I think it's a warmer vibe, like warmer atmosphere. It's pretty chill. It just feels pretty chill. You know, it would have been nice to feel chill and then like win 100K, but I'll take it as a start. Hopefully I'll win the one later today, that'd be a nice one.
You've accomplished so much throughout the course of your poker career. Obviously, everyone remembers when you first came on the scene and took the world by storm, overbetting and doing things that folks hadn't even thought about. What's left for you to accomplish? Do you have goals in poker still, or are your goals outside the borders of the game?
I've never really had goals in poker, at least from like real early. Probably when I like first was able to beat the higher stakes online, that was a goal. But after that, I don't think I really had goals.
But you are involved in some other enterprises. I know the other day you and I were talking a little bit about crypto, a little bit about the plans for the Triton brand, stuff that you've been consulting on. How much can you share with us?
The crypto stuff I can say. You know, I like that kind of stuff. Like, I think poker to me feels a bit zero sum. And so if I'm going to be at the table, I want to play good, also try to be like decent fun, you know, maybe not if it's like all pros at the table, but if there's like recreational players there. But generally it doesn't excite me quite as much, especially now where like a lot of people got better, so you don't have as much room to mess around usually.
But you can't tell me that a moment like this doesn't still have some measure of validation for you, as many of these events as you've played.
No, it was cool, and honestly, like it was fun to play because I had a big stack, and with this kind of structure, you get away with a lot. And if anything, I think a few of the people were leaning a little bit too tight even, so I got to get away with even a bit more. Like that's the fun kind of poker, you know? So it was cool. And then every time I got caught, I just got there. So that was fun.
Well, I know more than a few people in the room were thrilled to see you pick up your first title, as others have done before you, including Paul Pua here at this stop. Still a little bit of poker left to play in Madrid. We wish you luck moving forward. Congrats.
Yeah, maybe Paul and I can get heads up and see which one of us can take home too.
Fingers crossed. Back to you guys.
All right, well, look at that. We were just enjoying the Durr interview. I mean, again, crazy to think someone with such a storied career could not have a major title. He is a big cash game player, however, and it's more focused on cash. So it's not like he's played, you know, 900 tournaments and never won one, but still pretty wild that a guy such established as Durr in the poker books is not in there. So he did get his title and put on a clinic. Rest, let's take a look here at this final two tables. So this is now the redraw, guys and girls. We have 12 left, and I think that if we actually look, well, let's take a look here at what happened for our eliminated players. So Chris Brewer goes out. Jason Kuhn is on 30 ante, significantly shorter than the other players. And on the featured table, we are going to get to see right here Phil Ivey, Tony G, Ike Haxton, Jason Kuhn, Stevie Chidwick, and Seth Davies. So, I mean, this is an absolute treat of a final table,
wow.
Featured table. I'm sorry, featured, trying to get to the final table.
Wow, and it looks like when the app updated, it kind of, there was some kind of glitch or whatever, and Chidwick had been out, and then short briefly, but actually I guess he won.
Don't ever count Stevie out. That's
maybe
the thing.
Even won the pot that eliminated Chris Brewer, because now, I mean, he's up there with Nikita.
No, yeah, that's a big difference from being out when you got 235 antes.
They're actually at opposite. They're not at the same table. So at this table, Stevie's got the chips, and at the other table, Nikita's got the chips.
Yep. Well, looking here, the chip counts presented by GG Poker. We've got Jason Kuhn has some work to do, just over starting stack. Technically, I believe it was 100K times 3 Lammers. Ike Haxton, Seth Davies, those boys are in the same poker camp, good friends and great players. Phil Ivey in the mix, and Tony G. I mean, if you're in the short deck tournament, like you said, Tony G can be dangerous because you don't know what you're going to get. He can play all different types of gears, but at the same time, you know, I think he's a welcome sight probably to people. You know, he's not going to play probably GTO short deck, right? He's going to mix it up, and we're going to get to see.
I've never seen him play short deck before, I don't think. Did you see him in Cyprus?
Well, a little bit. I just know he.
No, in short deck.
I don't remember specifically, but I do know. I've heard his style is wild, and just, you know, listen.
Here's the other table right here. We can see the players.
Yep. Oh yeah, this is a big sweat. And Makita got the chips over here, so let's see how he does. But a lot of experienced short deck players here. Want to welcome everyone in on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. This is the main event, 100,000 euro short deck, 60 entrants, 8 cash, 12 left. A lot at stake. Main event title at Triton is a little extra special than, all the titles are meaningful, but this is special, and it's a lot of euros up top. The payouts, you can see 1.8 million clean euro, 240 for 8th. So about a $250,000 US dollar bubble coming up. And Kuhn, ace 10, pretty short. Sees a limp from Ivy. He's going to get in there with the ace 10 off in the hijack.
Ooh, but ace king here on the button.
Yeah, quite a pickup. I mean, the equivalent of the big blind and no limit hold'em, and getting the last to act, a lot of money in there, and you have a premium hand. This is a nice spot.
Yeah, definitely going to raise it. How much, though?
All in?
Yeah,
wow,
the
all
maximum.
of it. And yeah, I feel like this table, we're going to get kind of more of that type of action. I feel like we see this a little. It's something I've definitely noticed watching short deck is this is something that varies from some of the different players. Is some players have much more of like a push or fold, like shove style, even like pretty deep, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are over 180s. Like that's a big shove, right? But that's something like some players like Seth, even Chidwick, I feel like they play that style quite a bit, and some other players have a lot more, like, not only the limps and not only the all-ins, but then they have like a raise size of various sizes, but that isn't all in, right? Yep. And definitely that's something that you expect to see more when players are this deep. But I mean, everybody's got their own style, and there are some people that just like max pressure.
Yep.
I mean, like, you can only call this all in if you were basically limp trapping.
There, Sharp? I sure hope not.
Fucking nines.
Fucking.
And the other older flip.
I mean, Kuhn with the
It's gone fold, yeah?
Yes.
his hand. It's pretty disconnected. Still got 3 players to get through. Short stack, but he's gonna give it a go. Try to slip this one through.
Yeah, I mean, these are some of the most talented players in the world, both in no limit hold'em and short deck, and just a star-studded field.
And let's see what Davies does, but he's probably gonna be happy. I mean, the thing is, Kuhn's pretty short, so he could attack, but does he want to do it with Queen 10? Just call, getting such a good price. I mean, think about it this way. There are a total of 7 antes out there, right? 6 plus the double, and now Kuhn put another, so he's getting 8 to 1. Just call, and
Yeah, it's just like the deuce 7 off and hold'em. It's just like literally the worst hand you can have.
problem is, okay, so Ivy's gonna attack with it, and what this is he's taking a hand that's so bad.
Wow.
That's well, what he's thinking is this hand is so bad that if Kuhn limp shoves, I can still fold it. Right.
That's still a very. I mean, that's a sick play.
There we go, Ivy. And he got two better hands to fold there. With, that is pretty equivalent to taking kind of dustier hands in the big blind when the small blind limps.
Yeah.
And you see players do that, right? And kind of raise to an uncomfortable size for them to call. Yeah, Seth actually definitely could have decided to call there out of position with Queen 10 off, I think. That said, it's pretty uncomfortable. Also, being out of position in this game deep is pretty brutal, so no surprise that he folded.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a nicely executed hand, and obviously the ICM starts getting real right now, right? There's 12 left. This is maybe the most pivotal time between 8 and 13, roughly, or sort of towards the stage just before the money, and you can put some more pressure on people.
Yeah, so Ike here
5 seconds.
with the decision between limp, raise, and all in.
Raise all in.
And he's just open jamming all in here.
Oh.
Wow.
Chidwick is a guy doesn't shy away from big pots. He also Gotta think, what is Ike with his stack in this position? There's some shorter stacks. What's he just ripping in here?
88.
But this is a pretty strong hand.
288.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is they're getting down close to the bubble. So, I mean, maybe Chidwick thinks Ike just has a really big hand here, and he's okay not getting called and just picking up the antes under the gun.
So my instinct would be Chidwick seems to really, yeah, I would just think he has to fold, but like it's still, it wouldn't be shocking to call, but I think how could he call? I would just think
Yeah.
he's folding.
You have exactly ace king off.
Which,
Jason, ace king
Maybe
off.
nines.
I love it.
Kuhn pretty aware of what's going on. Call this exact hand.
I think he was
Yeah,
just
I
making
think it's
me
just a
sweat
spot
with
where
10.
Nah, I think we got to fold the same hand.
Give me some second thoughts about just ripping it in like that. Worked. Sitting there thinking, I didn't
Figure
have
out how
to do that.
excited the guys behind me. See if I can get a as a preemptive three-way.
You guys are out of your fucking minds, I'll tell you that.
Plus.
Oh,
Have to do that.
oh, good news for Ike, that wasn't last hand. Stevie wakes up with the hand rank
same
1.
suit, back-to-back hands, those two hands. Big hand. King 9 of diamonds.
Jack
Oh,
10.
I had diamonds.
Strong hand in this game.
Diamonds twice in a row.
really hoping to get some Jason Kuhn strategic commentary there. He was kind of getting into it. Not sure if he was being facetious or not about them being out of their minds after Ike just open ripped 1.2 mil under the gun with ace king, basically, which he called and knew what he had. Please tell us more, Mr. Kuhn. But I think he's decided not to.
Yep. You slow down. So Stevie,
Slow down the lessons.
Yes, it was a critical time, but Stevie limps aces, doesn't get a customer to bite, but now, I mean, ace is 4 away. Tricky pot to play in a lot of boards.
And this is definitely one of those boards
Yeah,
where, look, everybody else like hit this pretty hard.
I mean,
Two pair.
this is
fucking gutter.
King Jack. I mean, King Jack of Diamonds. Look at King Jack of Diamonds here. Actually has the most equity because it's got the straight draw and the flush draw. 2 overs. Other things could happen there. I mean, this field, Tony G has got to like this flop. It is 4 away though.
See, I mean, they're deep. There's only 120K in there, so he's gonna go ahead and pot it. And I mean, Chidwick's got to be done with this with aces.
Yeah.
Like
He does have that
4
diamond,
away.
but he's just trying to get too
I
high tech.
mean-
What are you gonna float? Hope a diamond comes and bluff. It's like
No, man, this is backdoor flush. It's hard enough to make a flush, much less a backdoor
Right.
flush.
no. I mean,
I think.
It
And
would
I
be
mean, this
too
board's
high-tech.
just too connected.
yeah. Someone
like,
flops Jack 9. You're already just whatever. 2
Yeah.
pairs, hoping to counterfeit. Don't know which one.
Fold.
Oh, and Ike with a nice little fold there with bottom 2. Stevie. I mean, I guess Stevie's dream is he calls versus Tony and Ivy folds too, but I feel like Ivy's going to close the action calling with 2 pair. Probably, right? I mean, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Everybody just out. Nobody wants a piece of that. Nice pot, Tony.
It's amazing how, I mean, you look at the equities. Tony was in the lead. Those 2 pair hands, they just kind of get right out of the way, multi-way on
Yeah.
this spot. And then,
I mean, a
and
flush
pretty much-
comes, you don't have the nuts anymore.
Right.
You know, with a boat basically, and I mean, this is a spot too where I think guys, yeah, it's just like you're gonna hold on, tricky. I mean, Tony's probably either already ahead of you or he's kind of bluffing with a hand like he has that might keep bluffing. You're just gonna hang on,
Yeah.
and I guess they decided no, we're just not gonna hang on. Let's just move on.
I kind of saw something from Phil's hand, and maybe a black 8 or something like that.
All right. I'll be sure not to call you with 8s.
I'd recommend against it. You have like 300?
No, 2. Oh,
Drinks?
with
Including
that
the ante.
close, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
289, 289, I think.
Yeah, and Jason's gonna get just put in here.
All in.
Nothing.
Well,
Doing.
that is a very slow, bad start. You're gonna win.
I wouldn't do it with anything less. I had the same 2 suits this last time.
Then.
I'll just keep getting dealt that hand if it's okay with everybody.
You get it a lot. Everyone.
I'll play it real straightforward too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard for Ace King to run into aces in this game, at least like compared to full deck. You know,
Right.
you do see it in full deck. It's pretty rare, but
Yeah, not a welcoming spot, but a little better odds than I think 8% in Hold'em to win. Here it's a little more, but
I mean,
still
it's
dicey. It's rocky.
Yeah, you're in like 12% or something. It's about as bad as it gets in short deck. So
Yeah, nice play from Ivy there. That Jack-6 off, recognizing the situation. Maybe if again, I'm not going to sit here and speculate on this with the ICM and the spot, but Jason King-9 of diamonds there. I think there were 2 players left to act, or maybe
yeah,
there was 3. No, it's
well, you
Stevie.
saw him sit there and
Stevie
think
like
about it, and I was
2.7.
even wondering, like, is he going to try to get this one through? I mean,
Yeah.
one of the difficulties is not only do you get it through the 2 guys,
Doing it, boys.
including the table chip leader to your left, but then it's like Ivy on the button, who's capable of making plays like that, and you're already real short on chips. Like, I don't know. Maybe
I'm sure it's close, but Jason knows.
obviously it's close,
Yeah.
and Jason is probably right. Far be it from me to question
Yeah.
Jason. I mean,
It's
but-
also when you see the hands, it's like.
But
oh.
like, feels like it might be asking a lot with the ICM pressure. Just like save those chips for a spot you can jam all in. But I don't know. I guess it's worth so much when it gets through, right? You're getting 7-1 on the limp. So
Look at this Helmuthian type shove. Aces just rips it. I mean, that's one way to play it, right? Instead of limping and going 5-way, but you can limp and maybe get the.
What do you have?
Aces.
Aces.
Okay.
Can't take any chances.
Still gonna play if you have ace king, huh? What else?
Might even play with kings.
No chances.
We saw Helmuth execute that aces in the 1-drop in 2012. Just ripped it all in for like
Yeah.
a zillion chips early. Guy had kings and he just held. I mean, like an absolute animal. Just put like 500 big blinds, just ship it
I mean, that's so
in a $1 million
crazy.
buy-in. Like it's such a wild hand.
Carry cats over here.
Yeah, did the guy with kings call?
Maybe then with kings up. I'm like,
Did the guy with kings
Yeah, he
call?
did. He called and he was out. Fast mill. Jason Kuhn just said, I feel like Kerry Katz over here referencing Kerry, sometimes short stack, but deep. But Kerry gets it done. Kerry finds a way. I believe we saw
Yeah.
Kerry Katz for 1 or 2 events here. He played and I think he had to leave, but for some reason. But I forget what he said, but he was here. High stakes poker.
He does not play. I guess there are some similarities, but Kerry doesn't do. I've never seen Kerry just open rip 300 big blinds. Yeah, actually, I mean, I final tabled that tournament with Helmuth, right? That's the one Antonio won. I'm sure Helmuth rode that aces double early.
Yeah.
I had a nasty one to go out of that. Flopped the nut flush and trick at river quads. There we go.
That was
Out in 6th.
pretty insane. Yeah, on the river too, right? You
Yeah.
had the clean nuts to the turn. I mean, you talk about big spots in EV. That's
Yeah,
as big as
huge.
it gets, probably. Biggest
Sixth or whatever I got was only like 1.5
5 or 6 million. Yeah.
So it's like
Versus
not even a
18
full,
million.
not even a full like
That payout structure,
double.
I think
And then
back
it
on
was
that,
so
I don't know if
it was
that's like,
so top heavy.
yeah.
Yeah. So
All right, 6, 7, 8 here. King Jack just not have any, like one of the worst flops possible. Stevie flops a straight.
yeah.
Ace 9 the wheel. Haven't seen a lot of that, but so I mean, very high up in the range here. Tony G is telling a story. He's betting. He just open ripped aces. Now he's betting on 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think
Ooh.
pretty much not much else to do there.
I mean, he could raise it, but I guess Chidwick is deciding, hey, we're so deep, and the hands that call me, the hands that continue, especially like maybe Tony's going to fold extra tight, like maybe it's 9-10 for sure, or could be hands like sets, like flush and straight draws. So
What is
let's
Seth
keep
Davies thinking about here?
let's keep the bad parts of his range in there, and just flat. Play in position. And yeah, I don't know what Seth's thinking about. It seems like a, he's just,
Posturing.
I think King Jack off, no diamond. I don't know. Maybe the card reader got his cards wrong.
Never know. Ace 9
Yeah.
though. Gonna like to see a check there. Queen 10. Tony just had just semi bluff, just a stab.
Yeah.
And
Does he check back? Does he bet?
this one actually, this is where it gets interesting because at the same time he could go for a decent bet here and then check back rivers, right? If your opponent has 9-10, now can't go value bet you on the river. You also get a little protection. There's a lot of draws out there. I think I like the bet.
Yeah.
Doesn't go big though.
But not a big bet though. It's a small bet.
Yeah. The curious thing would be if Tony, well, in this particular hand, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to call with his hand.
No.
So it's
calling would
be out of the question. But if he had a calling hand, it would be interesting to see if he called and what Stevie would do on the river on, a brick. But I do like that bet on the turn.
Yeah. I think I like betting. I
Laid down the 8-6.
definitely not trying to. Ike just peppering the humor. Oh, that Prince of
I
Darkness.
feel we're good.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that he shouldn't bet with my question, right?
Yeah.
Just discussing it.
I like. It makes sense. All makes sense. It checks out. These guys check out what they got going. They got a plan. That's for
I mean,
sure.
like versus Tony's hand, obviously you would want to check back, but you do want to deny equity against maybe slightly better hands than Tony's hand. Right? I mean, Tony literally has 3 outs, and the 3 outs are like outs that pretty obviously aren't good for you.
Right.
Like pairing your 9.
That's why poker's funny. Open rips the aces. I don't think anyone else at the table would play it that way. They probably
I
all
don't
just
think
limp.
so.
Every single one limps, I would guess, in that spot. And Jason Kuhn is getting not dealt in, getting some really bad starting hands and getting shorter, but definitely knows how this game works and can spin fast.
Chidwick with an interesting decision here. Like, if he just rips this, I mean, he definitely can't call ace-queen behind him, right? Or maybe he makes a big raise, but he's going for a limp instead.
Yeah, I mean
Ivy's pretty deep, though.
Yeah, ripping
wow, yeah.
seems unreasonable.
Maybe if they were both Seth stack, though,
Right.
right? But yeah, Ivy's got 1.7 there. I'm also just saying it because we've seen Chidwick play a very kind of like pusher fold, shover fold strategy before, but not. I mean, I've never seen him have this many chips, so I'm just curious. I mean, yeah, I think it's not something he's going to do very much with Ivy having 1.7 million. I mean, that's way over 100 annies, like 140 annies.
Yeah, this show like 1.9 or something. I can't see how many stacks of weight.
Hard too. I'll put it out front. I have like 1.6,
Okay.
7.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, interesting flop. Every player is interested here.
So, like, normally this flop is like way better for Chidwick,
Right.
And it still is better for Chidwick, but I do think it seems like this table guys are being a little careful pre-flop. So I think there are some hands that Ivy could have here that normally be like, oh, he's definitely going to raise and attack, but maybe he didn't. Such as, I mean, king, queen, right? Like maybe Ivy doesn't raise king, queen there. Maybe even queens. Like maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I mean, I'm assuming Ivy raises kings.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, there could be some hands that normally you would say like Ivy never has in a normal deep stack like cash situation.
Right.
Or maybe he actually like can have them some of the time because he doesn't decide to raise it. Right. His raising range becomes a little smaller here against the chip leader.
Yeah, and Stevie's he's probing. He's betting on the flop because he gets it. Yeah, have Jack. If Ivy's just got 2 random cards. He was in the dealer button. He could literally have any
deny equity, and he has a range advantage,
and just get some folds. You know, some 9x hands too. Just not gonna want to hold on, or you know, what does Queen 6 do there?
And now this is an interesting spot for Stevie because he has to think. Okay, I mean, I'm blocking Jack 10, which is obviously never folding. It isn't that likely my opponent has a set. And if he has 2 pair, that's a pretty bad card for him. You know, could I keep barreling here? Or is now my hand maybe good often enough that I can check it? So I think he goes with door number 2. But I do think those are the things he was considering there.
Yeah, so the board does stay good for Ivy.
And after checking there, my guess is Chidwick just checks this down. Maybe hopes to beat hands like King Jack, Ace 10, King 10, etc.
Yeah, Queen 10, Queen Jack.
Exactly. Doesn't seem like a lot of purpose in betting here. I mean, if he does bet, I'm sure it's going to be like
block.
Yeah, it's like block.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's bigger. It's a little bigger than block.
No, it's pretty small. 60.
Yeah, I mean it's over quarter pot.
60 into 220. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace Jack probably thinks 50-50 there. He's got a winner, maybe even a little better, but Ivy gonna win that pot, Stevie. I mean, again, this is
one of the
something-
questions for blocks when you size up, by the way, is like, if I bet too small, do I get bluffed more than if I size it up a little bit? And I obviously doesn't want to get bluffed. So yeah, anyway, what?
I was saying it's just to watch. I think the most interesting part, and it gets overlooked when you are watching these games and these type of players, the bet sizing in poker is so huge, right? If you're in spots betting 60 or 70% pot in certain spots, it makes a huge difference over a long sample, whether you're playing tournaments all the time or cash game all the time. And watching how these players craft the sizes on the boards with the blockers, I think it's fascinating. I think it's one of the areas people just who are watching casually don't really think about. Like, it matters what you're betting there and why and what you think your opponent has, what you're trying to do. It's just so interesting. And like, you see these guys taking time. I mean, they're running through combos. They're thinking about this. You know, there's a lot of information to process, and I think that's just something that if you take a moment and really think about it, you got to think why they're doing it, what they're doing, and try to learn from it, because this is.
I mean, listen, there's trying to get
opportunity.
As close as you can, how much is in the pot, keeping track of that, you know, what the ranges are, how much you should bet, right? Picking your bet size. And that's definitely something that players are always thinking about, and why sometimes you notice they take a little longer before they bet, because it's like at this point they're like, okay, well, I'm going to bet. So now I take just a little longer to decide my bet size as well, right? And now what does that represent? What kind of hands does that mean I have? How will my opponent interpret that? Will he interpret it the same way that I think it is, or will he think something different? I mean, there's just so much to think about. So, you know, it's actually amazing the guys who do that super fast, right? And there are some of them. Wow. So this is kind of like an interesting hand here. I'm just gonna say Chidwick has one of the best hands to play like a maniac. Obviously, he can just call this out of position. But like, let's put it this way. We know Tony rips aces. So if Tony just flats this, you know, there'll be like 300,000 out there. And Chidwick has a hand where if he shoves, Ivy's got so much ICM that like maybe he can only call with aces. Like honestly, he'll be in the super blender with kings. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And Jack 10 suited is one of the best hands playing against like aces or maybe kings. Right? Like literally 10-9 suited is the best hand versus aces, but like Jack 10 suited is number 2. So, you know, Chidwick is going to consider the kind of BD energy limp jam here and just, okay, Ivy, 1.8 million, you know, you want a bubble? And so he doesn't take it, but I promise he was thinking about it. So he just decides to play post, and obviously Jack 10 suited, beautiful hand to play post flop. But a lot of options. And I actually really wonder if Ivy would have called with kings there. We're not going to get to find out, right? Pretty crazy ICM spot for Ivy. I mean, he's third in chips right now. We're a couple off the bubble and pays 8. I mean, yeah, maybe he does.
Yeah, so I mean, Steve
might-
again
maybe he- maybe
showing
he calls
gears,
kings.
just showing the gears he has too. I mean, he could easily have shoved, but knows the situation, knows
Yeah.
where
Let's just stick
he's
flop.
at.
I mean, knows Ivy's raised there, maybe a
Probably
bit
go
stronger
with that one.
Yeah.
too.
I mean, Jason Kuhn right now is so short, and he's just not getting dealt in. You know, he's just not even getting an opportunity to get like a 60-40 or take one from behind and get called. He's gonna start just being too short, where he's gonna get called. But you know, he's just handcuffed at the moment, and
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is almost already to that point
yeah,
where, I mean, he's got, at this point, he's got like 200K. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
if he
here's-
goes all in, I mean, the button's going to be getting
oh yeah, he's in here.
a pretty good price to call him.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Ace Jack, good luck, Jason Kuhn, 3-time Triton champion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last spot was when Ivy's calling aces and kings, maybe, and nothing else, like not even ace king.
205.
205.
King 10 off. Seth gonna do a little accounting. Take a look. He does realize. I mean, there's people behind. His stack's vulnerable. I can't imagine really considering. It's always good to get a count. Think about it. Ivy eyes up the stack. Ace 9 off. Few players behind. And let's see. Does Ivy want to? You know, this is interesting too because this is. You know, these are close. I just got a stack that he could contend. There are people behind him. Has a real think about it. Tony G
Oh,
with
wow.
a decent hand. I mean, cut off and only one more player behind Ike. And he calls, and now Ike with the interesting one with queens, and Tony just calling it. As Tony's played aces and just shoving,
Yeah.
he's going to probably just
I think Ike is going to find a shove
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Because, like, if Tony had aces,
Or
he
kings, he'd
figures.
probably just-
Well, aces for sure. We've already seen him just open
Yeah,
rip.
especially-
So he's definitely ripping versus Kuhn's jam. So it's like if he never has aces, and who knows what he does with kings, like, I guess I just should rip in queens.
yeah.
Right? I mean, that's feels like the logical conclusion. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ike's. It's a lot of chips out there, especially if you get Tony to fold. Tony is. Oh, he's very watching intently.
Yeah, Ike's gonna rip this in, and Jason actually will be a welcome sight. I mean, I assume he rips it in. I'm trying to give a scenario why it would make sense to.
Call.
Well, I guess he just wants to play in
Wow.
position.
Wow.
Well,
I'm a bit shocked.
So
on
let's
that.
give the case for this. You're in position.
Yeah.
There's no side pot.
Right.
And maybe you assume, I mean,
It almost is. I mean, it's
both
wor-
of
it-
them kind of want to knock Kuhn out. So,
Right. It's actually worse for Jason, right? He would have got heads up.
Yeah.
And had a. I'm just a bit again. not questioning Ike. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's just an interesting spot here.
I mean,
for
the
me.
good thing about that sort of is it's like it feels like you get Tony to fold a lot, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
let's say Tony just never has aces, probably. I'd
Never.
feel okay making that
Yeah,
assumption,
there's-
you know? So, and maybe even like,
Does he find a fold?
maybe
is
even he doesn't have like ace king either.
right.
You know, like, does he have ace king or kings? I don't know. I just feel like, yeah.
This is not a great flop.
The
for
flip
Ike.
side is that if you want to get Kuhn out of the tournament, this increases the chances of that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that would also imply that you wouldn't bet here. So, like, him betting here has to, in some sense, decrease the chances of getting Kuhn out of the tournament,
This is.
which is kind of like,
Yeah, it's a very interesting hand.
right?
I'm
Which is
excited
why,
about
like, the
this.
main reason why you call this is, like, the implicit collusion.
And now he goes in, which is. Yeah, I'm a bit in this board. I don't know. Oh, Jason has the look at the equity. Jason actually is a favorite because of the 6. A 6 makes Jason a straight or an ace, but is that right? Or is Jason a favorite? An ace, a 6,
Or a 10. Yeah, wow.
and a
crazy.
10? Yeah, he's got.
I mean,
the-
we do know in whatever the ace and 10 are both gone from Tony's hand. But
I guess does Ike figure Tony can't have Jack 10 calling 200 there?
I mean, I think he can. I don't know if he. Who knows?
So big spot. Jason would have 700,000 if he can find this. Still 39% on the river.
Ace 10 so blocking the field.
Thank you for that. Good luck, guys.
Sorry.
You're just
I mean, can he have Jack 10 suited? Calling Kuhn's under the gun shove, like trying to bust him, getting a pretty good price. Only Ike behind him. I mean, I don't know. It's like, would you rather have ace 10 off or
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited?
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty close.
thought good things might happen.
I could have had
See a
10
flop
jack.
in play. You could have.
Yeah. That was one of the possibilities, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm like that. So when I look at No Limit Hold'em, PLO games, I love and play a lot. I'm always looking for spots that are like very interesting to learn. Like this for me, this hand is very interesting because I'm trying to understand. I want to understand the reasons for flattening. I would just think it makes sense to shove. So I'm very
I'm in the
curious.
same
I'd
camp.
love to get
Because
into the
I
mind of
think you can
Sir
make
Ike.
some pretty good calls that like Tony, based on the way he played aces the hand before.
Yeah.
Just like, I mean, forget about that. He probably doesn't have ace king either.
Yeah.
But like, just doesn't have aces. I mean, let's say even if he does have ace king, and
You might not
jam,
call
he's
there.
probably not
Yeah,
calling
he's not.
off with ace
That's why he
king.
would just flat because he didn't want to put more chips in. He's
So like, I don't know.
very, very fascinating.
Yeah, it's a very interesting hand.
Well, I'll tell you what, the field is going to feel better because Jason Kuhn, 3-time Triton champ, out and also regarded as one of the best short deck players in the world.
Yeah.
And 11 left, one spot close to the money, and one phenomenal player no longer in.
And almost like maybe the implicit collusion of just calling behind and maximizing the chance of him
130?
busting. But then
million
Ike didn't
behind.
really follow through with that by continuing to
Right,
check
that's
down.
why it's not congruent. That's why I'm even more
Yeah.
surprised. But yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, and again, 150K short deck event later today.
Oh, you 2-time.
I just think, yeah, that's I'm not trying to make a call about anything. I'm just like making observations, and
Yeah, same.
yeah, just like really curious. It'd be fun to
I think it really
It'd be
comes
fun to ask, like, hey, Ike, like, so what were you, like, what were you
Weighing
thinking in
between-
this? Like, because, I mean, listen, Ike is super thoughtful, like, intelligent guy who clearly, like, took some time. He probably even used the time bank on that because I remember it being on him for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he had a very well thought out reason, many reasons likely why he did what he did. So love to get them, and guess we're just not gonna be able to do that, so we're gonna have to move on. Sorry guys, can't read Ike's mind. As fun as that would be to see what goes on be in those gray walls of the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, crazy hand.
1.2.
I mean, Jason had his hand was in pretty good shape. Ace Jack.
Yeah,
with
right.
again, he's beating Tony's Ace 10, and he, as we saw against Queens. I mean, the fact that there was an Ace gone, but he would have been dangerous again with 700,000.
Oh, for
He
sure,
would have been
man.
way in it. And he
been
knows.
right
Trust
back
me,
in it.
he knows his.
Yeah.
He knows his equities, and he knows on that flop. Even he was when the cards got turned over, he was technically a favorite. He didn't seem to appreciate what Tony G said. Did you catch that?
No. What?
Tony G was like, "I folded a 10 or something," and he said, "Appreciate that." Right? Because Jason doesn't like his.
Him and
his
Tony
sweats.
have a little.
They got a little something
they got
going
a little
there.
something. Yeah, you remember?
Oh yeah. There was some.
Yeah, the other tournament.
There's a couple shots fired, just mild shots, like subtle shots.
Those guys seem to have. I mean, maybe it's a boxing match.
Yeah, that's a common way to handle things. Mike with some red 10s, +1.
Just limp, raise. Definitely,
I-
definitely a little too strong to fold. But nobody's been coming in for open raises.
I've seen pretty much every pair, other than maybe like 6s or 7. They just seem to limp in the early positions. Almost always. Do you see? I mean, I guess different stages, different stack size, of course. Maybe if it's the chip leader at the table, could think something. Ivy yawning. Maybe in some cash games, maybe it's just not enough. 1.8 million euros up top, but someone might need to get Ivy an espresso. Although he just seems very focused lately. Like when I see him, doesn't he? He's always like upright, great posture. He's
Yeah.
been crushing tournaments again lately, and I don't like ever saying Ivy's back because I just don't think that's fair to say. So he's back. I don't know if he left, but there was a pandemic. There was not a lot of live poker for a while, but he came right back into Cyprus and picked up a first and a second in Triton. And
Listen,
actually, is Ivy a 3-time winner?
Listen,
too?
I know that Ivy likes him some short deck.
Yeah, that's facts.
That is facts. So he's amped up, ready to play this. I mean, didn't he win a short deck title in Cyprus? I mean, basically on like day one of Cyprus, I rode over from one of the other parts to the other, and he was like in the same car, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, short deck.
Yeah.
And it says, I mean, recently I haven't really ever played short deck with Phil. I haven't played that much short deck really, and the last time I played was a couple years ago, but play mix with him and quite a bit in Bobby's room, and he was just letting me know that
He was deep in the.
ready to get after it in the short deck.
He was deep in the 25K as well. Just went out just before the final table. Was another run in the Parliament Omaha. They actually don't have that recorded.
Yeah,
on
he
the,
did. He won the 75K short deck in Cyprus, along with a 5th and a 4th. I mean, he final tabled 3 of the 5 tournaments he played in Cyprus. And actually, so far, he's cashed 1, 2, 3 of the 7 tournaments he's played in Madrid. So, I mean,
yeah, I think he's in that short conversation of the most active and one of the top players in the world.
I mean, something I feel like I've noticed about his tournament game is he is just good at just kind of staying alive. And not like with a small stack necessarily, but like he just, I mean, like when Ivy's in his groove, it just feels like he just glides up deep in tournaments. And remember that crazy WSOP run where he like final or whatever, like some years ago?
Yeah.
Where he just like final tabled, it was like 4 10Ks in a row or something crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's he can play tournaments too. Makita's got a little less of a lead now, 2.8 million. So we see that other table, which Danny Tang has 1.9 million. Richard Young, Michael Soiza, Bjorn Lee, and Webster are battling. So we will have updates on that, but we also are, this table right here. We got number 2, 3, and 4 sitting chip stack wise here. Getting to see some high level stuff.
And I was trying to give Mikita the nickname, but you know what? Right now he's just Mikita Badziakowski because it's actually under 3 million.
Yeah, and
So
I am
slid down a little bit. So
Rasty. I'm going to step
save that
out,
one.
and we're going to have Jason Kuhn step in and maybe give us some insight onto what was happening in that one hand in particular.
Yeah,
So
that would be
we'll be
awesome.
Back in a bit. And
I'd
Jason's
love to
gonna-
hear what he has to say
Yeah.
about
He's
that
coming in.
hand. Just did you see Ike's hand? Oh, of course you saw that hand. Yeah, like the way Ike played it in particular. Super curious to get your take because it seems like we were thinking here. The way Tony G played the aces.
The
right?
hand I busted, we're talking
Yeah.
about.
Like, does he ever have aces? And if he never have aces, should Ike just move in? He might not even have ace king, maybe not. And if he does he even call it off? So, like, can Ike just move in with queens and get him to fold? But calling would seem to maximize the chance of busting you. But then betting the flop isn't congruent with that. So I don't know. What are your thoughts about why Ike played it the way he did?
Yeah, I think it was a really interesting spot. I agree. I doubt Tony just had the top of it. So you do have the argument to just go all in and get to be heads up against me probably, 95 or more % of the time. I think he was just thinking from a theoretical standpoint, though, just getting to act last in a dry side pot with like a really good hand goes super good for him too. And generally in those spots, if there is any chance the guy is trapping you, queens isn't the hand you want. Queens just get you called more in some circumstances. You would just rather go in with ace jack suited than you would queens or whatever. But I do think that it was extremely unlikely that Tony was trapping if maybe just 0% of the time, and shoving is a hand that's in front of my range is a totally fine play. I really think either one would go just fine for Ike. He's going to make great decisions there, acting last, and for the same reasons you were saying, you may know that Tony didn't have a trap there. Maybe Ike could say, well, I can see the flop and know when he's trapping or not too, and make a really good decision from there.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Great breakdown. Thank you for that.
That probably means all your stacks are.
Well, anyway, sorry to see you bust, man.
Oh, it's
But
okay, man.
happy to have you in here and get to pick your brain. So that's good news for everybody listening.
Yeah,
No.
it's a wonderful game. And
Knocked it over or
what's
something?
unique about
Yeah.
this tournament and hopefully the 150K is we finally get to see some bubbles played where people just don't have, everyone has 40 antes and you just see one big chip stack going all in and everybody just waiting to get aces and call. It's a lot more interesting of a game when everyone's deep.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing too is I do think that when you are this deep and you do start seeing some shoves, and we have seen a couple. It was to the point where like you called out Ike's hand, and I don't know if he said that, but you were right. He did have ace king on that hand, so it can narrow the ranges down so much. I think when sometimes players act this deep in that manner.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting shove, and I think it's just fine. It might just be the best option if a lot of people are going to overlimp hands that they should just fold pre-flop. Or say someone's just necessarily like he doesn't want Chidwick to just put him all in and then have to call it off with ace king high there. And I think it was a fine play with 2/3 of the field paying. There was quite a lot of pressure on him, whereas if you looked at a person, say in my position there, I was playing much closer to chips, so I got to maybe limp a few hands that I wouldn't if I was under extreme pressure or if I was a middle stack, and I was trying to see a couple flops.
So that was like behind the king 9 of diamonds limp.
Yeah,
'cause
I
we were
mean for
discussing that.
chips, that's like it's like I think you limp it 90% of the time, and it's very close to a shove. It's like the best hand that you limp fold basically.
Well, I'll let you know that Philip No Home Jerome had the Jack 6 off on that one. You probably haven't found that out yet.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he went after it.
Yeah, I think that's actually an okay play in the
Yeah.
situation with Him and Seth. I believe Seth completed the cutoff and had like 100 antes. So
Correct. He had queen 10 off.
Okay, yeah. So if that were a cash game, I think that would be a pretty ambitious play that you would almost never make, and you would want to raise a hand that had some playability post just in case, say, Seth called the raise, because Seth has plenty of hands that can limp and then call a raise. But
Such as the one he had, kind of, right?
Yeah, exactly. But since Seth's under more pressure, I think it's really nice to just have the 6 in your hand and raise, because that makes it more likely Seth is limping some kind of middling hand that's going to fold to the raise. This is an interesting flop. Ike has all of it. So it looks like this check to Ike, and Ike's going to bet. And with Ivy being in the hijack and Chidwick being under the gun, Ike is the only player that can have the offsuit combos of queen 8 and queen 6, 6, 8. So this is, even though this is gapped and very draw heavy, the immediate made hands are favoring Ike here, and I think that this is he's recognizing that, and also he just has a great hand to bet, right?
Sure, but you see this a lot in short deck. You see when it's to the button and it's some of these low boards, especially with 6s and 7s, but even 8s, you know, they're betting a lot, whether they have good hands or bad hands, because they just get to. And the funny thing about short deck is the board's so dynamic. Like a hand like Chidwick, which people think, oh, like, yeah, top pair, good kicker. I mean, that's such a gross spot in this game, like out of position. You know, I mean, it's like in no limit hold'em, sometimes you're like, okay, but the board doesn't change. But
I think Ivy's doing some Jedi stuff here. I think I think he overcalled this with the intention of bluffing 7s and jacks.
Okay.
I think that he knows he doesn't have the best hand, and he was going to rage it off if, like, the 10-9 made the nuts. With the 10s, I think that's where you would have seen the him overcalling here. And, you know, it's an ambitious play, but it's one that he can navigate.
He's also getting a really good price on it with that bet too, right?
Yeah,
like
but
6 to 1.
But the problem is like your 10s are pretty poisoned, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they're never that poisoned, but it's not like, I don't know, a guy like Chidwick or Ike can just have queen 10 or whatever.
Yeah, like Ike has a 10.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, it's not like that. Every hand looks good in short deck. Every hand looks like you can play. This is a really good bluff by Ike. I like it a lot. It's, once again, it's symbolic of the fact that he knows Chidwick isn't open limping a hand like ace 8 or queen 8 off. And Ivy, since he's in the hijack, doesn't have those hands either. So he's just saying, okay, I have the boats. The board hasn't really changed. Neither one of these guys fast played. Like, it would have been super likely if Ivy had a set of 8s, he would have raised after it went back call. So I think Ike's just going to bet and win here kind of a lot. Stevie's in a really, really gnarly spot and has a very marginal continue. And I think most likely you just see him fold.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Ike knows Stevie is borderline impossible for him just to have an 8 here. I mean, Ivy's the person who I guess can have 8s, sort of, right? I mean, instead of Ivy having 10s, he could have like the 8-9 or 8-10 and kind of be making the same play. But Chidwick limping under the gun and calling with Ivy behind, yeah, I don't even know an 8 he can have.
Just the, maybe the ace 8 of diamonds or the 10-8 of diamonds. Something like that. 9-8 of diamonds, possibly.
Wow, and Chidwick with
being very sticky. So it'll be interesting to see if Ike follows through on the kind of the wheel completing card or the 9. Okay, so he doesn't need to worry about it at this point. He's singing to the heavens.
Yeah, and it feels like Chidwick just not even going to have a decision versus a bet on that card.
The 9-7 got there. I mean, it's not like Ike in this situation. I doubt he would even value bet 9-7 at this point, but it does remove some of the bluffs that Ike would have had, you know, because it would just go check now if Ike did have 9-7 and he was bluffing with it.
Like, if you're Chidwick here and you somehow got here, like, what are you ever heroing with? Is there anything, or it's just?
It would be fantastic to have a spade in your hand, and you know, I think that Stevie's quite high weight in pocket aces at this point too.
Yeah, right.
3 pair is a good hand to call with. Ike never bluffs a queen, so having ace queen would be certainly a reasonable candidate to call the river, or raise it sometimes possibly.
I mean, with queens or aces though, I mean, I guess you're depending on the sizing, like, could be a little sick if you bet. So I guess Ike's betting 8s. I mean, let's say Ike had the 8-6. I mean, he probably checks that back.
It's getting pretty dicey. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
All the value bets that are pretty close for chips are now just very easy checks, and just try to scoop your pot and inch your way closer to a min cash. Assume you're going to see a very large bet here.
960.
Yeah. So he bets 250% pot. And I think that that's just symbolic of, if you actually think of what we just said, when we said, okay, Ike's probably might just be checking back full houses here. His only value bets are flushes, and every flush is worth that amount of money. And, you know, he certainly could just be raging it off with a king of spades 6 type hand. He could have that kind of hand on the button. And if there's anyone that has the courage to run those bluffs, it's Ike. And I think that this is really good range recognition by him. Small bet just wouldn't make sense because he has no thin value bets.
Wow, so at that point, probably like the most likely hand that Chidwick could get to the river with that he wants to call with would be like kings with a spade.
Aces full.
Well, that would be better because aces, I mean, Ike's repping flushes.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, like, that Chidwick's not just going to, like, auto fold aces full, you know?
Yeah.
I think aces full is a better bluff catcher than kings with a spade, because kings with a spade also matches some of Ike's bluffs, like we were talking about, you know?
Yeah.
And Ike would never bluff top pair on the river if he was, say, barreling ace-9 or something. Like, say he had ace-9 with the 9 of spades and just semi-bluffing with the wheel draw. He would check back. So I think aces full there would be a little better. But still, that's a massive bet. I mean, there's no hand you're happy to call the river with that basically doesn't beat a value bet at that point.
Yeah, other than if somehow Chidwick had a flush himself.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Well, we can see, I mean, there was a lot up top in this one, 1.8. I mean, pretty tasty.
Do you get another one of those awesome watches if you win this one?
I think so.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How do I bubble these things, man? I just want one of those cool watches.
I haven't seen one of them close up. They're pretty
beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, most of the championship jewelry I feel like he gets kind of corny, and those watches are just awesome. I would actually wear it. Shout out to Jacob & Co.
Yeah, every once in a while, actually, the advertisement comes up on the screen, and they are like super intricate. It's like really impressive, like
Bro,
little like engineering and stuff that goes into them.
And
so.
like props to Triton. I mean, look at these sponsors we're getting. It's not like we're sponsored by Jack Link's Beef Jerky over here, man. We're getting the Dolce & Gabbana sponsorship, the Jacob sponsors. I mean, Triton's out there doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. I mean, and the sponsor, listen, guys, I hopped in a few tournaments. I have Dolce & Gabbana sunglasses waiting for me at the store.
Pretty
I mean,
sweet.
Triton's, you know, you come here, you know, you're staying at the Mandarin Oriental.
They're taking good care of you.
The
There's no doubt
quality
about
of these tournaments, the shot clock, everything. I mean, they're the best run tournaments in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean,
And
honestly,
it's-
every time I tell people that, they think I'm shilling. You know, I'm like, listen, come play Triton. It's the best tournament experience. You'll never have anything better. And they're like, yeah, but you're an ambassador. You're totally shilling this thing. And I'm like, just come play the tournament. And they're here for like 24 hours, and they're like, oh my God, I never want to play another tournament.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not an ambassador. I'm basically just getting paid to do commentary, at least at this moment in time. And I'm shilling it.
Yeah, it's
And
the best. I mean, it's like, it's the
Because
best.
I'm out here and I'm just like, oh wow, this is actually pretty sweet.
It's crazy. You feel like you're in a movie. Okay, so we have King 7-6 cut off against button. Chidwick could do either here. This is we got to think more about everybody's continuing ranges are going to be tighter. So Ike has a hand that is the kind of hand that he's going to have. He probably walks Chidwick with King 7 off and King 6, and Chidwick has those a lot. So great board for him, and he's just going to get away with that on those kind of boards a lot.
Yeah, just another example of that kind of. I mean, I guess the one difference there being, I mean, the king being a little bit better and it's kind of disconnected. But yeah, 2 low cards,
Yeah,
button
and,
stabs, and you know, I've seen a few playbacks in spots like that, even as bluffs, but
Sure.
it's a pretty tough spot.
I think the one point that we should leave the players with or the observer with at this point is I think a lot of players tend to say, oh, short deck is this kind of boring, gambly game, and there's a ton of skill involved. And what people have trouble differentiating between skill and luck is the amount of variance that's created in a game. And I think that in a good poker economy, or a good economy in general, you want the amateur players to be able to get lucky as often as possible. That is what's best for any poker game, right? So
100%.
Yeah, so that's what people are kind of failing to see. Like, all of these situations run because people have a good experience and they get to win sometimes, even if they're not the professional player. That doesn't mean that there isn't skill involved. It just means that the amateur gets to win a little more often than they would in, say, a game like No Limit Hold'em without an ante. And that just creates a great game and a great environment for the amateur. That, sure, the edges are very small when everyone's shallow and you're just kind of piling it in. This could get really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Tony's probably going to peel here.
Yeah, I assume that's what will happen. I don't think he'll shove. I mean, I guess you can't put shoving by him.
Yeah, I agree exactly with that sentiment. I don't expect him to, but it's not like I would just walk out of the commentary booth and couldn't believe my eyes. But yeah, no.
I think that this is the right play by Tony.
Yeah.
I think that he doesn't want to be putting in the money in with 2 queens here, and I think that, yeah, this is just a good play. Ooh,
Oh
my
my.
goodness. And that's the hammer time board as well. So stacks are most likely getting in here.
Why hammer time board?
Well, when you think about all the draws that are present for Tony, and he basically has no made hand, so he might have a set of 9s, but he never has a set of 6s, and sure, he can have a set of queens sometimes. But other than that, the strongest hand he has is 1 pair.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And he has a bunch of big draws that have great equity against aces. So
Should he lead?
So, no, it's...
Because he is taking a long time.
Well, just for the reason that we just talked about, like, leading this board would be disastrous because you never really have a good hand. You have a bunch of hopeful hands. But, so all I'm saying is the money's getting in here because Chidwick only fears a set of queens and maybe a set of 9s, but there's a chance that Tony G just folds some pocket 9s to the raise. You know, he's being very conservative.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's just piled it and ran into it, and absolutely nothing you can do.
Oh, wow.
And if you look, I mean, he's still got 20% equity. You can roll off a 7 and 8 or club, ace, and just have him dead.
And just because of that, like, that's a good bet size by Chidwick as opposed to
Yeah, I mean,
smaller.
just what if the guy flips over Jack 10? What do you want to bet against that?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just win the hand now is a great strategy.
Tripled his outs. 2 to 6.
No short deck run out that time.
You're just never surprised.
Run over the best.
Absolutely,
Gotta
absolute cool.
beat aces to win this
for
tournament.
Steven, and
Run down
hey,
aces is the
well
only way
played
to
by
win.
both. That's just the way it
Right?
goes.
Like Richard. Run down aces, win.
I mean, Chidwick suffering through some pretty what has to be somewhat annoying needling,
Of course.
given how much that pot was worth.
I tell you, you got to give a guy like Chidwick credit. He never appears rattled. And you know, if you look at me, if I don't get a good hand once every 2 hands, I feel frustrated.
Listen,
Just like it's been 3 hands since I've had aces. What's going on here? Whereas Chidwick, you know, he gets coolered for a spot like this, and he's just cool as a cucumber. I think he's one of the class acts of the game, and he's a person that everyone, including myself, could try to emulate.
I mean, listen, I've actually made a number of, you know, observations of multiple people, but especially of Chidwick. And in addition to what you're saying, I mean, I will tell you, and I'm sure you agree with this, that I think Stevie is.
Captain Tony.
I mean, he
Captain
might
G.
be the guy who is the most focused I have seen. Like, I literally playing with him
Yep.
and watching him. He actually watches every street of every hand.
Yep.
I almost never see him take it off, and I to a point where I don't know if I've seen anyone else do it as much as consistently as him, and I think it shows up in his play. Like, I'll say, like, he is one of the, I've been playing poker for a long time. Like, he's actually one of the guys who I feel like if I just kind of step out and I bet a card that's not good for my range or anything, like, man, he just seems like he punishes me like every time.
Yeah, he's
he's good, man.
It's one of the
and it's that focus, and it's such a huge thing. I don't even think people realize. You talk to different people and guys on their phone. I don't know. I mean, it's part of it.
Yeah, when people ask you the question, who's the greatest player, I think a lot of it comes down to who is into the game the most in that moment. Like, there might be 30 players that could be the best player in the world, but it's who really wants to be in the chair the most, who's the most dialed in to everything, and who wants to win. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a ultra competitive game we're playing, and just because you may be this super talented, ultra technically sound poker player, if you're apathetic and sitting in the chair just like, who gives a shit, I don't really want to be here today, I'll take the guy who's less good than you, that's paying attention to every hand and just wants to be there, who wants to play the most intense poker he can play.
100%. And that wanting to be there, I mean, it's not even just, I mean, look at the tournaments the guy plays. If you look on his Hendon mob, I mean, you actually see like number of 5Ks and stuff. I mean, he's is sick. Out there. He's just playing poker. He plays no limit during the World Series. He'll play all the mixed game tournaments. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Just as somebody who's done it, and I've gone through a lot. Like, I had a lot of love to play. I've always played a lot of stuff in my career, maybe not as much in the last couple of years. I'm starting to get it again, but it's fun to see a guy who has that, right? Has it, and he's kind of like, peaking. Yeah. I mean, because he just loves it. He loves being there, travels everywhere, plays everything. It's almost like nothing's too small.
There's some absolute savages in the poker world.
And so it's cool.
So here's a slow play from Tony G. We were saying earlier, like, he may never have a hand in a spot where he's looking weak. Well, here's a spot where he check called the flop on King 10-9, and he's leading an ace, which is actually a good play. It's a good range play. He's playing okay, and so he's tricky enough to say, hey, maybe these guys think I always have it when I raise, so once in a while I need to call the flop with the nuts, and that's what he did. But yeah, I think there's a couple players in this tournament that have that level of drive and focus. Makita is always focused, and sure, he gets a lot of crap because he plays slow. But I'll tell you what, the guy's intense.
Man, he finds good plays. Did you I was so impressed with that double check raise play versus Fedor. Him finding that on the turn.
I didn't see it.
Oh, wow, yeah. And it's like Fedor's one of the guys you can make that play. He check raised queen jack of diamonds on like 10-6-5 or something with 2 diamonds. And then a king came on the turn, and like Fedor actually floated the check raise with like, Fedor had ace-6, so maybe it was like king 5-4. And Fedor had ace-6 with the ace of diamonds. And the king comes on the turn, and it's like just under a 2 SPR. So it's like betting is so gross with his hand, kind of, unless he just jams, which is kind of silly. So he checks, and it's like Fedor's the guy you can do that with because he's going to float. It's like some guys won't float enough to like really make that, but to get the check jam where you get the floats to bet fold, and he did it. I mean, obviously it also worked out perfect, but it's just, you realize, I don't know. I mean, it's a great find, and it's really easy to see how great the play is when someone makes it, right? Like, I can immediately recognize it, but I also recognize, like, it's hard to find that stuff in the moment. Like, you're in the moment, it's a huge pot, dynamic, you never know what turn card's going to hit, and he finds the play. And that's what, he's a guy, like you said, I agree 100%. He sits there, he's focused, he does take his time, but he finds great plays, like, consistently. So
yeah, he's one of the best to ever do it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I like the play so much, I remember the exact hand from like whatever 5-6 days ago.
I mean, this
So-
is a kid when he was 13. He couldn't find a chess coach in the Ukraine to help him learn anymore because he was better than every single coach he could find. He had a low 2000s, I think it was a 2300 rating at 13 years old, and then quit to bet sports. I mean, this kid is, you're talking straight out of a movie, just a prodigy. Makita is one of the most impressive people. I mean, the room's just filled with these guys, though. There's so many just savants in that room. It's everybody, including myself, we're all a bunch of weirdos, but there's some really special, like, you know, I'm in awe at the intelligence of a lot of these poker players. It's not something I was really exposed to until I started playing this game, and just like to see how smart some of these guys are. It's just eye-opening and makes you want to work really hard. You know, you realize, wow, you're at a disadvantage to a guy like Ike immediately. So you gotta get in the in the sims to hold your own. I mean, Ike might be the smartest person I've ever met. He's unbelievable. Every time someone asks a question, he'll be silent for about 30 seconds. And if you don't interrupt him and you wait, on the 31st second, he'll give you one of the best answers you've ever heard.
Few more busts, I can make the money, right? We can bust them all.
Yeah, and
Must be
listen,
fun
man,
to be
you.
so excitable.
Huh?
Must be
I
fun to
will
be so
100%
Yeah, I'm
include
trying.
you
I'm trying.
in this
fun.
group and the players
You
that
get
you're talking
excited.
about. I
How do you
mean,
get excited?
it has been awesome to
focus.
witness your growth in the game,
With
and
that
I mean,
mask of yours.
you play 2-card, the combination, about as good as anybody. I mean, I'm telling you, if there was a mixed game tournament with 2-card, I think I'm taking you. So,
I appreciate that.
yeah, I mean, it's really cool. And as somebody who's witnessed a bit closer than maybe some of these other guys, like I think you are an outstanding all-time player and 100% deserve to be included talking about how good any of these other guys are.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different ways to get it done. I certainly have a special aptitude for the
pair.
game. There's no doubt about it. But you know, there's there's something about,
that.
like we were saying, loving the game and wanting to work really hard. And let's not let's not mention how important it is to be surrounded by people that make you better every day. And I think that might be my greatest skill is you know, listening. When people that are better or smarter than me talk, I listen and I try to absorb it, and I get excited to show up here and play my best. And I've been doing it a long time, just like you. You know, it's 15 years now we've been in this. So Seth here is a kind of the new age guy who's been rising in the ranks, and started playing short deck about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it's gotten really good in this tournament format. We happened to have Paul got bored during COVID and wanted to play a bunch of online short deck tournaments, and Seth got to cut his teeth playing a few hundred of those, and I think that rapidly got a lot of the guys better. So it's not just Tritons where people have got to play these short deck tournaments. There's a few on GG, but there were a lot that we played with Paul and his friends, and quite high stakes, fun sweats.
And Seth finally had a tasty Triton cash on this one, and yeah, maybe it's just broke the dam for him.
Yeah, we'll see. I know he got third in a 50K 2 weeks ago at EPT Monaco, and then he chopped a 25K with Steven Chidwick heads up too. So maybe he's heating up. So if you look, what's probably going to happen here? So I think that this is from Tony. He's kind of betting his hand, but this is a pretty dangerous play to bet the 10-6-6 here. Obviously, the player that has the whole deck is going to be the one that has the trips the most, and so you might see Stevie reach down and do something a little bit crazy here.
His stack, though, is starting to get one. That
Well, and his
does
hand
make it
was
tough.
just kind of brutal
Yeah,
for it,
his
you know.
hand and his stack, right?
I think if he had a jack of hearts, he wouldn't have been able to help himself. And Ivy right here, I think, is just kind of, he's feeling it once again. He's got the finesse, you know. I think this is going to go check bet fold. I think Tony's gonna try to make Ivy fold king 10 or something, which is a fine play when you have 2 8s in your hand. Is Ivy thinking of leading the 7? No. Okay, yeah, so he's just gonna fold. But yeah, his radar was kind of going off like, I don't think this guy has anything on this flop. There's the guy with the most experience playing short deck in the remaining field, and a lot of the stuff that he does, I think you should observe very closely because he may have the best feel of any player I've ever played against.
Yeah, it's not surprising
Yeah.
to hear that, right? I
10.
mean, given
Pot follow with 10 jack.
the success
Yeah.
Phil has had learning every game of poker
Yeah.
in a time before, I mean, it's not
Outs.
like he was really using tools.
And
right?
he may be the best version of himself he's ever
So-
been right now.
Queen.
I think that Phil is as hungry as he's ever been, and he's very sharp. He
One
works
more
out
crack.
every day. He does yoga every single day. He meditates every day. He eats a very strict diet. You can see, you know, he's very lean right now. He's lost a lot of fat, and he just is. It's amazing to see. He's the healthiest I've ever seen him. I've known him for a long time, and he is just so damn good.
I mean, I think short deck also in terms of just from brief conversations with him, I think it's the game he likes playing at
Yep.
this point. Like
Yep.
it's the game he's feeling. And you can see that, I think, a little bit in his play in this game, even just since you've been in the booth.
A lot of
Just
finesse.
super creative, and you know, in a certain sense, he's kind of been right both times, even though he actually lost those pots. His feel was right. It's just
Yep.
the run out didn't really work out
Exactly.
for him. But yeah,
Yeah, he's getting a good price, and if the run out presents the right card, he's probably going to do the thing. And if you watch, he's going to try his best to dance around and avoid being all in. He wants to play pots against everyone. He wants to see flops, turns, and rivers. And I do think that he will shine on the later streets over, you know, the new age guys who may know how to play ICM well or pre-flop well. I think if he gets you to the turn or the river, those guys are going to be scratching their head kind of a lot. And I think today's tournament, the 150K, where we start off 400 antes deep, he's going to be a nightmare.
sure, 100%. And this is something I've noticed and pointed out is the difference in the play styles. There's a number of the players that have a pre-flop, very like shover fold, fitter fold type style, or limp kind of fold or jam, and a lot of players that definitely like going post in a various number of ways, including instead of jamming, just open raising size sometimes,
Sure.
as well as just the preference. And you know, one of the things I feel like I've noticed is it seems like the guys who who are good playing post flop tend to be some of the best short deck players. Like it's like you're taking a big part out of the game
Sure.
if you just go, and even if you have a good fitter fold pre-flop strategy, I mean, you're missing a big part of the game and a big opportunity to kind of like steal pots and whatever.
Great
if
fold
you're
by
not-
Seth here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But what I think you're seeing is people in a vacuum see if Seth peeled the king jack of diamonds here, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Now Tony just called the C bet, and this is a very safe card for Ivy's range, so he's going to keep barreling away for sure. And I'd say Tony will just call. Actually, he's just when they're this deep, I think that he's just going to be afraid of being oversetted.
Really.
Yeah, I think so.
And you just give, but three-way, like so many draws.
Yeah,
It's
but you're
like-
in position on the other guy. Like the jack is never going to improve Chidwick. Basically, sure
Yeah.
you can let Chidwick like float again with 9-8, but I just think that, well, that's actually a very big bet from Ivy. So there is a chance Tony puts him in here.
Yeah, versus that size.
Yeah, because Chidwick's only got 835 back.
My intuition is Tony's going to raise. Just the way I've seen him
Fine.
play. Yeah. I just feel, yeah, that
I mean,
makes
it's a
all
good
the sense.
play. It's a good play. I think Ivy might fold here. I mean, you got to put the guy exactly on. This is a really tough spot because there's just a chance that Tony G called the flop with King X of spades and is just kind of like, whatever, man, I'm all in. Hopefully you fold. If you don't, I've got the best hand. But I can see
don't
Ivy
know.
making a fold here.
Maybe it's reasonable to think Tony calls that hand quite a bit, though.
Yeah, yeah. But
Like,
I
not
mean, you're
wanting
just
to
chopping
risk
with
it.
value a ton, right? Like,
I mean, obviously, if Ivy, ends up folding King Jack, then that would be a great way to play King X of Spades. But I don't know. Just having watched Tony play.
I mean, you Ace 9 of Spades, 9 8 of Spades,
Yeah,
10 9
no.
of Spades.
Yeah, certainly.
All of those Ace 8 of Spades, all those call the flop for one. You know, gut shots, you hit a gut shot 25% of the time by the river. If you got a backdoor flush draw.
And Tony shoves those versus large size.
Well, what I'm saying is Ivy's got top 2. If he calls here, you can't fault him for it. That's all I'm
No.
saying. If
Yeah,
he
yeah,
makes a fold, I think it's incredible.
It would be a great fold.
I think
Yeah.
it's a very, very, very hard fold to make.
And unfortunately for him, we know, I believe Seth folded the King Jack of Diamonds,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, he is pretty toasty if he calls here. It's half as much equity as you see.
I mean, this guy, this is exactly what we're talking about. This isn't the situation we wanted to see him in because he's in the blender, but I think he's going to fold, which is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous to fold here.
Yeah, I mean, I made the observation before. I mean, when Ivy's on, it is amazing how far he can go in he goes in
He's
tournaments
unbelievable.
consistently.
He's unbelievable.
So, and I mean, if he folds here, it'll be precisely because of folds like this.
Yep.
Right.
Whenever he was on his big heater in Cyprus, winning everything, I came up and I talked to him about it,
Yeah.
and we were just talking about life in general, and he said something that really stuck with me, where he said,
Tony.
"There's good table talk. I'll wait."
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said to me, "You
Now
got
he's
to
getting Tony to react a little here, right? I mean, Tony will give a little smile, this, and now. Okay. Anyway, what do you say?
Yeah, he was talking about winning and losing with grace, and talking about how much luck there just is involved in life and in poker. And I just thought it was a really cool thing to hear him say. You know, he was winning his second tournament of the week, and it was just him and I. There was no one around. He didn't have to be politically correct, and he just said, "Yeah, I mean, I'm running hot, and you know, you got to take it with grace. Sometimes you're the big loser, and some weeks you get a great week like this." And he's, like I said, he's just in a fantastic headspace. Scary guy to play against right now.
Yeah, I've played with him some in the big mix game at the Aria. He didn't play the last time, but I've gone 3 times so far this year, and he played the first 2 in January and March. But yeah, he's back to feeling it with poker, right? I mean, he's playing a lot of poker now. Man, he is really does feel like he's gonna fold.
Yeah, he's got one thing going for him. Tony doesn't play most likely doesn't play the suited kings like King 7, King 6, Jack 7. So he never has to really worry about him shoving a worse 2-pair. I do think a great concern is the same hand. I mean, why wouldn't Tony just shove King Jack here sometimes? Like, Chidwick only had 800K back. It was, you got to think top, you know, maybe Ivy's betting aces, maybe he's betting ace king, and
Yeah, you're starting to make
what a fold.
Yeah, you're starting to make some. I think beyond whatever physical stuff, I think you do start to make some exploits where it's okay. To a pot size here, he's gonna have the sets, maybe the same hand, and maybe he actually still calls some of the combo draws.
But I
some
think,
little
like,
exploit.
rather than just like breaking down the analysis of the hand, I think you got to give credit to how sick of a fold that is. I mean, that's a ridiculous fold to make in this game.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a ridiculous exploit to make. I mean, we're in the booth, we're seeing Tony's
Yeah,
hands.
for sure.
Like,
It's real
he's
easy.
Not, like, it's much easier for me to start making that breakdown and to feel, and I'm like, oh, you know, I'm starting to say, I kind of predicted how Tony was going to play. I've been watching Tony play.
Yeah, sure.
Phil doesn't know all these hands.
not seeing
I
all
mean,
these showdowns.
you know, he's watching it, yeah. So
You're not a bunny
that's a
like me
sick
to play
fold.
sevens.
I'm not trying to take anything away. I'm just trying to say what I think probably. I mean,
play
he took a
sixes
long
too.
time on that, and I think that was part of his
You have to be purebred
logic.
bunny to play sixes.
You know, some of the breakdown, and I mean that's super impressive
Not
to
someone
me.
to learn from. Or you have to bluff.
Super impressive.
It's a good
And
lady.
he had one hand
I'm not buying.
worse
Thank you.
than the hand Tony put in. You know?
Just thanked him.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried he could
That's
have jacks.
oh,
He's-
okay. So we got aces here
unlike
for
the
Davies.
kings.
So he's not going to shove
only
out of
combo.
15K.
I mean,
Kings
the
is just
crazy
too good a
thing
hand.
about
You could-
that is if you're King
Oh, you
Jack,
can.
literally the next worst hand behind sixes. Like
Yep.
if you
Doesn't
shove and
matter.
he's folding that, then
Put
the play
300
that you
bucks
said
down
is
to
what he
just
should have
fold.
done and just flatted, right? Because the only way of getting more.
Yeah.
Insane how
It's
good Phil
unbelievable.
played there. I
Yeah.
mean, when you think about that from even just like a game theoretic standpoint.
Yeah, I think 3/4 of the
Yeah.
field would have called him in about a half a second. I think 3/4 of the field would have been like, well, if you got me, and threw the chips in the pot and been out of this tournament. And, you know, it's easy to just be like, on to the next hand, but that was maybe, you know, it's definitely the best hand I've seen so far in the booth. That was amazing. Looks like Seth's coming in for 16 anti-raise or so. Yep. Or 11 anti-raise, I'm sorry. Tony's going to fold this one quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Seth isn't very deep.
No, and he's kind of, you know, he's handcuffed. He's sitting here behaving himself. So.
Looks like Tony might be feeling it. This feels like a heat check moment.
Oh, he did it. He heat checked himself. Oh, my God.
How good are you running, Tony?
And this is a fantastic board for Seth's range as well. You know, Seth's like a bunch of ace-king suited, kings, aces. So it's going to bet this one for a small size, most likely be around 100,000. Tony just has a bunch of jack-10 or queen-jack or, you know.
So how should Tony play versus that? Because, I mean, yeah, call, kind of raise. Okay.
Wow. So this is, I think this is Seth kind of adjusting to the fact that he's way ahead or way behind, and they are 3 out of the money. So rather than taking a C-bet like you would in a cash game, he's saying, I never get sucked out on here, really, and I'm just going to feel out the turn against Tony and see what decision I can make. So I think that this is really cool because this is Seth deviating from what a lot of people I think would think is the normal optimal strategy, and it shows that he's trying to adapt to the player, which is really cool. You know, he's saying, I want to see what happens on the turn here against Tony.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, not being as experienced with short deck, the line he took makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Like, it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I mean, Tony could have a lot of hands that have very little equity or a king, right? Like queen jack, 10 jack, whatever. So,
Wow, he's betting 500,000. I mean, once again, guys, if he folds here, this is incredible. It might, like, you might say, oh, Tony has a full house, but Tony never bluffs ace high on the turn or the river. So Seth, and he never has a 7. So
the
Seth
10,
unblocks all the bluffs.
do you think the 10 is a card that might help him fold a little bit, saying, does Tony, he doesn't bluff 10 jack and 10 queen, does he? You know?
Most likely not, but he might. I mean, it's a big enough bet. And
Yeah.
he could still just have queen jack, right? He could still just have some kind of missed diamond thing. I mean, if he's calling the big raise with king jack, I don't know why he wouldn't be calling it with 9-8 of diamonds or something. Still,
Yeah, or like 9 jacks.
you know,
suited.
other than rivering 10s full, which Seth just doesn't have here, I think that, you know, this is about the best hand Seth has other than a slow played king or quads. So I think it's another spot you could just say, oh, whatever, I beat all your bluffs, and I'm going to see if you got it or not. Do you have a king or not? And call, and if he does make a fold here, I think it's a big one.
Well, I'm just saying, like, from Tony's perspective, he might think hitting the 10, it's good, and he wants to check down. Because, like, maybe Seth has, like, ace-queen.
Maybe.
And just calls, like, the bet on the turn wasn't that big. I don't know. I'm not saying whether it's a good or bad play, just that Tony feels like he would be likely to some extent to check the 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thinking it has showdown may or may not be true. And the 10 strikes me as a card that hits Tony's
About
range
to start
somewhat.
the Forza.
Sure. A lot of the diamond draw 10s. But he still has the 9-8 of diamonds. He has the Queen Jack of diamonds. He has the...
Oh, certainly. You have a feeling, you know Seth pretty well. What do you think's coming here, looking at him?
I think it's a big fold to make, and I wouldn't judge him if he makes the call. But he's been playing his best poker lately, and I think his intuition and confidence are high right now. And I do think it's possible he can make a big fold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, nice fold.
Very good fold.
What you're saying, it helps a lot in those spots.
I mean, there's just the randomness factor too, right? Like Tony doesn't have to have all these natural hands that we're talking about. He could just think Seth's weak and just bluff it off with Jack 9 of clubs or something.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
like, you know, it's if
Yeah,
you
he doesn't
can't-
need to have the diamond drop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a big fold. I mean, if you unblock every single bluff he could possibly have, you usually are just going to call, right? You don't have to win very often.
Here we are, Polymarket. If you want to bet on some of the various things that you're watching here, you can see they have a number of different markets. Will any player win more than 6 events at Triton Madrid 2022? It's the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, current events, and more. And the other thing about what you're saying, which I think is a cool point to flesh out, is the confidence thing. I think a little bit of the run you have. Like, listen, when you're in that spot,
I can't have it every time.
it's pretty dicey. I mean, you're making a feel. There's a lot of feel. Like, the rational, you know, there's a lot of intuition that goes. I mean, Blink is a book that's almost written about this, and you have these feelings, and it's really like your intuitive mind, like working all this stuff out. You don't even know why half the time, and sometimes you see guys going into time banks because they're literally checking their rational mind for reasons why they have the feelings that they have, and sometimes you change your mind, and sometimes you don't. But when your confidence is high, it's much easier to kind of just, when you get there and you just have that feeling, maybe you go with it. But the thing you find is that when you're a great player, that feeling tends to be right. And yeah, sometimes it needs to be checked by your rational mind to make sure you're not just like being scared or some emotional gut check thing. But when it's actually coming from the place of truth in you, and you check that out, and then you have the confidence to go with it, that's huge. And I think that's something that lacks when like things aren't going very well.
Sure.
You kind of lose that confidence. It can be easy to say, oh, I think this is the right play here. Like, this is the play maybe I know the solver should make. But, you know, I mean, Tony might not be playing the way a solver should play.
Sure.
Like, you're not, you know, maybe some of the assumptions and even that your intuitive mind is making versus him in the moment are more correct than what your rational mind will tell you in a minute about maybe whatever, a program or whatever you studied, believe. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So that's a huge thing, and I think that was cool because Seth is going on that run, and we saw him sit there, take his time, and just whatever inside of him kind of came to the right conclusion that in that moment, Tony had it.
Yeah, and you're
know?
talking with the cameras in your face. The fear of being bluffed is a real thing. You know, there's a lot of emotions to be dealing with in this situation, and he got it right, and that is because he's confident and his experience is gaining, and I think that that's something that being in the chair through the good and the bad times, that you always gain something no matter if you're losing or winning in poker, because you develop intuition and you've been in these spots before, and if you get one wrong the first time, you might come back and get it right the next because of a feeling you had in the past.
Yeah. 100%, man. The confidence to be wrong when the camera's on you too.
I mean, that's big.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
You know, you only got to call. You got to win 33% of the time there or something, and you know.
And
it's
no one faults you for calling with
Sure.
aces, but you fold, you get bluffed. It's like, oh man, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can look at the chips, and it's clear Tony G is making a run. I mean, 224 antes, $4.5 million. He's the chip leader in the tournament by double. Makita no longer up there. He's in fourth with 1.9. Danny Tang is in second, 2.4, and Ike, the Prince of Darkness, 1.9. He's in third. So this is shaping up. I mean, but we still have 11. I mean, this bubble is taking a while. We haven't even played down. I mean, 8 cash, and it's been 12 and 11.
Yep.
I mean, we've been 11 ever since you busted. So.
Yep. Yeah, anything can happen in short deck too. You know, you get one three-way all in, and the short stack might be the chip leader.
Danny with a mountain of small chips over there.
Looks like Queen Jack 9 or Queen Jack 9. He does have a pile.
And I mean, these are two very experienced post-flop short deck players, right?
Sure.
I mean, I know Makita plays cash, and Danny too, right?
Looks like Danny just went to the barber, too. That's got to give him
Yeah.
a couple more % on the ROI. He's got a fresh shave, a fresh little fade going on there. Feeling himself. Check on, I can't see it. I believe it's 8-ace, but
Yeah, it is 8-ace, and I think every single card is black, so there is at least there's a flush.
there is a flush out there. So I'm looking forward to going to play some 400 anti-deep short deck. That takes me back to my roots of playing 3- and 4-handed against Ivy and Tan Chuan at 3-handed 400 anti-deep short deck back in the day, where no one took money off the table. It was just pure degenerate.
Man, I can tell you personally, calling short deck here in the booth, I love the short deck post flop because, man, it's so funny to reverse. I'm sorry, it's so awesome to reverse engineer with what people are doing.
Sure.
I feel like I can figure it out, and the boards are so dynamic, and sometimes the ranges, it feels like people are able to narrow them down so much. You can see some like really cool plays that people come out, and yeah, I mean, high level stuff. It's quite fun to witness, and you know, not that there isn't a lot going on with pre-flop and all the dynamics there,
Sure.
but just personally, especially just being, I mean, cash game's really been my main thing in my career. I mean, I just love that. And,
That is a hand that is 3 jacks. He's
jacks. I mean, I hope. I mean, I guess we probably won't get to see too much of it because this tournament still has a ways to go. So,
Yep.
unfortunately, but I mean, this tournament has been pretty exciting so far. I mean,
monster.
Listen, still 11. I mean, I guess you're gonna go play, which, you know, good luck.
Thanks.
I will say I'm gonna miss you. Everyone's gonna miss you. This has been awesome. I feel like I've learned a lot. It's been fun. I love having you in the booth. Thanks for coming in, Jason.
Yeah, of course, happy to drop in. I'm sad I had to be here, but hey, it's I'm in good company.
You're the man, brother.
Thank you.
Good luck, and I hope you win the 150K. I'll be pulling for you.
I'll do it.
All right, let's go.
Hey, babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
right, what a treat. Jason Kuhn was just in the booth giving us an insight into the mind of one of the great short deck players. Rest, you got to break that queen's hand down with Jason about Ike there, not shoving, and I thought I was listening on the side. Very, very interesting. But why don't we talk about what just happened in that period of time? I come back. I didn't see the hand. Tony G has got double second, 4.4. There's Makita Bazooka going for his 5th title there in second. But what was the hand with Tony? What happened there?
Tony's been running good. I mean, first what happened is, thank you, Jason Kuhn, for coming in the booth. I mean, wow, I really loved learning from him. It was awesome. Glad he gave us that much of his time, considering the 150K. I think it's going right now, so it's a little late to reg it. But obviously, he loves playing that deep. He's going over there. Good luck. Listen, Tony G has been running good.
Yeah.
And he's made some hands. He's been playing well. But, man, dude, there was a hand where he flops bottom set on a 6-7 king board with a jack on the turn. Okay. Phil Ivey has king jack. Bets pot on the turn for 300K. There's a flush draw. Tony makes a big raise, and that guy behind him folds. Phil folds top 2 pair to bottom set.
Well, listen,
I mean, just think about that from a game theoretic standpoint. I mean, it's insane. It was like Phil went into like 5 time banks and just figured it out and folded. I mean, it was awesome. I mean, like, hands like that are why it's like, okay, yeah, Phil Ivey. That's why he's known as one of the best to ever do it. And, you know, he took some time off not playing as much, but you can see that Phil is kind of like you said, I don't want to say that he's back. Listen, in short deck, let's say he's back. Because, like, Phil also, and Jason was pointing out, there's a number of hands where Phil was kind of floating for, like, small bets on the flop, like with, like, dirty, nasty, bad intentions. Yeah. Didn't really work out, but it's like you could see, like, dude, his brain is working. He's saving his stack. Man,
I got to make a caveat to that statement. Yeah. When I say about Phil Ivey being back, I'm saying not the sense that, oh, he left and maybe he's back. I'm saying you can't really say he's back because I just feel like he never leaves. That's what I mean.
Listen,
I'm giving him the most
I'm going to say
respect.
this right here. There was a stretch of time when, like, you want to talk about who's like the GOAT poker player.
Yeah.
Listen, Phil Ivey had the longest stretch of any player in the modern poker era where it was like unanimously, universally considered like he was the best, and he crushed live, online, every game, mix, no limit.
Right.
Tournaments.
He was in a Chrysler commercial.
All of it. So, yeah. So, like, you know, he took a little sabbatical.
Yeah.
You know, he's working. He's, as Jason would say, and I've talked to him. Phil Ivey's doing fasting now. He's talked to me about fasting because he knows I messed around with that, all this stuff. But Phil is back. He's in a good headspace, and dude, he is playing well. And as we should all know, I mean, there's a lot of luck involved in winning a tournament. Just because you're playing great doesn't mean you get to win the tournament, right? It doesn't. But it is cool to see, you know, a great player among great players playing awesome.
It is great. Yeah. He's in the Matrix. We're in the Matrix. We're in the booth here. We welcome
sorry, Jeff,
you guys
I'm fired
in.
up.
I love that. Me too. 11 left. We're going to go check out this featured table right now as we will play down to a winner today in the 100K Euro buy-in. Main event, short deck. Tony G, 4.4, sitting over double second place of Makita. I mean, look at these names. Danny Tang could be player of Madrid. Makita fighting for that as well. I think Adamo in the lead at the moment. Soiza, Richard Young. We haven't been talking about unbelievable results. He's been at the secondary table. And Phil Ivey, Jordan Lee, Webster, Seth Davies, Stephen Chidwick now on that short stack. But 40 antes, plenty of play. There's just household names everywhere. This is exciting. I gotta say, I really do love what's happening here. But short deck, I feel like I am learning a lot. This is how I feel whenever I do the Triton events and really watch the short deck. I feel like you just kind of get immersed and you see some phenomenal play and post flop maneuvering. The King Jack hand versus bottom set. Welcome in from Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, anywhere you're watching. Please engage. Hit that follow button on Twitch and of course on YouTube. Leave your thumbprint with the thumbs up. Be a part of this historic. Back. Triton's back. Triton is back. We can say that because Triton was off. The live poker's been off for a while, but it's back. Cyprus was a tester. Got a little feeler out. Poker was hot.
Buckle up.
And now we're full force here.
Yeah, we switched tables now. So we're into. I mean, listen, they're playing down to the bubble. You know, the antes have gone up a little bit. There was a lot of deep stacks, but a little bit less deep now. And yeah, just totally switching these tables up. So completely new cast of characters over here. And this table's 6-handed. Previous table, we were down to 5. Kuhn went out. I mean, Kuhn went out a while ago, and nobody else has gone out since. So I will say I expect this table. This table, I think, I mean, I don't know. Nobody's really short here. Shortest is 50 antes, the 2 shortest stacks on the other table. So, you know, maybe we're going to get some post-flop. Let's see. Webster Lim decides to take the conservative route there. Bjorn Lee, a guy who's been having some success in some of these short deck tournaments here. I feel like I've seen his name a number of different times. And he did, in fact, get second in the 50K short deck. So that was exactly where for 620K earlier here in Madrid. Wow. Danny and Makita flopping a straight. And Bjorn Lee with the nut flush draw. Jeff, look at this hand. And no way Makita goes to the turn here. 200,000 in the pot. I mean, this is, I mean, this hand is action waiting to happen.
Yeah. So Makita on the with the
small
absolute
bet.
stone colds right now.
I mean, he is just begging Danny, and Danny will not fall into the trap. Just calls. I mean, problem for Danny is he's just dead to king 10, right? And even a combo draw like ace 10, 9, 10 of spades probably hasn't beat. Top set. Yeah, it's not a hand I think he wants to raise. Just going to be happy. The problem is these boards are so dynamic, it's hard to get down to a spot, especially now 4-handed, where your hand's going to hold up. But maybe just hoping, obviously, it calls and everyone folds and it's heads up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Yep. And then now that card in Soiza and Makita are now tied.
Can we kind of just take out ace king here because of no action pre-flop? Is that just removed, or do you think in this situation with ICM and some of these stacks that
I do think that Bjorn and Soiza
are out?
Never have ace
Yeah,
king,
'cause
and
they would
actually
be-
probably not Makita,
Right.
which is maybe part of the reason why they even Soiza checked that, right? Like, is he ever just calling in the cutoff behind 2 limps with ace king?
Right.
No, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So good find, and I think Soiza found the same thing and said, you know what, I don't want to get blown off this. So, yeah, and Makita knows he can't have ace king either. And
Oh my goodness.
oh, Bjorn,
Hello. The hard way.
plan number 2.
Yeah. That is backup. Nice feeling, right? When you know you can't lose the pot on the river here.
Yeah.
It's an important pot for his stack.
I mean, and he's not chopping, which I'm
Right.
sure he expects to be chopping quite a bit.
Bet 100,000. Fold.
And I mean, is anyone going to call him? Call 100 to chop the pot, so basically to win 220. Got to be right about 1/3 of the time that Bjorn doesn't have it.
5 seconds. Fold.
And Danny, the last one. Never fun sometimes to be the last guy. But, like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is it's kind of got this hand. I mean, Danny in a lot of ways got pretty lucky here, right? Because there are some runouts where he's going to have a tough time with 10-8 to not, you know, put a lot more money in against King 10.
Yeah, you like a call.
Yeah, again, very good result there for Bjorn because he's probably expecting to chop so much there, you know.
Yeah.
Or at least someone have an ace. And Ivy looks like is all in
Oh
over
my
here on the
goodness.
outer table. Can't quite see that. Just pops up, and it looks like, is it ace king to aces? No, is it? Yeah. It is aces to ace
Wow. And
king. And Ivy, who's navigated so majestically. You saw that king jack. You
it's hard
said,
to see their positions. It looks like
is it Ivy on
it
the
looks
button?
like
No,
maybe
cut
Seth
off.
limped,
Okay.
and then Ivy jammed the ace jack behind him.
No, ace king.
Seth had
Didn't he have?
aces.
Did he have
No,
ace
it's
jack?
ace
Oh,
jack.
okay.
It looks like, right? Looks like ace jack to me.
You're right. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
And Seth
Wow,
trapped
big
with
pot.
the aces
So,
there.
you know, Ivy.
I mean, how many landmines can you dodge?
Yeah.
I guess it's at some point when you're hopping, you
You
kind of
know,
lose
Jado
balance
called
and fall
offense,
into
yeah.
one. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's
No, it's
it does. Sometimes tournaments feel that way. You
It's
know what I
it's
mean?
crazy.
It's like, yeah, it's great those times when things work out, but there's just other times where it's just like, oh, dodge that landmine, dodge, and then you just hit the one, and you're like, oh man, what if I dodged that one too? You know?
Yep.
Like he just made one of the sickest folds I've seen this entire time I've been doing commentary, and you know, just seems like a pretty reasonable spot he just took and didn't dodge the landmine.
Yep.
Man, too bad, because I mean Ivy was in the zone, so it was definitely looking forward to maybe getting him at the final table. I don't know. I mean, not to take anything away from all these other great players, but dude, just after seeing a fold like that, I don't know. Sorry, I'm still thinking about it.
180.
Nice. 1,080,000. No, 180.
Yeah, and Makita applying some pressure here. Out chips these guys. He's going to want to do it with some other hands, but Kings is a good one. Kings is one where pretty sure he's going to be calling any limp jams, especially,
5 seconds.
I mean, his tournament life won't even be at risk. And Queen Jack suited comes along. Bjorn Lee is gonna gamble here on the bubble. Not gonna be pushed around. Gonna play for some chips. Still worth a lot to chip up. We're not even on the stone bubble yet, so you can still get that spot if you win a bunch of chips where you can really chip up and punish everyone. Not to mention how much more first is than eighth. You know, first 1.8 million, eighth 240,000. So yes, the bubble is worth money. But you know what? So is having a lot of chips.
Yeah. I mean, this is how I just the best players in the world, they just seem to put pressure on and chip up in these bubble spots. You know, bubble final table, bubble of the tournament, and it's easier said than done. Because listen, I'm guilty as anyone where I find myself deep in tournaments and a little bit in the PLO. Right? Of course, I think I didn't run very well. I got some unlucky spots, but it's like taking maybe too cautious or trying to make that money because the money's up top, right? First, second, thirds. So it's like sometimes you're gonna bust, but you got to be willing to go for it. And I just think it's so interesting.
Well, listen,
to
man,
see-
this is your opportunity,
Yeah,
as well as all you guys
yes,
watching at
teachable
home,
moments.
to watch some of these guys and how they chip up in these spots so that you can try to do the same thing. Like, take away the concepts, what they're doing, how they're applying it, so you can chip up smartly.
Yes.
You know, do it the right way. Because, I mean, listen, more often than not, you're going to get the right way watching these guys.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's a bunch of amazing players. So whether there's some difference and, you know, one guy is or isn't a little better than another guy, I mean, you're still talking about the difference between, by and large, all world-class players.
Yep.
Right? So a lot to learn, a lot to take away.
Absolutely right.
I believe someone in the chat just said, Ivy has 200K. Get the rally cap on. I love the rally cap saying. Yeah, get the rally caps.
Yep, need a lot of spin, but hey, we've seen it before. And it's just never over till it's over. And here we see.
It isn't, man. It isn't. We've all seen the short stacks do it. It's hard. You know it usually doesn't happen, but every once in a while it does.
Eric Seidel put on a clinic on that. 2 blinds earlier this trip. He was down 2 on the stone bubble, I believe the 50K, and he came back and took second place. Actually had the chip lead and Paul all in behind 2 times.
That was when
yeah,
Paul
2
won.
blinds,
Yeah.
13 left. Came back. Had a chance for the title, and Paul did end up taking it down. And Nikita going to decide that Kings is a safe spot to bet here.
Yeah, and I think just feeling that, I mean, how often does he have a 6 or even like 9-7?
Yeah, and flush
right?
is just who
I
flops
mean, limp
the flush.
calling with 8s,
118-1 and hold 'em, and short deck it's
in his
tight.
hand.
What is it? It just feels like
it's
it
just
never.
yeah. I mean, it's just
good.
like a flush. Maybe 10s and a flush are the hands he's losing to, right? Maybe limp calls 10s. Maybe limp call. He's gonna limp call some hands with diamonds, but and Mikita's just not gonna give a free one.
Yep. And Makita, who was in command of this tournament and of his table, kind of has been a bit, I don't want to say quiet. We haven't seen, because we haven't seen, but now we get to see at the feature as it is. I mean, he is in a good position, but he's not just like clear run over. Tony G is up to 4.4 million, and he is in the driver's seat. But Makita is still in second. I mean, pretty comfortably in second place right now. So.
Yeah, man, he actually was under 2 million, I think, not that long ago. So, listen, Kuhn was super complimentary of Makita in here.
Yep.
Right, which is not surprising. But, I mean, even found out a few details that were quite interesting, just to repeat them. I think at 14 or 13, Makita was like a 2,300 chess rating and couldn't find anyone in like his city, whatever, to like actually teach him chess, and then started getting into sports betting at like 14.
Oh, really?
I mean, just like child prodigy type stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, definitely gives off those vibes when he's calculating in poker hands. And I mean, one of the things I've noticed about Makita is just, yes, he takes his time, and that can be a little brutal, but I mean, the dude plays so precisely. I mean, it is, a very somewhat unique, I don't want to say very, but somewhat unique style.
Yeah.
Like he's not, you look at Adamo and it's like, this guy's a hammer.
Yep.
He's a hammer. And Makita, he's like water, man. He's flowing around, sometimes here, sometimes there, taking his time, coming up with good plays.
Yeah.
It's like Bruce Lee, be like water.
That's what's got going on. And I'll tell you what is going on here. It looks like at least it's a 3-way pot. Ivy is effectively all in. He does have some chips behind, or maybe not. Actually, maybe those are just time banks. And is that the all-in button we see in front of the button? But he is going to be all in this hand. I think he might actually be all in already.
Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's a. You did call him Makita Bazooka though, so how many nicknames?
No, listen. That nickname was like, that's only his on the bubble massive chip lead nickname.
Okay.
That's not his.
He's got
just
multiple
style.
nicknames. Nice.
Right?
I like it. I guess yeah. Listen,
Yeah.
if you're the one of the most Triton titles, you can have more than one nickname.
Listen, the nickname I'm going to give him is "Be Like Water."
Okay.
All right. That's
a
what I'm
little-
calling him.
Generally, nicknames.
Listen, man.
usually one
After
word.
fucking Bruce Lee, excuse my French. I mean, Bruce Lee. Come on, guys.
Wait, is it? They have to turn over, and maybe Ivy just knows he has no shot to win, and maybe he had a straight jaw or something, jack high, but he just knew it was no good, and that is it. The great Phil Ivy, after making a unbelievable fold, won't matter for this particular tournament. He'll feel good, I'm sure, knowing that, but he's got more poker to play. There's a 150,000 euro buy-in short deck today.
Of course, he's
gonna
right
play
there.
that.
He might take
He
go
might take a
eat
little
something.
break.
Although I'm sure Ivy wants to play deep stack.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a ton of deep stack cash experience, so he's not going to want to be out of it for too long while they're super deep. But yeah, man. I mean, listen, after making that fold, finding out he was right, and some other things, Ivy's going to be right in there. He's in the zone right now. He's going to be in that 150K. Happy though. All right, and a lot of overlap here. Double ace-7 suited. It's a king, queen, queen, 9. Wow, man. So, I mean, this is a board where, so Bjorn Lee really in a 4-way pot has the hand that you would want to have, right? I mean, he's just got the nut flush draw, drawn to the nuts. A lot of these other hands are, I mean, top pair, 4-way pot, not so nice. The problem for Bjorn is that given that he checked back the button, I mean, does he, I mean, never has kings. Does he have king jack suited? I mean, maybe because it's on the bubble. But he definitely have king 8, 8s, jack 8. He has to decide how he wants to play this. I mean, if he just moves all in here, he'll win the pot like a decent amount of time, and he will make that play with hands like pocket 8s or like, you know, 2-pair. But he decides to take the conservative route.
Yeah, this is a, you know, king queen in the lead here, but it is sort of, you know, you realize there's some scary cards that come out here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems with these top pair hands. The boards are super dynamic.
Yeah, so I mean, the good news about this 9 is he does block queen 10, and you know, there's worse cards for him, as we know, with we can see Bjorn's hand, but also just from Danny's perspective, what cards he doesn't want to see.
Yeah, the 10 is not a win for Bjorn. So, I mean, he wins with an ace and a club, and perhaps by betting, but doesn't.
Wow, and this is one that sort of is interesting because Danny does make the straight, but so does Bjorn, has the low end.
This is a tough call for Bjorn, I think, with his holding if Danny bets, because, I mean, Bjorn's blocking a decent class of hands that would bluff, right? Some ace-x suited with, say, like ace-9, jack, 6 of clubs, maybe even 10. All could decide to bluff. Maybe not the jack, but definitely like 9, 10, or 6. He's blocking those hands. So, but we didn't get to see that. In a parallel universe, Danny value bet his queen there.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you what, if I go play any other live poker events or tournaments, I feel so spoiled by the Triton Poker Plus app. You know, look at this. Even if flashes when like green or red, the chips go up or down. Like, I mean, it's like, listen, there's some great reporting sites, and you know, a lot of these tournaments have gotten innovative and better, and they do a good job. But this is like, the bar is set. I mean, this is like,
it's not even like a small upgrade.
They even
it's
have
like
in
a
real
different
time.
class.
They have right now what you're seeing, and then like the actual with no delay, so players can like in the second see. It's absurd.
Yes.
It's absurd. That's it.
Yeah, they have somebody standing behind the table recording the action, and yeah, in real time. There isn't even anything close to as good as this anywhere else, right? I mean, it's not even close. There's not.
It's not worth discussing even. It's just that. It's just what it is.
Check.
Wow, Tony G is flying. He's almost at 5 million. So, I mean, this table, I mean, these are two drastically different tables. Like this table has Makita and Danny within less than 15 antes from each other, and then 6 other relatively shorter stacks. But the other table is just Tony G with 243 antes. And then next would be Ike with 91 antes, like getting close to 3x less chips. Okay, I wonder if Tony is starting to do kind of ridiculous things over there, or not.
Yeah,
I mean, they're a little deep though, you know, right? Because we saw Rui Cal do it, but he was just moving all in. But it kind of feels like maybe that's like not the right risk reward. There still might be too deep for that. I don't know. So, sorry, what, Jeff?
Yeah, I think Tony's been playing. He's like, you saw him just open jam aces. He shows top, like Queen's top set versus Chidwick's aces, right? He's like playing very good hands. He's making hands, but now it'd be interesting if he can switch gears and sort of leverage that and just sort of push on people. So we're not going to get to see, although the hand histories you can see.
Yeah.
That is at the other table, and you can take a look at what Tony's doing in each hand.
Wow, Richard Young flopping the nuts here. And Danny Tang has enough to stick around, and definitely the chips to do so. I mean, top pair, gutter, the spade. And so, you know, a card that changes the board, which a lot we're going to do, but not to the point where maybe Richard needs to be too concerned, but he still decides to check it back and play pot control. And, yeah, that... Maybe if Richard was going to value bet some rivers, that was not one of them.
First cut.
Oh, and we are down to 10.
10 players remain.
Who?
Ivy went out 11th.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we already saw that. Oh yeah, and Makita got moved to that other table. So Makita was here at this table. So yeah, now actually Danny Tang has 120 annies here, and second is Richard Young with 62 annies. So and with this type of advantage here and 140K out there, ace queen off, I think we're going to hear from Danny. It's a nice hand to pick up some more chips.
Yeah, nicely done for Danny.
Yeah, and we have some clumping, basically, in the bottom 6 spots. Bjorn Lee and Chinwei Lim, both at this table, have 39 annies. Chidwick and Soiza both have about 52 annies. And Seth Davies and Richard Young both have the low 70s in annies. So top 8 cash.
Yeah, critical time of the tournament, of course. I mean, this is essentially We're on the bubble. I mean, it's the soft bubble. The stone bubble is at 9. We are 10 left.
A soft bubble.
Yeah.
It's a nice term.
I mean, cheers to Richard Young, who's just in there. You know, the guy's had a second already this week. So many. Let's just take. I gotta pull it up to confirm. But I know he has 2 titles at Triton. Or, I'm sorry, 1 title, 11 cashes, 7.3 million in earnings, and he has been since 2017 coming. He got a second place for 1.4 million U.S. in his first ever event, and then a 6. So he went 2 for 2 in Montenegro, and he has been pretty much at every stop. And that 1 title he did get was, I'm looking for it, in a 250,000 Hong Kong buy in 6 max NLH. So plays both the NLH, No Limit Hold'em, and the short deck Ante-Only very well.
And Richard decides just to call top 2 here. And both these other players find a way to both not have a pair. It's not that easy. So reasonable chance that one of them bets here. And it seems like it's more likely to be Webster, with Danny probably just giving this up. Some having been called in 2 places. Wow. He does, and he finds a bet. And I mean, Webster can't call this, can he? And I think part of it is Danny knows that Webster's pretty short, right? And if he really had a hand that interacts on this board much, he probably raises, just goes all in. So, I mean, maybe you're kind of just fading Jack 8, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. And he has an 8 himself and a king, blocking King Jack and Jack 8. So super relevant blockers for both players. And that ace, probably a bad card for Richard. So, wow. Danny finds a really cool bluff there that just seems like most people would check it back, but Danny, that's why Danny's in there playing. I'm not.
Yeah, Danny's such a talented No Limit Hold'em player, but also regarded as one of the elite in short deck. So I heard Jason mention his fresh fade hit the barber.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the over/under, if we're talking about polymarket promos, how many touch-ups Danny's had this week? Because he comes in fresh with the fresh cut, like it seems every day. He might actually hit the barber daily on his routine. Some people hit the cold plunge workout. I think Danny just comes into the barber and keeps it high and tight every day. So,
I mean, I think Danny's a little bit more renowned for his short deck play.
Yeah,
right.
I believe so.
So this is right up his alley right now.
Well,
I mean,
I'll tell you,
here he is. They're on the bubble. He's got a bunch of chips. He's finding good turn bluffs and 3-way pots.
Yeah.
With pretty close to stone air, but maybe like the best blocker combo to do it with. So
look at this, Webster, Queen 9 off, and just knows Bjorn is Ace-7 off. It's just, these are one of those spots where it's like similar blind on blind in Hold'em when you got like Ace-Deuce off, the guy's shoving, you know you're really not that ahead if you call, but you're probably ahead. So it's sort of just grim. You know, it's a lot of money. 240,000 euros on the line here.
I mean, it feels like Ace-7 off can't call here.
ICM-wise, I'm sure not, but, you know, he just, like, same thing. He just feels like he's ahead. But,
I
yeah.
mean, are you? Look, I mean, you're actually break even with Queen 9 off, which is pretty dusty.
Right. No, but that's my point.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're like it's like ahead as in you have the better starting hand, but it's not like equity-wise. It's got to be so close against anything. So it's not, or you're just smoked. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it just feels like even though you just have to fold a bunch there, it might be okay because there'll
Right.
be other times you get to jam. Like
Yes.
calling it just, you know, the ICM jam.
I got it. We're at it. I also know that M88 Mansion, it is the #1 gaming destination in Asia. It is providing the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. A lot of big games coming up. The UEFA final, Liverpool, Madrid. If you're looking for some action, it's a place, you know, you can get it right there. Check it out. Also official sponsor La Liga, M88 Mansion.
I mean, there's plenty of spots where whatever, it could be an any 2 shove, and you know your opponent could just have it. Still doesn't mean still means you call super tight. That's the way it goes. you just don't have the hands you get to call with, and you move on to the next one. Find the spot where you either can call or you get to shove. Tony G just almost kissing 5 million there. 4.93.
And Tony G, someone who has an illustrious poker career, been around a long time. He actually has a Triton title, and he got it. He started going to Montenegro in 2019. He got it in Razvadov in the short deck, 25K. So it does have some short deck. Acumen.
Yeah, this is a spot on the soft bubble too where they're not going hand for hand probably. Right? So, you know, the player's trying to be aware that maybe, guys, let's both tables hopefully be playing at the same speed. Obviously can make quite a difference for various players based on their stack sizes who want more or less hands at this juncture. Something I'm sure a lot of the players there are pretty aware of.
All in.
And the interesting question there is if either player had gone all in, that, you know, would they have won? I mean, we obviously saw that one, but if Soy's had jammed, I mean, maybe he wins as well.
Cannot fall. How long is the all in? I cannot fall.
I got king 10. King 10.
King 10 you worse. I ace 10.
Lucky never shot.
Richard's saying he would have called, but I just don't know about that. One thing to say, it's another thing to do.
Yeah, uncomfortable spot. You realize you don't have a ton of moves here as well, and just kind of limping in, hoping to set mine doesn't necessarily feel great.
No.
Maybe you could get, you know, some hands that are doing like this type of hand, right? This is sort of where you get like.
See, Richard forcing the ace jack here.
Yep.
Does he call the ace 10 last hand? I mean, it's a little different. I mean, it's for more chips, but versus a cutoff. You know, I mean, guy's not really wanting to call here, and Borden needs to get that through. Like, he's the shortest stack in the tournament right now.
Yeah, these guys all want this cash so badly. Also, if it's a 100K Euro buy-in, there's a 150 high roller to close out. So it's sort of like, right, it's kind of like, all right, you know, if you cash this and then you kind of gamble, go out, you could just kind of flick it in and try to parlay it. But if you bubble it, it's kind of dicey to walk over after stone or soft bubbling and then fire the 150. Probably most of these guys will play regardless, but energetically, it feels important to get that $250,000.
And then you're like free rolling the 150 basically. Right. Oh my goodness. I just don't. Ace King cannot pass.
And Bjorn Lee is now at risk, 2 hands in a row. This time, you know, he knows gets called, probably not going to be in the most amazing shape. And look at this, Richard Young just kind of maneuvering, puts himself in a position, 2-to-1 favorite, almost 2-to-1. There are some chops. You can see the percentages don't quite add to 100 there. Some scenarios where they chop. It's not nothing.
Only about half his chips.
Yeah, but such an important pot. Puts them in, you know, short stack, they're commanding. And King, oh, the queen falls right behind it, and Bjorn Lee is going to realize how valuable that is. And you can see now he is a 3-to-1 favorite. There are some backdoor scenarios. There, wow. I mean, come on. That's insane. That's one of a few that gives you that most. And Rich doesn't even blink. He's been here before. He knows what can happen. And there it is. That is just, he almost hopped out of his chair.
The
You
rare
saw him.
runner flush.
Yeah,
you
you
just
don't
see
expect
that very much.
You don't expect that one that way, but that was quite a card, quite a river. And Richard Young in relief, and Bjorn Lee, what a fight. Had a couple of, let's see what he did. Let's take a look at his Madrid so far. Second place in that 50K short deck Ante-Only, but that's where we were just saying the reality, over $1 million in cashes total in Triton. That's where the reality sets in though, Rast. You got to go walk it off and go think about that 150K.
Oh, the button just now?
Yeah.
You were the button, so now me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the disappointment from the hard fight here resulting in 0, and then realizing you got to go play the next one. Yeah, maybe time to get a coffee, go for a walk.
Yeah.
You know, even potentially like go get a workout in, right? Endorphins, clear your mind, come back. It's okay, miss an hour. Like,
Listen, I
you don't need to just rifle right in the next one.
I don't care who you are.
Like,
bubbling, soft bubbling tournament sucks. It just it doesn't matter how accomplished you are or not. Like, it's just that it's not
dude,
fun.
if it's me right there, I'm telling you, the move is workout, something to eat, not too much. You know, like the workout's huge at that point. I just getting in it doesn't have to be super hard, but at least a decent one.
We've got
get the endorphins, it clears your head, you feel better.
It is good.
It changes your state a little bit. It's huge.
Let's talk about this. What's
do it,
happening
Bjorn.
here?
Go get a workout of some kind, buddy.
And now Richard Young going big stick here with he puts in the 2.1 million jam under the gun. And Danny, I mean, just cannot call, of course, with this, but he's kind of pained because he's like, man, it's a good hand. So on the short stacks, Michael Soiza.
I love to see it. Richard
Webster.
Young just going for it here.
This is actually really strong.
Yeah, this is that bubble energy here, where guys like, who's gonna call me? Like, you can just go for it here and win some chips.
I will
Webster,
do this for you, don't worry.
Soiza have 850 and 760. Seth Davies, who's been maneuvering, has got $1 million. So there's 3 guys kind of not super clear. Stephen Chidwick also in 6th with 1.1, and then Sir Ike Haxton in 5th with 1.7. Kind of goes north of there. But there's a look at this table chip counts: 2.5 million, 2.2 million, 8, 10, and 7. Kind of two different packs here, Ras. There's 2 classes at the moment: healthy and a little bit stressed out on the bubble. One off, 41, 37.
I mean,
annies.
there's 4 guys that are really down there, right? I mean, you got Chinwei Lim, Soiza, Davies, and Chidwick, all with less than 60 antes. Chinwei Lim in the rear with 37 antes. You know, then a jump up to the Prince of Darkness with 85, Sir Isaac Haxton.
Yes, he's got multiple nicknames. Jungle Coin, the Prince of Darkness. I don't know if that's one Ike embraces
you know what,
or
like,
doesn't.
No one really, I don't know. I'm going to stop saying that. I feel like it was brought in the booth. I've never called him that in my life.
Right.
I feel like it's been,
That's a purely
it's not a
jungle
booth energy
nickname.
on that one.
Yeah.
I like Sir Isaac Haxton.
Yeah, it does.
Right?
The man,
I like
the
that
man
one.
deserves respect, and he demands it, and that's a name. That's a good. That's
You know?
a nice nickname to have Sir in there. There's not many Sirs in poker.
Yeah, Sir Isaac Haxton. There we are.
Sounds very British.
Yeah. Right, it's like, I believe Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientists of all time, GOAT scientist, right? He was from Britain, and he was, in fact, Sir Isaac Newton. So that's kind of where this comes from. Newton, Haxton, Sir Isaac Haxton.
It's okay,
All right,
7, you break
that's
even.
my name for him.
This fucking game, if please first one by one, you know.
Yeah.
Listen, I am flowing with the nicknames today.
I'm actually just curious what else you can squeeze out today.
Listen, apparently not sleeping is really good for me at my creativity.
Right.
I mean, maybe I just need to go on like
just
deranged multi-day
future
non-sleep.
Triton stops. You're just gonna run it. Remember when Phil Locke set the record? What was that for 120 hours or 10 hours no sleep? I don't know if that's encouraged or recommended, but something, Rast. I don't know. You know.
Makita, be like water. Bad Ziakowski.
That could stick.
Tony going for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir Isaac Haxton.
I think that one's been said a few times before. You're not claiming that. I
What?
think I might even
Isaac
started
Haxton?
that. Sir Isaac. I don't know if I did or not, but you didn't start that.
I
It
didn't?
wasn't. No, I said it for sure. Before
Okay.
you. I'm not saying
All
I
right.
didn't
well,
maybe come
listen,
up with it.
you
but
coined it then. Listen,
I don't know if I did.
I'm the one who's going to
I don't think I
popularize
coined it. Just you didn't. I want to know. Make sure you know you're just not taking every new nickname out there. What do we got for Richard Young? Do we got anything? We haven't got to see a lot of him play.
Here's
yet.
the
We're getting
thing,
him at
man.
the feature
It's
now.
like it's just you can't just.
It
It
has
has
to
to
come.
come.
Yeah, it
exactly.
does.
We
It does.
just arrived at that at the same moment.
Yeah, nicknames aren't supposed to be forced. Speaking of nicknames, who came up with yours? Don't tell me you did, because it goes by Czar Rast, King Rast. I mean, someone probably had
No,
to
I
appoint that.
didn't. Maybe it was Antonio.
He's a good.
I'm
He's
pretty
got
sure.
a lot of nicknames.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
coined
pretty
a lot.
sure that was Antonio.
It's kind of a tough one to give yourself. You can't just call yourself King
No.
or Czar Rast. Someone has to sort of throw that out there.
No. And Antonio coined that 100%.
Tony is at a cool 5 mil, 251 antes, almost double second, double third Danny, and it's tight at the top, at this top middle. Tony's got a lead. Second, third, fourth, all have between 2.2 and 2.8. Makita's still holding on to that gap. Chidwick in 6th, Seth Davies in 7th with 950, 48 antes, and Soiza and Webster sort of with the news setting in. You know, I don't know how it calibrates to Nolan and Hold'em, but at some point, right, with the antes, like you got to make a move. If you're the shortest, like you do, at some point you have to be the first one.
I mean, if you're the clear shortest, but I mean,
right. But with this many antes, it could take a while.
Although the thing is, both these guys are kind of at the same table here.
Yeah.
Right. So they can see the other one like very directly how many chips. Like this is kind of an interesting table because it has the two clearest shorter stacks and then two guys who have a decent number of chips between Danny and Richard, and then it kind of, I mean. Normally you'd say, oh, hey, it kind of sucks for Richard.
Look at these two hands.
Because Richard is out of position. But the funny thing is, like, being out of position in these bubble spots is good because the other guy, like, just can't call you.
Right.
Right? So you just get to go all in, and the other guy just has to fold.
I mean,
unless he gets the aces or the kings, which is pretty tough.
I will say this. We're getting a glimpse at Richard Young's ability and understanding of the game in tournament situations because he is... I mean, he is really taking it.
Ivy, too good.
Taking it there.
Too good. Ivy? Yeah, Ivy made a sick fold.
King Jack and their reference.
King 6-7, turn Jack. Ivy at King Jack. And he bet folded against sixes. Wow.
講呢支我應該冇啊，講呢支咩牌啊？
Yeah, even the players in the tournament, mid-tournament,
acknowledging
giving some reverence to that fold. I mean, that was something else.
Could be a little gamesmanship from Danny as well. Like, hey guys, you should be playing real tight. You know, fold hands.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think he's going triple
I mean,
inception level there?
No, I think it's just some genuine appreciated this whatever all that stuff.
I think so
like
too.
He knows. They all know the tight this whatever. I mean, do you re-rip it in with ace-8 off? That's.
Yeah, this now becomes a game of cat and mouse. So you got to have the first thing right. Your opponent has to not have a hand, right, a real hand. The second part is, you know, do you have fold equity, right? Because the equities are so close. Like, you get ace queen
I mean,
there.
yeah, it's not like. I mean, Danny probably doesn't mind busting you. I mean, Danny might not call the king 9 off, but he has a lot of hands that probably call. Like he'll be getting probably not quite 2 to 1. But
turn
like
top 2
close.
pair.
Yeah, and the other table's gonna. Seth Davies is not too far ahead of these two. But, you know, yeah, we're just referencing this. These guys are just getting that hand history review from the Triton Poker Plus app. There it is, live data at your fingertips. You can see the App Store, Google Play. Gives you a little look there at the left. You can see the tables, the seat charts, the chips, the graph, the hand history. It's just. I don't want to overdo it, Rast. I really don't, but it's just special. Check it out. Triton Poker Plus, elevating the game. And Webster and Soiza have €250,000 roughly, 240 at stake. They are on the chopping block. Seth Davies at the other table as well, though, isn't just home free.
Oh, here we are.
Oh, let's take a look. There could be some action here. Outer table. And Chidwick, this is the thing when you got the world's best they're not afraid either. Like, you know, Stevie he'll play a pot on the bubble.
I mean, listen, it's not about fear, though. I mean, sometimes it's also just about smarts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not necessarily folding because you're afraid. Sometimes you're just folding because it's the right play, and doing anything else is losing.
I understand. I'm saying, but
yeah.
you know, Stevie, some people may take a verse. They just don't want to have a difficult situation, and where Stevie's probably more willing than most to mix it up and get in there and be in some difficult spots. But yeah. His stack is a vulnerable one, right?
He with multiple kinds of sunglasses. Just these are not the blue ones. These are a different pair.
He's got drip.
Maybe these are this is part of the flows like water.
Yeah.
Right. He's got the regular goofy sunglasses, but when you're going up against Stevie Chidwick,
yeah,
you gotta put on the bladed
They look like Blue Shark.
Yeah,
optic ones.
They wrap around a little bit more.
Yeah.
You can't let Stevie catch anything.
This is the stone bubble glasses shades.
Yeah,
they might be more relaxed. The white ones.
Playing a pot against Stevie, got to wrap around, full eye coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flowing like water over there, Makita.
Makita's intense, man. That guy, this Prodigy comes to mind. He is in the Matrix here, and he is in a nice spot at his table. Second overall in the tournament, only to Tony G.
Yeah, the top 2 chip leaders at this one. And they will keep playing together if they stay in the tournament, because after this we go to 8 at the final. Remember, follow all of this at the Triton Poker Plus app. And follow all the action, see who's in and out.
Stevie's got a winner.
Chidwick 贏咗啊？
贏邊個？
點打啊？咩牌？
All right, the blinds are up 25.50, 25,000 ante, 50,000 on the button, and you can start seeing we got sub 30 antes for Soiza and.
I mean, listen, over here we got a total of 5 antes in the pot, so 125K in the pot now every hand.
And this is a curious one, Webster. You know, it's like becomes a point of how.
Oh,
short
he's shipping this in. Queen Jack suited. I mean, I guess it's not auto, right? I mean, Soiza just barely only has 70K more, but it would be huge to pick up a pot right now. Yeah, I think this is just a little too good. I mean, maybe Ace Jack doesn't call you. Ooh, but Ace Queen is probably going to.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
But the thing is, like,
Sorry,
Queen Jack
sorry.
suited, honestly, because of all the straights you can make and all that, it's like not that far behind.
Did he say I saw one?
我應該揸到好 Richard 嗰一隻，你可以放心。我揸到
Yeah, brutal.
Yeah, but still 38%.
You are live lah, I think.
Hopefully I'm live. 女隻，
哦，煙女咯。
女隻啊？
I would have done what Webster
但我揸到
did.
你煙。
I don't play short deck. I don't really, I mean, ICM bubble spots in short deck, who knows? It feels like you want to pick up the 125K in there, and you have a pretty good hand. But, you know, I mean, going all in means when you get called, you're at risk. So, I mean, that hand's all in and waiting. And here, these guys are playing, but they're deep, so pretty unlikely to get an all in. And out here at the non-feature table, but I guess that means we're going to the final table. I'm pretty excited for that. I'm going to be happy to have all these guys at one table.
What do you mean we're going to the final table? He's got it 60-40.
Oh, yeah.
This is, I mean, I have no idea. We literally have no idea.
Thank you for checking me.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm just excited to go to the final table here. I want to see Tony going for it and flows like water.
Seth out of his seat, rightfully so. He is short. Would love to see this get to a in the money situation. It's going to be 57% of the time.
But Yeah, I mean, queen jacks with real chance. I mean, we saw an ace was folded as well.
Ooh.
An ace was folded.
Not a sweaty flop though for Webster.
Yeah, that's a dusty one.
Yeah, the board pair 8-6-6, about as dry as it gets.
Can't even make a straight.
Oh, we weren't gonna have a final table bubble without a little sweat, and that was needed a 9, a 10, or a diamond, and now you see the outs there to the river and clean. That is a in the money. GG to Webster. Great player, great guy, so well respected.
Man, that's
tough there,
brutal.
and yeah, you know it's yeah, you can see it wasn't automatic. It wasn't an automatic shove. He thought about it. It's close. I mean, it does feel probably you're supposed to do it. I just don't know on that. I can't speak on that, and I'm sure he knows. So I'm going to say that's probably.
I'm sure he knows, and if he doesn't, he's going to find out in the next bit because he literally just bubbled on that hand. So he will find out precisely whether or not that is a shove today. Because, I mean, obviously we'll be eating on it at him. And, I mean, man, good run, Webster Lim. Hate to see it. On the flip side, we get to see all these guys playing at one table now. We've cracked the bubble, 240K locked up. And, you know, at our feature table here, a lot of good action, but, you know, we didn't get to see the chip leader, Tony, going for it. We didn't get to see Makita Flows Like Water. We didn't get to see Sir Isaac Haxton and all these other great players. So now we're going to put all of them together at one table, mix it up, and see what falls out. See who wins the 100K short deck main event. 1.8
no spots
up
because
top.
of your position.
What you have, huh?
King 10. King 10.
You will
And
shove.
I mean, Richard Young there.
Your first, you shuffle.
That's a big chip up to basically 3 million.
Any decent hand.
I mean,
yeah, what an exciting.
Richard Young, boss man, co-founder of Triton.
But his hand has to
got
jump.
unbelievable
Queen jack
results.
suited.
I was impressed seeing like the ace-8 suited. I mean, he just really started jamming, knowing exactly the situation there, and it, Danny can't call.
Wait, are they playing 2 tables? 8?
I'm
Oh,
playing
wow.
4 and 4
They're playing 4 and 4.
to get to the 7-handed final table, but they're in the money.
Oh wow!
Button skip and
And they redrew. It looks like.
Interesting. Will there be a redraw? Or no, they just brought Stevie over to balance,
Oh yeah. Okay, just brought him over to balance. Good
and then
call.
there will be a redraw at 7, I imagine, for the
Yeah,
final.
how much?
That's why they pay you the big bucks,
600
JG.
and-
I
65.
just say random things. I don't really know what's happening, but thank you, brother.
Hey, all good. We're here. We're making moves, and we're having fun today. This is quite a experience to get to see the highest buy-in short deck tournament in the world with the best in the world. What a treat. 8 left in the money now.
Don't really want to see any of these guys go out, but on the flip side, I do want to see them all play at one table and not miss any of the action.
Yeah. And it's a win-win. Yeah, all players relieved. This is a nice one. 2.4x on the payout for the at least going your way for entering for 100. It's a nice ROI. And Danny, so Res, we didn't talk a lot about the POI, but Triton does have a 200,000, I believe euro, not sure, or dollar,
50?
200,000 in turn, 200,000 USD bonus for Player of the Year. This is starting that off right now in Madrid. There's also a Player of the Series, and I know Adamo's in the lead, but in the rear view, Makita
I mean,
and
he's-
Danny Tang.
He's
both
not very
able.
likely to win, man.
No, no,
right?
I don't think
mean,
he
'cause
can.
He's not
No.
even playing these short deck
No,
events,
yeah.
and yeah.
Well, I'm saying for Madrid.
Oh,
Overall, I don't
even
know. If
for
he,
Madrid.
Listen, if he wins two no-limit hold'ems a stop, he might just get it done.
You mean the
Overall.
general? Yeah.
For Madrid, he don't think he can win because Makita and Danny, depending, we have to look at the. I think I'm going to look at it because there is a point standing on the Triton.
Go
Poker
deep
Plus
into
app.
the PO, the Player of Madrid tank here.
I'm already
and
in
give
it.
us some results.
Player of the Year is
some
the same as Madrid. since there's only one.
potentialities.
So I'll tell you, Michael Adamo is 884 points. Stevie Chidwick, fresh on the tail, 730. Danny
mean,
Tang,
he's still in this.
656.
He's still in this.
Yes, Makita's still in it with 612. Ike's still in it with an 8. That's at 582. And Soiza's still in it.
Yeah,
572. I don't know how much for a win. No, I think it is actually impossible. But
Well, because it's like there'll be like bonuses and everything because of this tournament, like with the points.
I'm going to ask if we can get a point for this final table. It'd be nice to kind of figure that out if there's a scenario where if somehow it breaks, where Chidwick would have, Chidwick's right on his heels.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. Not only would he have to fade this, but then the next 150K tournament too, and just all cashing people who couldn't catch him. I mean, it feels impossible.
Nice shove here, Soiza with the light hand, or having not a great hand, but going to get some better hands to fold, such as this. And Stevie's still curious, but we'll lay it down.
Or even if it's not impossible, like extremely improbable. You know, like 1 in a million or something.
I'm in the business of taking $1 million to 1, but I mean, I don't know.
Come on.
Quick head shake. Yeah, it's going to be hard.
I'm not in the business of laying $1 million to 1.
Fair enough.
Really?
I just heard it.
Are you gonna stay then? Are you gonna stay?
But that's a chance to not lose really high.
Not what?
Not what's today.
You?
Fight is tomorrow.
Oh.
Reg is open till tomorrow.
Yeah. Why?
On me, sorry.
Ooh, Soiza here with a comfy little shove.
Holding?
Yep. Just got to get through 2. Pick up a lot of chips.
Couple of pretty hands here. I mean, more pretty. Queen Jack suited feels super pretty. 10s, you know, against the situation. It's a lot of Stevie's chips. And there's people behind. Only one behind, Richard, who actually has an interesting hand. But
I mean, he is a hand that plays pretty well against these, but he's not going to overcall. It feels like...
Yeah, I think Stevie kind of realizing that Soiza is going to be jamming super wide, obviously in the money and so short, going to get some folds generated. And I don't know, does Stevie want to call off, though, take a stand here, put a lot of his chips at risk? I mean, look at over half, more than half, maybe like 60%, 55% of his chips.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a bit better against some of these ace-little combos, but a lot of even just any king-jack, ace-king, all doing okay.
Well, Stevie, not
but
afraid.
There's overlay from the pot. Yeah, not afraid. Not afraid to gamble.
To push small edges, Ras. You mentioned it before. Casinos are built on small edges, and here he actually finds himself 57% to 42.
Yeah, basically the best case scenario for him, really, maybe other than like 10-9, I think. But yeah, if Michael shoves 10-9, 10-9 suited, I don't know. But this is about as good of a spot that Chidwick can hope for with the 10s. The gutter.
And so far, it's very nice looking board for Stevie going to that through the turn. Yeah, he's got the gutter, the ace, 59% up to 75. 3-1 favorite, and he is going to hold and knock out Soiza, get the GG. So Soiza, nice cash, though. Did a good job hanging in there, picking up some pots, and another nice cash on his Triton resume.
Yeah, he got them in cash.
Well,
I mean, just look, the difference in actual bust-out time, mere minutes between Soiza and Webster Lim, but a couple $100,000.
Yeah. Well, that is going to put us at the official final table. 7 left. If we go to the payouts, we'll take a look at it right there. 305 now. Starts getting spicy.
Yeah, just immediate jumps. Not flat after you cash, so just every ladder worth a little bit something, but then you see the jumps start getting pretty aggressive at the top. I mean, 4th to 3rd, 200K, then nearly 500K in the top couple gaps. So huge jump up there. I mean, 1.3 healthy for second place.
I'll tell you what else is healthy. Tony G stack, 5 million chips. Second, Makita at 3.2. Richard Young, 2.8 million. This is going to shape up to be, there's a lot of stake here. The money, 1.8 million euros up top. There's also the POI points. There's also the Madrid series points. Who's going to get player of the series? You know, it's always nice to win trophies, win things, and there's a lot to play for. Makita could go for number 5. He already won another title in Triton. He's in a class of his own with 4 titles, going for 5. And Tony G, I would imagine a little less experience than some of these guys, but also not afraid. And we did see he's won a short deck title on the Triton Tour. So this is going to be a very, very exciting final table now, 7-handed
100%.
officially. A couple takeaways there. I think the hand with Ike with Jason when he had queens, very interesting to hear Jason's analysis of that. Also on the bubble there, queen jack suited, Webster shorthanded, realizing that Soiza can't really call. He's shoving against a couple random hands, maybe get some better hands to fold. But looking at that, it felt very close, and it was really really nice.
Yeah. One of the takeaways from what Jason said is it seemed like kind of in a vacuum, right? Seemed to probably like Ike's play more. I think given some kind of exploitive read that maybe because Tony just open jammed the aces, and maybe might have been a little bit more likely to play aces at least like that to isolate against the short stack all in. Maybe you can exploitatively do some of that. Queens becomes a nice shove there. So, it was really nice to see the way he teased out all of that in detail, and it made a lot of sense. So, Ike also getting the fun spot of, no side pot in position as well. A very good point that Jason Kuhn made.
Absolutely. Well, listen, we are going to, speaking of out, we're going to head out, Brian and myself. We are going to welcome in Ali and Mr. Randy Nanonoko Liu after the break. They're going to take you to a winner, and we will be back right after a short break.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And welcome to continuing coverage of the 100,000 euro short deck main event from here inside Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain, where the temperature has cooled off outside, but obviously indoors, in particular here at our final table, things are heating up. Ali Najad alongside Randy Nanonoko Lu. Randy, we are fresh to the booth. Had a chance during that commercial break, however, to get a little bit of a lay of the land from the boys, Jeff and Brian, who have passed the torch to us to take it home to a champ here today. And sounds like there were some real storylines. In looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, as generally is the case, to kick off any of our broadcasts, available to you, obviously, at home, free of charge on iOS or on Android, we do find Tony G, perhaps a somewhat improbable chip leader, given that he isn't exactly a professional poker player, spent some time in politics out in Lithuania, and there he is with 5 million. The pot that they were talking about, though, during the break, Randy, was top 2 for Ivy into the muck against Tony G, who had bottom set literally 1 pip.
Yeah, that is very hard to do, especially on a non-connected straight kind of board. These guys are just amazing. They're playing for lots of money. Tony, it's pretty crazy to fold that to Tony G too, right? Because Tony G is one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen, always trying to send people on their bikes.
Yeah.
But, you know, Tony's at the top, massive chip lead. This guy is loaded. He knows how to fire away. He's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And he was a beginner at short deck some time ago, but he played a lot of short deck because of the Triton crew. And I'm pretty sure he's won a short deck event before. I'm not sure if it was a Triton event or if it was like one of those off-Triton events, but he's got success.
Well, here's a peek at Tony G's Triton track record. Just $550,000 in total earnings, which granted is no small sum of money, but in terms of payouts available in these Triton events, not exactly huge. Does have 2 cashes. One of them was a title, and indeed, in looking back in Rozvadov, Randy, you are correct, a 25K euro short deck event where he picked up almost half of, south of half of his overall winnings. Granted, it's in euros. Not sure what the exchange rate was at the time at which we tallied that up. Let's also get a look now at the overall payouts. I'm sure the boys walked you through it, but that 1.8 million sitting up top would be such a delicious cherry on top of the Super High Roller Madrid Series Sunday, if you will. Current on-deck payout, 305,000 euros. Then the pay jump of 75,000 up to 380K. And I was also advised that we've got some new nicknames that have been submitted by the Czar. Sir Isaac Haxton, I guess we're calling him now, instead of just Ike because of Isaac Newton. Okay, I'll buy it. And then Makita, was it the Bazooka Badziukuski? Was that what he was going with? I hope we're not getting trolled by our colleagues here.
Yeah.
But in looking at the chip counts, Makita is second behind Tony G with 3.2 million. And then, of course, co-founder of the Triton series, Richard Young, a deep run here into the money. His counterpart, Paul Pua, picking up his first title. Richard already, I believe, had a title. Indeed, there it is, 11 cashes, 7.3 million. And then scrolling back in his resume, we find the title buried rather deep, way down in Montenegro in 2018. And that was a no-limit 6-max event. So obviously, Richard showing that he's got the chops on both sides of the spectrum. During this afternoon, prior to play, I was actually hanging out with Maureen Chidwick and Stevie's daughter, and Maureen was sweating the real-time app data, and there was a big pot where Chidwick ended up losing a bundle to Tony G. So obviously some Stevie bucks are a part of that mountain in front of Tony G, as we are moments away from sending it back inside Casino Gran Via to our feature table area, where we will get our first official look at the chip counts. Shortest of all stacks will belong to the American Seth Davies, 770,000, 31 antes, and obviously the presence of the short stacks in short deck, Randy, we've discussed on multiple occasions, putting the cuffs on the boys. So much power with the short stack. Annie is 25,000. And there is the prize pool. A total of 6 million euros collected from the crew. 8 places were paid. Your 8th place finisher was Michael Soiza, earning 240,000 euros. So away we go.
750.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a tough lineup, obviously. Richard Young, like you mentioned earlier, he's going to want to also capture a title, right? I'm sure Paul's just kind of rubbing his face over and over again. Hey, you don't have a title this trip yet, so this would be pretty impressive though, right? Short deck, 100K main event, very experienced player in short deck, been playing a long time. But we got some no limit crushers who are just crushing short deck lately, like Chidwick, Nikita Bazikowski, Ike, Seth Davies, really tough. And we just got that. I don't know if wild card is the right word, but Tony G with like the 2x chip lead is pretty nice.
I would say it's fair to say wild card for Tony G. I mean, he's a guy who definitely comes from more the businessman VIP side of the spectrum, famous for telling Ralph Perry to get on his bicycle.
Yeah, that is an excellent video.
Limp Festival in front of Tony.
Check.
Love the shirt.
Yeah, somebody paid a visit to the Gucci store.
Friendly check.
It's always good to have Tony, chatty guy.
An almost family pot. Six-handed, ace, queen, six. Danny Tang, middle pair. Checks it over to Richard. Chidwick looking at the two overcards, had higher hopes for his jacks, which are blocking the gutter for Badziakuski behind him. Flush draw for Davies, not to mention the gut shot to the 9 high straight. So a lot of outs for him.
That's a nice, it's nice to draw to the wheel. It's a bit more disguised than like, the broadways. So it's also scary to bet into 6 people. If he does it though, I won't blame him. He's like, wow, I've got so much equity. Maybe everyone's just weak. Do I go for it? Gonna check.
Okay.
On the turn, the ace pairs. Somehow, no one has an ace. And is Danny Tang thinking maybe the lack of a bet on this flop means my king-queen is best?
Technically speaking, it would be best kicker. You might bet a little bit, just try to clear it out.
Thank you.
Little sprinkle.
Hoping for a bunch of folds. I wonder what Davies does. Because you know what? Even if he's up against a full house already, you hit that flush, you're getting a full double up.
And he might be thinking, given that Danny is under the gun, it's unlikely he has ace-9, in which case the 9 would also be good.
Very, very true.
Unless he had ace-queen, and ace-6 we kind of removed from the equation as well for Danny. So really only that one ace-queen that would be an issue in terms of the straight draw. We know the flush draw is never worried about being up against the boat. So indeed, Davies does call. Another 230 into the middle, 555 plus. And the board double pairs. Disappointing outcome for Seth.
But still could be very interesting because I don't really see why Danny would bet again, right? Like you kind of bet the turn for value, but are you really hoping a worse hand can call? It makes more sense to check and kind of see what happens, unless he wants to do like a tiny block bet. Let's see. Sometimes people bet because they don't want the other guy to just put like too many chips in there. But it would be pretty darn hard to get called by worse. He's taking his sweet time here, so. I wonder if Davies reads this long tank as not an ace. It's possible, and maybe he stabs that a little bit more.
Yeah, if he does read it as such, then obviously the door is open for a bluff. He knows 8 high is never going to win chips.
Gives up.
So the shutdown from Davies will send Danny Tang 390K in profit.
Yeah, come. Otherwise, you're never going to come.
Last night, fairly big cash game broke out, as is generally the case on the backside of the end of tournament play. Popped up there.
just need the bottle. We
caught
don't need the ice.
Danny Tang and Kiat Lee on what seemed to be their way out the door. But then the words Chodai Di were spoken by yours truly, at which point the measure of excitement exhibited by both Danny and Kiat left me feeling like maybe I shouldn't have said that. They were like, how much do you want to play for? 50 euros a card? Yeah, oh, let's go, get a dealer, let's go, let's go. Too much enthusiasm meant I didn't have too much EV. I had to back down. It was just my read on the spot. Didn't think playing big deuce against those boys was a good idea.
Yeah, you might want to look for some foreigners.
They are foreigners. They're just foreigners that are good at Chodai Di. Queen Jack and Jack 10 limping in front of Davies, who's got this Ace 7 suited. Joins the party.
Yeah, so with that last pot, Davies losing, you should expect everyone else to play a little snug until this guy gets it in, because he's only sitting on 22 antes. That's like really short. It's like less than 10 big blinds to me and no one to hold him.
Right. And the Queen 9-8 offsuit board giving Richard Young top pair in the gut shot. Bads has the nuts. Gut shot and backdoor clubs for Davies. Bottom 2 for Tony G. And then another top pair jack kicker gutter situation to bookend the field for Danny Tang.
Wow, Danny Tang actually's got a pretty darn good hand for the button. Takes the bait. And I'm curious to see how... there's a lot of guys with some solid pieces here. Richard Young, obviously Badziakuski's got a really good hand. Tony's got bottom 2. This could get dicey. I feel like Richard's got a mandatory call here.
130.
Hope for the best.
30.
But you see bet call in front of you. You're sitting there with the nuts. Whew. I kind of want to raise. The problem is when you raise, you look like Jack 10 exactly.
Fair. But listen, when it comes to short deck and a straight that isn't going to improve at all, maybe you just take the money now. Or what do I know? Badziakuski choosing to flat.
I think he knows that these guys are just going to fold anything if he raises. He's just going to rather take the risk of them maybe hitting a bigger straight. He's just like, please don't pair the board. I guess there's so many cards he doesn't want to see.
6-7 ace is what he really wants. Now the 10 of spades actually giving Richard Young and Danny Tang the exact same hand.
Should have coached him, Ali, man. He would have scooped that pot. Now he's got to chop it 3 ways. I wonder if someone stabs here. It's just kind of funny because sometimes you bet and you get raised and they got king jack and you just, yeah, that's why everyone's checking. It's not that they think they have the worst hand. They're just afraid of playing 3 million in the middle to lose.
Now the king of spades on the river. Ace jack makes the better straight. And of course, flushes are available.
So Makita has the best chance to bet here and try to move people off of chops because he's holding the jack of spades. It's less likely someone else has, maybe have got a straight and a spade. Ace jack I think is very unlikely. Ace jack would not be calling the flop even with a straight draw. So I don't think you got to be worried about ace jack. Just the backdoor spades, but holding jack is, I think it's a safe bet.
I like it.
I guess he's kind of going more that.
Yeah, value range.
The value block bet. But it wouldn't surprise me if he just goes huge.
Now look at Richard Young. He's got to overcall to chop it.
Yeah, but the good news for him is it's a small bet, so
call.
It doesn't feel bad.
Yeah.
I'll turn up the same hand.
In fact, it feels real good once Mads shows that he flopped Jin. Yeah. You see the grin on his face there.
Oh, no, it's insane.
He had the medicine for the boys until the 10 rolled off. If you like hanging out, playing online poker, sitting at your desk, and every now and again you feel like, I'm not comfortable, we've got your solution. It's from the boys at Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton series, whose research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. Learn more about their game-winning comfort and the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chair for when the stakes are high at secretlab.co/2022. How come we didn't get any lavender chairs, Randy?
Well,
I was not given a choice of chair color prior to the
you
broadcast.
don't like the black one and the gold? I think it's sleek. It
Yeah.
goes with your attire.
You're not wrong.
Be careful to pitch lower.
You just want the option
I want a
of
statement
choice.
piece. You know what I mean? I actually would like mine in ostrich leather. Is that possible?
No, it's not, Ollie. I'm sorry. But I'm not 100% sure. You can email customer service, and hopefully they can get back to you within 24 hours.
Here's the thing. I actually would like a collab. Like a drop. You know how the sneakerheads have that type of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I want like an off-white /X Titan Evo Secret Lab chair.
Yeah.
Or maybe, how long ago were you over this conversation, approximately?
You know, Ollie, I heard that you can get that if you're willing to enter at least one Triton event without being staked.
Oh, you'll notice how you had to add that little impossible clause. 2 kings for Badziakuski limping in here. Oftentimes you'll see earlier position players limping their bigger pairs, looking for somebody to get out of line behind them whom they can then jam over the top of.
Especially when there's a guy sitting on like 20 antes. He's very desperate, so if he gets anything that looks decent, he'll just jam it in. And sometimes you can get someone to commit some chips and have to fold. So that's why you go for, ooh, nice full herd.
Let me think about this one. Badziakuski with a stone lock on this, barring pocket sevens, of course. Kings full on the flop. Clear check for him, Axton. Looking at that texture, might be thinking in position a little smallish bet. Could earn me $250,000.
Yeah, he is got the best chance to rep the 7, but, you know, we'll play a little more cautious on final tables.
8 on the turn hits Haxton. Sir Isaac Haxton.
Sir Isaac Haxton. So, Brian made this up, or was it the players at the table?
No, it's the royal family of England that made it up.
For the American.
Haxton was knighted for his prowess in the Triton series recently.
Paxton didn't win a title this series yet, so I don't know why they would do that, but cool.
He's got 13 cashes, okay? 4.4 million. That's enough to get knighted. But if that were the case, then we've got a lot of people who we should be calling sir around here. Second round of checks on the turn, and now Haxton improves.
At this point, I think Badziakowski is thinking no one's got a king. Obviously, holding 2 kings, even less likely. Does he go tiny and just hope for some crying calls? Or does he just blast it, just hoping someone hit a random Jack-9 straight all of a sudden? That's the crying call bet.
Not a blast. 75,000. Please, somebody raise me, is what Badziakuski's thinking.
Got one caller. Played it perfect.
Yeah, overlooking the fact that Danny Tang also hit the 10. And for Haxton, it becomes a far different proposition to overcall this bet than to just look it up if it were he and Badziakuski alone.
So I guess he's thinking, well, since I have the 8s, if we're all value betting this 10, I've got the best hand, technically. 10s and 8s, so that's what he thought about.
Good fold there. And Danny with a little mustard on that muck. Not amused, understandably. In those spots, I always think to myself, why does the 10 have
He's
to
like,
come?
where's Ike? Where's Ike?
Yeah, you feel bad when
Where's
you
his
call and get
7X?
shown. You're
Good
like, well, I played
restraint.
that dumb, didn't I?
Such good restraint.
No, Danny didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Ike. So a modest pickup there for Badziakuski.
You got unlucky on the river. I almost bluffed.
You almost what?
Bluffed.
Raise? Hard to bluff is the call.
Sorry?
Hard to bluff is the call. Especially three-way.
Yeah, I mean, he would have could have meant that he would have bluffed if I checked.
I think Chidwick was trying to make a joke, but no one laughed. I laughed. I thought it was funny.
Chidwick's so serious when it comes to the poker table that nobody expects him to be making a joke at any given time.
Makita took it as a serious question. It was just like, that's a weird thing to say. Looks like Davies is practically all in here. It's kind of doing that no-limit trick where you put half your stack in, maybe two other guys get in first, and then you can fold.
Yeah. Hope for a ladder.
How many time banks would you have used before raising? 3?
Snap.
Getting into the hypothetical street, Stevie's trying to figure out how many time banks Bads would have used before raising a raise on the river or a bet. A warm welcome to you, no matter what corner of the globe you are streaming us from, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. Happy to have you with us here in Event 12, the 100K short deck main event. Back-to-back pocket kings for Badziakuski.
Love the call here. Like I mentioned before, there's a guy who's super short and will be desperate. Plus, when you raise from under the gun, full table, it looks exactly like aces, kings, and ace-king. Why telegraph your hand? You make more from traps.
He did take a hand off, didn't he? Davies raised and took the last pot.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter, as he's got Tony G for a customer. Danny Tang's going to set mine. Axton and Young in there as well. Dusty 10-6 in front of Stevie.
Makita could not get a single guy to take the bait.
Well, they all learned what it means when he limps. He has kings.
Yeah, true. They just saw that.
Jack 9-7 here. Looks like top pair for both Tony G and Sir Isaac. Gut shot to boot for Haxton. Bottom set for Danny Tang. And that's not the kind of board texture that in a six-way pot Badziakuski is a fan of with these two kings.
Yeah, you actually will see a lot of guys play patient on the flop, generally speaking. I think it reduces their equity they're up against. So, like, you know, they hope for a safe card and then they start blasting. It seems to be a common trend, especially in these multi-way spots. Okay, who's got the best hand now?
Yeah, the 8 on the turn after Danny Tang declined to fire bottom set gives Haxton the straight. Chidwick also has the straight. I almost had an Omaha moment there where I thought Chidwick straight is only 10 high. Then I remembered you don't have to play both cards in short deck.
So, checks to Chidwick. Is he gonna bet? I mean, I kind of feel like you should. Someone usually's got some outs on you. Just a little bit afraid of the queen 10. Chidwick doesn't strike me as good. Check this.
And into 325 comes 115, 110 rather. Danny Tang's going to call and hunt a boat. Now Haxton mulling things over.
This should be one of those spots where Haxton just calls normally. He is covered by both opponents. And if one of them's got queen 10, he really doesn't want to bust right now when Davies is so short. So that's why you see him playing a little bit more cautious here.
So 3 players to the river, which is a king. Doesn't change anything about the plight of all 3 holdings. And Chidwick's not worried about any queen 10 out there at this point, right? We would have heard from that on the turn.
Correct. Yeah, if someone had queen 10, they would have checked raise, especially bet and call, I imagine. And with deep stacks. So Chidwick can either... I think if he wanted to, he could try and maybe try to blow someone off of a chop.
Surely I don't win, right? No 10, no 10.
Was cautious.
10.
Is this one of those where's the rest of that pot situations?
I mean, they got a little bit from Danny Tang, so it's not as bad as the other one, right? 3-way chop, same 3 guys are in it.
Right.
What if I just shoved the turn?
What if, Sir Isaac? Maybe you win the pot outright and sit with more than 6th place chips, as the gap between he and Chidwick is 400K. Davies at the back end along with Haxton, the 2 Americans, while the Lithuanian and Belarusian sit up top. Slightly overlooked by you and I, Randy, as we look at those payouts brought to you by GG Poker, the fact that the Jacob & Co. Triton Epic X timepiece, one of 2 in existence, will also go to our champion. Henrik Hecklin picked his up after winning the No Limit Hold'em main.
I have a cappuccino too, actually. Yeah, thank you.
I feel like we've gone through an entire coffee plantation's worth of Java over the last 10, 12 days here at Gran Via.
Yes. I mean, we've heard like people staying up to the AM to play some cash games.
Looking at you, Rast.
Definitely not big too. Let's see. Okay, so Makita nuts on the button. Let's see, Chidwick. So only sees 1 call in front of him. Sometimes you're a little more tempted to go a little crazy, but now's not the time to be crazy. Davies too short. He should get some action here, unless the other 2 guys really respect. Yeah, I see him right now. They are very deep.
You see Badziakuski with a survey in progress and deems all in the way to go.
Keep it simple. Yeah, I understand this actually. So let's just say you raise to what, 200K or whatever the normal amount is. Under the gun now jams his ace, king, and queens. Like honestly, it's a gross spot, and he might not even call if he, because I know Makita understands the ICM and stuff really well, and he would know best on what he'd have to do. You just kind of just shut that play out altogether.
He's blocking the aces and the kings, which would be the sorts of hands one would expect to call in that spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hands are going to play a bit differently now that we're at the final table with these huge pay jumps. So my expectation, like I said earlier, is small pots until Davies either doubles or busts. I gotta ask, did you go to Captain Johnny's?
If you're referring to these peanut M&Ms that I'm eating.
Oh, they sound so crunchy, fresh.
Delicious. I did go to Captain Johnny's, Randy, slightly before play began today. And I don't regret it one bit. Now, my dentist, he may regret it.
Well,
But
I mean,
I keep him rich. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're paying him money. Like, eat all the Captain Johnny's you want.
He should be paying for my Captain Johnny's. Honestly, I should keep my receipts, and I should invoice him. King, queen against 8x, as Davies was on the button. Tang with middle pair here.
I'm starting to realize you might be a genius. That's a great idea.
I'm on to something. I don't know if it qualifies me as being a genius, but I'm definitely on to something. Maybe I'm just a cheapskate. That's all it is. I don't want to pay my dental bill. Tang able to take that pot there. What do you got? You got all stock equipment in there? You got a few fillings on your resume?
Got some.
Nano?
Yeah, I've been to the equivalent of Captain Johnny's in my past.
Yeah, but now you're an adult and you leave it behind. You just take pictures of it and bring it to me in the booth.
Yeah, seems like you're still a kid.
Buddy, adulthood is overrated. 2 kings for Danny Tang. Nothing overrated about that.
Yeah, so you can see Danny does the same thing. Under the gun, kings, just limp, try and trap people behind. These guys got it figured out. Tens. Should be calling too. I wonder what it feels like to just have a big target on your head right now. Like,
Yeah, Seth Davies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's just like
Not good, I
whooping.
would imagine.
No one's falling for the bait.
But notice how it is Seth that is driving this action right now.
Mm-hmm.
In his lack of a deep stack.
That's funny. It's a short stack dictating things.
This game's funny, innit? Last hand, no one went. This hand, everyone goes.
Jack 8-6. Tang's kings. Currently in the lead. Look at that equity distribution there, Randy. Remarkably, there's still double-digit equity for everybody but the 2 10s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Decent
Sorry,
flop
sorry.
actually for 2 kings because of it's kind of like loosely connected. People don't play those 7-9s and 10-7s, and I think he can safely value bet this and clear out the field. So you can see even
No
top
one
pair
even has
folds
9-10.
because no kicker. Look, Danny wants action.
Good. Just be careful with the low pick. Thank you. Particularly to like these middle seats here. Great, thank you very much.
Ace king for Isaac.
thinking about just open ripping.
750,000.
Yeah. Keep it simple. I'm sure you'll see the strategy change the second Davies stack changes.
Yeah. But for now, rip was the order of the day for Sir Isaac.
And again, you see him put half his stack in instead of the whole amount because of that no limit experience of maybe two other guys get in. Then I can just fold days and get that pay jump. And we know those pay jumps are juicy.
No doubt.
Lines will go after this one. 30, 60 from next time onwards.
Next pay jump is 75,000. What's the chat talking about this evening? 5:45 p.m. local time here in Madrid.
I believe they miss the last two guys ever since we started talking about Captain Johnny's.
Listen, chat geeks, all right? Don't you dare say a bad word about Captain Johnny's. Got terrific candies in there.
How much do you have, Ike?
About 1.5 after that.
1.5?
Almost 1.6. Or maybe even just over 1.6.
Okay. All in.
Tang.
Pressure.
Leaning on Ike's button. King Jack suited for Haxton.
Yeah. As much as he thinks maybe his hand is good, I'd be shocked if he was to call this. Haxton's just thinking, am I dominating him? Is it worth it? Davies is short. I'd be...
Well, he's trying to ask himself just how broad the range is that Danny Tang would be willing to do this with. Is clearly he's trying to apply ICM pressure to the second shortest stack in the field.
And to be fair, Danny would definitely be putting the ICM pressure.
3.25.
I know. Yeah. Sometimes you want to do it, and then the smarter side of you is just like, nah, let's not gamble.
It's not the smarter side, that's the weaker side.
The weaker side. I don't want to say it about Sir Isaac.
No, I'm only kidding, obviously.
Oh, I owe you a time bank, yeah.
They really missed the last two guys, Randy?
No, they don't miss the last. Come on, they love us.
Do you like how I pretended to be insecure about it? They love you, because you're always out there in the chat streets.
Yeah,
I'm oblivious.
I say hi once in a while just so that they love me. Say nice things about me. To be honest, I just look at it because if they say something mean about me, I just instant ban them. So that it stays nice.
You're so vindictive. Chidwick into the muck.
Well, Ante is now 30,000, in case you didn't notice, so we need to start getting desperate.
Bazikuski also folded. Now Davies putting 300 of his 505 out there.
Yeah. You know, it's actually a little silly. Not silly is the wrong word. Funny about this game is when you put half your stack in and you're this short, sometimes, you know, someone could just call and see if he flops anything, and then, like, you have to fold for your last 205, especially with an ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah.
Like, imagine Yang wants to peel here, Jack 10.
Call.
Yeah, see, this is some funny things that can really happen. And I think Davies is like, oh, man, I thought this was all in our fold.
And there's only another 205 left for Yang to earn with this Jack 10, and that is not the board texture that's going to help him do it, but it's not exactly a peach for Davies' ace-8 either.
Yeah, it's a good board. I think you just have to go for it. Because a chance that Richie Young would just fold. Yeah, anything but a king, he's gonna fold. Yeah, you just gotta go for it. Actually, somehow won more chips the way he played it.
Mm-hmm. Nice navigations from Davies. So sort of a methodical phase of this final table here, given that sub-20 ante stack of Seth Davies that Sir Isaac Haxton is looking to wait out. Same story for Chidwick, by the way, who is just 5 antes in front of Isaac. Davies, after picking up that pot, however, now up to 32 antes, narrowing the gap. Ace Queen limps. What a beautiful development for Davies.
That's a dream scenario because he just picked up what, a couple 100K that last pot. Now he can like become a super mega stack, and I don't think Bodziakowski can lay down this Ace Queen suited. It's just so likely he's up against a worse hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10 suited. They would jam here. It's what, 30 antes, 30 something? Like, you gotta go for this. You've seen the guy jam recently too, a couple times. He's cooler. But I guess he's also debating maybe he can just call and see what develops. Yeah. So once again, this half pot thing might work out, might not.
TBD. Obviously, being a almost 2-to-1 favorite pre-flop is a dream scenario for Davies, and this is probably going to earn him a double.
Yep. It for sure will. Yeah, no. I'm just... Yeah, Davies also got Ace Queen, Ace Jack, right? So... But they're very interesting. Tense moment.
175.
Actually leading out.
So the party gets started by Makita. Who, let's face it, between these two images, looks like the guy that's going to start the party.
Yes.
Davies looks like the kind of guy that's either working security at the party or lives next door and just came over to break it up.
Just give me a count.
And it goes, Makita asking for a count. Obviously not the development he was hoping for.
Yeah, but he's going to be forced to call here because he can be up against the same hand, possibly even worse, Ace Jack. There's really no reason not to call.
Of course, and Bads in an awful spot here.
How do you win? When you're running straight.
10 Jack, Queen Queen.
Looks bleak. Or
wait a minute.
Is it bleak?
Jack on the turn, and we've seen some sick ones in short deck. Is there a 10 available? Oh my God, the nastiness
that is ridiculous.
of short deck on full display.
How? He had 5% on the flop, Ollie.
Seth Davies showered in the nastiest of fashion.
That's just disgusting. You can't do this to someone at 100K main event final table, can you?
Right on the heels of that spin, looked like he was going to have some breathing room up over the 30 bigs, poised to double in such great shape. Already picked up, finally, his first cash earlier in the 8 max 75K no limit. But
Wouldn't look different
not
if we put it.
Davies' day, as he will end up collecting 7th place payout worth 305,000 euros. But unfortunately, his dream of the Jacob & Co. watch and the 1.8 million dashed. And with the departure of one of the 2 remaining Americans at our final table, we play 6-handed, 380,000 euros on deck. Badziakuski now just 30K back of Tony G, who really hasn't been involved in quite some time.
And I feel so bad for Seth Davies because he had that deep run and no limit to get 3-handed. He didn't seem so happy that he finished 3rd here. Like, just feels like he should have gotten farther. Wow. And I'll tell you, the chat is lively right now.
What are they saying? 6 suck out?
Yeah, basically everything you can think of. LOL. What a river. Sick. All sorts of those variations.
TV by 1.6, right?
Yep.
Is anyone asking for a web address for maybe a online order at Captain Johnny's? Not yet? No one?
Not a single person has talked about Captain Johnny's every time we mention it. They just ignore it.
Makes me sad. Ace 9-9. Nobody with anything here. 3-way pot.
Does someone want to stab? The problem with stabbing is it doesn't seem that credible that you would bet an ace or 9 that often. Then again, it's also hard for someone to have an ace or a 9. See if Badziakowski wants to try. Technically he's on the dealer button, so he's the best candidate to have that 9.
Round of checks. Chidwick now picks up a gut shot straight draw. Look at this, Richard Young. No pair, king, queen high, barreling into the boys.
Looks strong.
Yeah, it does. And plausible. You know, you're the first limper. Nobody wanted to bet that texture pre.
Yeah, and like I told you, a lot of guys kind of check the flop, see what develops, and start firing away. So Richard could easily have an ace as played, especially when the little straight draw and flush draw comes out.
And you're not worried about any 6-8 out there.
Yeah, he's got a solid image too, so like he'll
Sure.
get away with these bluffs.
What are those 2-hour levels of that one bullet?
Is it?
No, I don't know.
No, it can't be.
I hope not.
That'll be insane.
I think it's super long, right?
It's deep anyway, and if we have it that long, it would be crazy.
400.
We were talking about that 150K on the side that's starting up.
Indeed. Those who have already busted this event may be taking their seats for the early action in the 150,000 euro one bullet short deck event. Only short deck events remain here in Madrid.
Actually, Triton purposely schedules their tournaments this way. All the no limits kind of bunched up together with some short deck in there so they can dabble. and all the short deck at the end because they're aware that some players have no interest in short deck, so they don't have to kind of stay the whole time.
Friends, yeah.
You can come in midway through, play the big short deck
Friends
events on the backside.
Mm-hmm.
Come in early on, play all the no-limit events, and then
Yeah.
on your way. Four-way pot, 2 aces and a 7 with a couple of hearts out there. Richard Young has flopped himself the flush draw while Danny Tang has trips. Bansi Kuski, mind you, has a gutter here with a bet and a call of 75 in front of him. But with 2 hearts and a pair on board, backdoor flush value diminished in short deck. Thought maybe he would check out. Not the case. Only Tony G into the mug. 3-handed to the turn. That turn is an 8.
Pretty safe card for ace queen. 9-6 is so unlikely. No, I would say 9-6 is impossible. No one really plays that unless they're on the dealer button. I like it. Keep betting. Richard's hand is getting a little interesting though. Flush draw, straight draw. Price is a little steep, but might still be tempted. Try to hit it. Stack a full house. That would be nice. Queen of hearts. I guess that's not possible.
What's Young thinking about?
Calling.
Just taking his time. Currently 4th out of 6 players in chips to start the hand. Over 80 annies. Much of which has been put into this pot. And on the river, it's a red king, not the one that Richard Young had in mind, however, as Danny Tang's trip aces have held.
Yeah, ace queen. The king is not a bad card for him. It's like doesn't. Someone's got ace king. They would have raised oftentimes pre-flop, so he could safely value bet this. If he's checking, he's trying to induce heart draw. I like the bet. Solid. I don't know if you know this. Richard Young, I don't think he's ever used a time bank in Triton history. I could be wrong though.
Come on.
He is so fast. He really is. You don't believe me?
I mean, the man, look at how many events Richard Young has played. Think about how many actions have been on him. He goes all the way back to 2017 Montenegro. I don't know.
So you wouldn't bet on this? I said it so confidently, didn't I? Like, now you're not sure.
I mean, never ever?
Never ever. Triton history. That's my read. I said this before, I remember at least 2 years ago. So that's why.
And you were right 2 years ago?
Well, I think I was right. I'm not
Boss, how?
100% sure then.
How was the cash game? Good?
Don't worry. Someone in the chat will watch all of the footage of Richard Young and confirm it for us. We'll be back next series to let us know the answer.
Yeah?
I'm talking now directly
Oh.
to the person most likely to do that in the chat, watching the stream right now. I just want to advise you, young man, that that is very negative EV. Do it, by all means. Would love to know the answer. Or pretend you did it and lie to us. But whatever you do, don't do it with the sense that there's going to be some real reward on the back end of that countless hours it would require.
You'll get some Uncle Johnny's.
It's Captain Johnny's, Randy.
Close. Okay, so
Show some respect.
Tony's being aggressive now. Queen 8 suited, just trying to attack Danny Tang. Despite having the chip lead on him, they have like the same stack roughly.
But they do not have the same quality of holding as Danny defended his button with this ace-jack. Well in front of the Queen 8. We'll see how much post-flop gusto Tony shows. Not much, as he has checked it.
Tony's like, man, this is annoying. I try to steal it. Just bet 75K.
Got away from it post-flop. Tidy pickup for Danny Tang. Playing under the Hong Kong flag. Danny, 3.8 million in earnings, 7 cashes in Triton. Finished second in the 50K no limit here in Madrid. A couple of other cashes under his belt here in the first 2 events. 20K and 30K no limit, where he finished 7th and 10th respectively. But no short deck cashes so far. That's going to change. Only thing hanging in the balance, just how big will that cash be?
What do you call those? Pocket rockets?
Aces for Tony G. As Richard and Badziakuski limped in front of him. And he's going to send it up.
Oh, you gotta remember, he just saw Tony raise and just check fold last hand, so he might be like, this guy's getting out of line. What if Danny just rips it in?
You could certainly see a world in which there's some temptation to do so, but Tang fights clean. Perhaps keeping in mind the ICM.
Yeah, exactly that.
It's not mine? Okay. Yep.
Normally you would be just reshipping this in, but Tang, no limit expert, understands these ICM spots.
Oh yeah.
A lot of guys just go bust right there. There's still some danger boards that can really crush one of these guys. That is
King,
a board
Queen,
where you lose
7,
some more.
Yeah. Tang's not going to be able to find an escape hatch on this texture. And look at Tony G slipping him a little rope.
Also, pot controls it a bit, right? You don't want to be up. You could be up against King Queen. See, both guys are very cautious. They're not like, oh no!
Oh no!
Oh god, this is bad.
Tony checking a second time, but it's going to be tough for Tang to bite, I think. Yeah, because the context in which Tony opened this pot does skew towards strength.
1 million. Can Danny fold this? Holding the King of Diamonds? Like, top 2? Your opponent might have the same hand?
We're about to find out.
This would be a sick laydown.
Especially as played.
100%.
Open, flat. Heads up. As Tony's open.
Same hand, Tony.
Cleared the field. He didn't open,
the
he
same
raised
hand.
rather.
Or you just going crazy?
Just call and chop it.
Wow, then
That was
we
a
don't
good
have-
one.
We don't have the same hand.
Just call and chop it.
I don't know.
You say this, we don't have the same hand already.
And you win.
Huh?
Call and win.
No, now you're talking me into calling.
You do what you like.
But how can I fold this? Oh my
a
god.
good read.
What are you doing?
You
What are
have
you
a good
doing?
read,
Why are
you
you
need
going
to go
ballistic
with
with Why are you going ballistic with 10 jack? I hope you just have a set and you just cool with me like this. Like, I just check, double check with such a sick hand already. How can I fold this?
Set of queens obviously would be the set that Danny would have in mind, given he blocks aces and kings.
Why have you bet 1 million? Ah, I should listen. Oh, call and chop it up. Oh, that's such a joke. We don't have a chopping hand. But I don't think I'm good enough to fold this.
I disagree with Danny.
Up to you. I don't know. I don't know if I win or lose. I honestly don't.
Oh, now you're just talking. This is all crap now. The first line was an important line. Call and chop it up then. You have a set. You have a set of queens. No. Other than set of queens, like what do you have?
Set of aces, Danny.
You've been dying to check raise me, huh? Dying to check raise me. How many do I have left? Okay. Make it 300 pre. So scared. You don't make 300 pre with queens, do you? Why? For what? Raise 300 to fold? No. So you have what? Aces and kings? I blocked both of them. Oh God. I'm not good enough, Tony. Man. Alright. Yeah, it's like sick.
Email.
I mean, you save a lot of money, but not. I mean, I put you on kings or queens as well. Like, I think you could have kings, queens. Your range actually. I'm actually thinking you have kings or queens. So it's very
I
likely.
had 9-6 of clubs and a really good feeling about it.
Right? I mean, you cried. You have to call.
No, I don't.
Chop. Usually it's a chop.
I should listen to myself. The first line. Let's call
You
and
save
chop it
so
up
much,
then.
like not getting it all in
Let's
on a
call
turn.
and chop it up.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Call and chop.
Good enough.
I mean, you couldn't never.
Thank you for no king on the river. Thank you.
Oh my God.
There's a glass half full attitude for Danny Tang, obviously.
Yeah, you're
hard
good
on
enough
himself,
not to get it all
also
in free
competitive.
fall. You're good enough in many ways.
No, I should have been good enough to fold
You're
on the
very
river.
good. I mean, it's just normal to.
Even though he
Play a
ended up
bit
paying
more
that
on the
off,
river.
Randy, tremendous
Probably
credit
if a bit
needs to
more,
be
you
given
call even more.
to his reads there. He knew what was happening.
He read it perfectly. The hand, even the first comment, you call
Just
and
lucky
chop.
to get aces.
Lucky to get aces.
Should fold, really should fold.
Because you can't call and chop a set. That was the important part of it.
Back-to-back entries from Tony G, this time with Queen 10.
265. 2 and 5 more.
Yeah, I think Tony's trying to play off that last hand. Like, you know, you guys saw me raise big, had aces. I think I've got aces again. Rich Young just trying to set mine here. Hit it.
Set of nines, unfortunately for Richard, after defending his button. He does not have a customer in Tony G who does not follow through. That texture, not the best for him.
Wow, big bet.
Queens. Put him on ice.
Richard, happy to take it right then and there.
Aces are easier to play. Oh my God. Yeah, but you did well not to get too much money in, right? Or not?
I know you cannot fold. I should be able to fold. Oh, I should be able to fold. Especially after what you said as well.
Next time I'm just gonna shut up.
I mean, you didn't shut up and I still called, so it's okay. Makes no difference.
Yeah, I mean that hand is automatic. Like, I just understand how painful it is. You can easily have ace queen too, right?
No, never. Think for it. Just don't stress and just think about it.
Don't worry, you got plenty of juice. What do you got? Two?
Not good enough. Just not good enough.
It's not like
Don't
lost the
beat
whole
yourself
thing.
up, Danny.
A lot of players would have lost everything. Most of the Americans here, ace king. That's money. That's just put it in a bad beat zone to lose, right? You don't even worry about it. You just pay and pray.
3
So you
limps
did well. I mean, by checking.
in front of this ace king for Richard.
So when he said the
He's jamming.
Americans would have paid off and busted there, he's talking about Haxton and Seth Davies.
Well, Seth Davies
You did well.
didn't do anything wrong when he hit the exit. That was a nasty beat.
If I was you, I would lose.
Right, Seth Davies not here anymore.
Ace king there.
So he's talking Ike.
I don't think Haxton's bothered too much by what Tony G's doing. The person most bothered at the moment is going to be
1 million is just 30 antes.
It's nothing.
Danny Tang.
I just lost an all-in, basically. That's how
You
I'm
lost
drafted.
2 million there. That's crippling, you know. One is normal situation. You just lost it. But like, everybody would lose.
Well, Tony's doing a good job trying to console
You shouldn't be hard on yourself.
Danny.
I don't know how much of this is authentic, though. Tony is just an epic
Should have
troll.
bet it all the way as well. I would have got more, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Right?
Seems genuine.
I come out bet, all in.
Yeah.
That's what I should have done.
Haxton limping these 2 jacks.
Yeah.
You can put me on queens then if I bet really big on a flop. I can get out.
應該要抌到，河牌應該要抌到我。
我抌咗咯。
應該要抌到真係。
240。
我唔知點解我同自己講想有得分錢都唔好嘥咗佢。其實有得分錢有咩用咧？
Batsiakowski from
真
the
係最多得
button,
分錢咯。
pressuring the short stack of Haxton. Started the pot just 120 behind Stephen Chidwick, did Isaac.
Because there's only one other guy, I think Nikita's a little bit more confident that no one's kind of trapping him. But nice play from Haxton, good read.
Clean pickup there. And that's going to put him in front of Stephen Chidwick, who will inherit the short stack here with just 6 remaining in event 12. Well, we've been talking about him, and his stuff is gorgeous. It is Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of Triton Poker Series, who make the incredible timepieces you see on their screen, which are about more than just the diamonds and the sapphires. Their Astronomia Casino piece has a functioning roulette wheel inside it. They've got a Godfather timepiece on display out there. The Bugatti W16 functioning motor. True works of art. Of course, who can overlook the special collaboration timepiece, the Triton Epic X, to be won by whomever scales the summit here in the short deck main.
So yeah, play's still gonna be pretty cautious, I think, given how they've been playing. I know I kind of mentioned that maybe he'll get a little bit more active with Seth Davies gone, which is probably a little true, but the pay jumps are just so big. Being reckless is not really the way to go.
Okay.
Gee.
Ace 10 and Jack 10 suited. Limping. Tony says run it. 6, 7, 9. Paxton with the gutter. 8 would be no good, as it would give Richard Young the nut straight. 1-8 busy in Tony's hand, which gives him an open ender here. 2 checks in front of him.
I like this bet. Dealer button, you can have, you know, 2 pair straights. You just muscle your way through this. Richard Young facing a big bet. Draw to a nut straight. It's pretty tempting, especially with a diamond. Just thinking about that big size he's up against. I guess he's laying it down because it's a little bit too big. Would call a smaller bet for sure. Power.
Nice little bit of timing for Tony in position there, as he maintains the chip lead with 6 players left out of 60 entries. 30K ante, 60 on the button currently. Two black queens up front. Richard limping.
Kid is trying to see if he can overlimp, maybe even raise. Last time he raised one of those early position limps, he got jammed on. So not again. Jack 6, no bounty, no good.
I haven't put anything in.
Danny Tang on the button. That was his ante of 60K that he stuck out there, representing a check. And he flops bottom 2 up against a set of queens and top pair.
Wow.
Something for everyone here. Richard Young kicks it off with a check.
Such a disaster for Danny Tang. But we see a bet here. Probably we'll see Danny Tang just call. Raising just opens the door to get blown off the best hand, blow up the pot for no reason. Curious to see what happens. I'd imagine he would call and Richard Young will want to raise. Lots of draws out there. By the way, look at which patch he's wearing, the Tycoons.
Oh yeah, from our Triton play game.
I love it.
It's the appropriate one for him. Super textured board. So these set of queens are going to ask a question here as the check raise is all the way up to 365,000. Batsiakuski wasting no time putting it into the muck. And Danny Tang all too familiar with Richard Young. And his table image, which is very tight.
Danny's considering calling and playing a turn. He does know the mega draw could do this. Wow. Just drawing. I mean, he's drawing practically dead. Said that last time though. Someone somehow won. So let's see. This is dicey though. Ball and 2 pair. Very vulnerable. That card.
All in.
Snap all in.
Yeah.
I told you Richard plays fast. Starting to
Throw him a
believe me now?
king jack.
I'll tell you what.
Jack.
I wonder
King
whether or
jack,
not the
Richard?
speed with which Richard is playing isn't
Ace
doing him
king
a bit of a
clubs.
disservice in terms
Ace
of
king, turn ace king.
tipping the strength of his hand.
Possibly.
Enjoying that lah.
Kings, really? Wow.
Bad card. The 8.
Stop getting coolers! Hey! Go away, coolers. Go away. I didn't even want to raise Makita already. Wow, very dangerous shove, huh? If I have 10 jack, how?
Really good chance.
Maybe pair the board then.
I guess you still always have 30%, right?
It's a call one.
It's okay, 60.
Oh, call.
Call.
Sorry, yeah?
Call.
Under the gun, once again, Richard Young opening with 2 9s, and he's pipped by Badziakuski, who's got 2 10s behind him, and he will call.
Yeah, you won't be seeing anyone really raise these middle pocket pairs, deep stacks. So, give a little tank, try to make people not raise.
King Jack and Jack 8 join the party. Ace 7 6, which is effectively like 5 6 7.
Yeah,
Young.
no one's got anything really,
It's on me.
just gut shots.
Yeah, second pair and the gutty for Young. Bads with the 2 10s is the best hand currently.
Check.
Ten on the turn is a beautiful development for Badziakuski after a round of checks, given it gives him a set. However, it does produce straight draws for the field.
Yeah, just gotta start betting. Just pray someone's got something.
Tony G, the man who actually picked up a straight draw. Both Haxton and Young had one prior to that.
Snap called the King Jack. I don't really see how Haxton can
Maybe I should turn my hand into
do
bluff.
anything here.
One of the 9s he needs,
Is that all
or
in?
2 of them rather.
You bet one
Busy in Richard's hand, both he and Young out of there. Tony G, queen fishing after calling the 100,000, and oh my goodness, the queen arrives. And these are the 2 biggest remaining stacks in the field. G, your chip leader, Bad's second.
And these guys got a lot of history, previous games. I mean, the queen does not look scary at all. Like, you might not think someone would call with 1 card to go with King Jack.
325.
And you would expect 8-9 to raise the turn a solid amount of the time, so. They're just sitting there with the absolute nuts, disguised nuts.
325K bet from Badziakuski. Smolders.
Look at this, check your cards. Yep, still looks like a straight to me. Trying to represent a bluff. A million straight.
Is he gonna go value size?
It's a little small, right? Oh no, seems good. That's a good size for me. That's sick.
2 queens didn't call. 2 aces don't play this way.
Yep, confirm. So
Any hand that made 2 pair, including the queen, barring maybe ace queen,
I don't
doesn't
think-
really play this way. I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much straightiness out there. It just doesn't add up.
Yeah, I don't think Makita thinks 2 pair would raise here, so it's straight or no straight.
And would 8-9 not try to raise and make sure it clears some of the equity behind it on the turn?
Yeah, 8-9 will raise the
We
turn
chop?
a solid amount. Do we chop? That was a good one.
No chop.
No chop. No chop this time.
That was really good.
Yeah.
One of us will win the pot.
Look at Tony seems to know these guys are trying to get him talking to get a little tell, but
Yeah, he's got to be a little careful of what he says now.
你逐个做的那场，给我看一下。
His set is a strong set too, right? Like, he doesn't think queens would call him on the turn. So, if there's ever a chance that Tony's got 6s or 7s, that's going through his mind too. Because if there's a chance, then maybe he calls a little bit more. Does he think? Nice lay down. Sick.
Wow. Tell you what. Nikita Badziakuski didn't get himself to 13.6 million in Triton earnings, 11 cashes, and the only man to ever win 4 titles by paying off in spots like that.
Would you have folded ace king? Probably. Oh.
Top shelf from the Belarusian.
Ah, such a fish.
Yeah, there have been some tough spots.
Yes, break.
Looks like Danny said a break is coming.
Indeed.
Tony trying to take advantage
185
of the break coming next hand.
Well, and obviously the fact that he's put some separation between himself and the rest of the stacks, and he still has Haxton's smaller stack lurking.
Yeah.
Along with Chidwick, who is officially the shortest remaining stack with 43 annies to start the hand.
Fastest player, Richard Young's not going to fall for the raise before the break trick.
185, is it?
185.
Go.
Queen 10 on the button. Richard's going to defend.
Nothing. First one to bet wins.
2 8s, 2 spades, and an ace. And Tony G is going to be the first one to bet. And he is starting to build some real momentum here.
Ace king again. Crazy.
Where's his tycoon patch? So as the players head to the break, we give you a peek at the current chip counts. When we return, the ante will be 40,000, the button 80,000. Just look, that massive 6.7 million in front of Tony G. Big gap between he and Nikita Badziakuski. It's a 2-to-1 chip lead for him. Tremendously impressive, the work that he has put in thus far. As we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth, Ali Najad alongside Randy Lewin. The real story from that last frame, Randy, I have to say, is Tony G, and maybe Tony talking his way out of a call against the 2 10s there.
Yeah, for sure. That's very possible because of that big hand from Danny Tang and Tony G. There was a lot of chatter, and Danny still made the call, but we saw he had the goods. It was, these hands are playing on top of each other, and you can actually see Tony reacting to it, right? He's raising some garbage, trying to he knows he's been showing down good hands and taking it down. So really, there's some big pots, some crying calls that feels like they should be folding. You heard Danny Tang there with the monologue, right? But it's been exciting.
Yeah, and plenty more excitement is still to come from here at Casino Gran Via as we step aside briefly. When we return, however, more coverage from event number 12, the 100K Short Deck Main. Stay close.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Through the magic of television and time shifting, we have swapped out Randy Nanonoko-Lou for none other than Henry Kilbane. Henry, you and I were sweating things in real time on the app earlier today as we were lounging about the pool over at the Mandarin. And we actually got a bit of a primer from some of the Dutch boys.
We did
René
indeed.
van Gevelen. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Upstairs I got a bit of a tutorial from the Dutch guys on some of the pronunciations we've been butchering so far. Some interesting concepts were presented to us, and topic of discussion with the Dutch boys was definitely not Tony G. A surprise, perhaps, at the top of this leaderboard in the short deck, but let's not forget the man has a title in a short deck event in Triton. He has been impressive thus far, sits with 6.7.
He does, and I think I've been fortunate enough to walk in at, for me personally, the most exciting time of a tournament, 6 left, where the ICM implications are really heavy. You know, you look at the likes of Makita, Ike, Steven Chidwick. I think I'd be safe to assume that these guys have arguably spent a lot of time in the lab preparing for moments like this. The people that you mentioned that we were hanging out with today, they also mentioned, you know, when you are in the middle of the pack, such as Richard and Danny, you're in a bit of a handcuff situation. You can't really afford to be playing many pots. And yeah, I mean, looking at the payouts and the chip counts here, Richard Young, Danny Tang, you know, would be an absolute disaster to bow out in 6th when you have the likes of Steven Chidwick and Ike Haxton sub 40.
And for that matter, listen, Badziakuski's not looking to get himself tied up. Unfortunately for him, the position that he has, I don't know, not great, just to the right of Tony G, that big chip leader that could put you to the test and really apply the ICM pressure at any given moment.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, having the chip leader on your left at any moment in the tournament isn't ideal, especially in this one. But there's look, Tony's not going to be looking to tangle with Mikita, right? Okay, sure, he can apply a ton of pressure, but the downside to getting involved with Mikita is if Mikita doubles through Tony, Tony is all of a sudden in a world of pain because Mikita has all of the short stacks to his right.
Right.
And once they fold out, Tony just can't afford to be getting involved with Mikita. So there's a lot of different things and scenarios the way this can play out. But yeah, having, the ICM wizards like Ike, Steven, Chidwick, Mikita, and Danny in the mix is, we're in for a treat.
Equities run super close in short deck. We know this. Plenty of variance to be experienced, but is it Tony G's event to lose?
It certainly feels that way, but hey, look, he doesn't even have 50% of the chips in play yet. So to say that it's his tournament to lose, I wouldn't want to put that pressure on him from the booth, but it certainly looks like he's in a great spot to at least come in the top 3 and then, from there, see how it plays out for him.
Yeah, and obviously there is occasionally a little temptation to sit back and allow some consolidation in the remainder of the field, but Tony G doesn't strike me as the type that wants to let other people control his fate or do his bidding. So we'll see how he continues to proceed as we send it back inside Casino Gran Via, where our featured table is reassembling on the back end of the break. Tony G, Mikita, Richard, Danny, Isaac, and Steven Chidwick in that order. 6 remain here with the 40K ante. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And there's been a couple of GGs thus far as top 8 got paid. Michael Soiza finishing in 8th for 240,000. Seth Davies out of there in 7th. An absolutely vicious beat where you had Ace-King up against Ace-Queen. Runner. Badziakuski, the beneficiary, making the straight.
That's getting it done again, eh? Seth Davies, though, I mean, hey.
Second cash ever in Triton. So it's been a fruitful event, but that wasn't the takeaway I had, man. I just feel like this dude has run so below EV in these events. And credit to him, man. He has toughed it out and come out and played his best event after event in spite of having an 0 prior to Madrid. But right when you think you got some wind at your back, to get a beat like that here with the 1.8 and the Jacob & Co. watch up top is deflating.
Yeah, it's similar with the 3-handed play against Stevie Chidwick and Michael Adamo as well. It was a spot where you felt like any of the 3 could have come out on top, and eventually it was Adamo that reigned supreme. But the 3 of them at one point with 120 big blinds in play all had 40 big blinds exactly. So when you talk of variance, the ace-10 3-bet from the big, the king-queen 4 on the button, the back jam, you take those spots and someone has to win the hand. And when it's not your day, it's not your day.
Well, for Badziakuski, he appears to be the one that'll win this hand. Queen 10-9, pair and an open-ender. Stranglehold against Young and Chidwick.
Yeah, and once the chip leader, Tony G, folds, Badziakowski is presented the opportunity to play table captain and pressure the middling stacks of Richard Young, for example. And Chidwick going to just get on out of there. It's about as helpless as you can feel as a poker professional in Stevie's shoes right now.
Yeah.
He knows he just needs to pick up a spot, and he'll take it. Look, Chidwick isn't shy of pulling the trigger in these big buy-in events if he thinks something is profitable. He's not like me, Ali, on the bubble or on a big pay jump, siding with caution. He'll take the spot. Let's go, Stevie.
And the gap between he and Sir Isaac Haxton, currently 7 antes. And to be fair, Isaac is cut from a similar cloth. We've seen him take chances without being on the shortest of all stacks. So,
yeah, there's a couple of hands that from yesterday that come to mind with 20, 25 left. But I'm not going to question the spots these guys take. Ike, Steven, Mikita. This isn't their first rodeo.
Not by a long shot. The limp with the king-queen offsuit under the gun from Tony G, and no intimidation for Isaac Haxton.
Funnily enough, Ali, this is the spot we were talking about with the two gentlemen today, about these suited aces. You fold out some ace-10, ace-jack-offs, and then even when you do get called by like the trapped kings and whatnot, you're still going to have, 40, 42%.
And of course, you block some of that bigger ace-x. You block the two aces.
If I had a beer.
And your two cards do play the bottom end of the short deck range rather well, as both could be put to use to make a straight. So nice pickup there from Haxton.
I think we're about one event away from being ready ourselves, Ali, to just start firing these,
See, I would have completed that sentence by one event away from igniting our paychecks here at Triton in these. That's my descriptor. It does seem like, oh, how hard can it be? It's short deck. You always got a little something cooking, but the game has evolved throughout the course of certainly my time in the booth, which has been limited. And if we were to take it back even further to when the likes of Isaac Haxton and the great Andrew Roble and Brian Rast were out in Macau playing cash, I would imagine none of them are approaching things in the way they did back then.
Oh, 100%. I think that's the beautiful thing about poker, right? Even in 2022, we can watch some of these streams and you see a couple of mishaps on stream and you feel like, hey, I feel like I'm ready to be tagged in, coach. Put me in.
Right.
It's easy to fall into that trap. And I think that's why the game of poker will always
375 on top.
be as competitive as it is.
Well, not exactly a trap from Danny Tang after he limped under the gun. Richard Young caught in the crossfire. Chip leader on the button, punishing.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much limping we want to be doing into Tony's button.
Good one.
Just really gets to put his foot down on the accelerator.
And kind of giving us an early sense of how he's going to be navigating this six-handed affair off of this stack. As we give you a sense of where to park your funds if you want to get involved in betting on virtually anything. It is polymarket.com. It's where you should point your browser, the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, current events, or more. Check out the latest on polymarket.com.
Yeah, people that put a penny or two on Dwan to win a Triton trophy. I believe got close to a 7-to-1 payout there on Polymarket.
That's sexy.
That was a market we had open. Yeah, a lot. There was more money on Ivy to win one than there was on Dwan to win one, and I guess it makes sense given the previous track records. But Dwan coming in clutch in the 4-card streets.
Be nice if Dwan had taken the other side of that just for a little extra frosting on his cake.
Potential spot here for Chidwick. Does take it upstairs.
Oh man, this is a rough time to have chosen to do so with ace-10.
Yeah, you can see
an ace already busy in Tony G's hand behind Chidwick.
the problem is that Richard Young can still have traps here, right? And Tony firstly is incentivized to keep Chidwick short so that he can continue to apply pressure here on the bubble. But secondly, Richard can still have traps, and coming over the top of this Chidwick raise to then run into top of range of Richard Young would be an absolute disaster, because Tony all of a sudden goes from commanding chip lead to tied with Makita, right? Gets dicey.
However, if Tony G does come over the top and then Richard sails it in there, Chidwick will actually have kind of served the purpose of not ripping it in with ace-10, which is to preserve 490 in the event of a big collision in front of him.
I don't... Oh, that's that. Yeah, and see, now you've got the juices flowing, Ali. Like, does he actually fold a three-way all-in? He won't be folding here, that's For sure.
Well, he'd certainly rather have something along the lines of an 8-9 or 9-10 suited in a three-way all-in than an ace-10.
You've been studying, Ali.
I had my ears open, poolside.
You can see Chidwick, 41%.
Oh, we get crushed.
Tremendous equity.
Now ace is happy.
You know who everyone else is rooting for.
Stevens, tournament life, hanging in the balance. A 10 on the flop, not a bad development at all. As he has 5 outs. Of course, we know the ace of spades is gone. So let's call them 4 officially. And there is the ace of diamonds on the turn, which flips the script and leaves Richard Young with the 2-outer.
Ace-10 is beating you.
Oh, diamonds. Ace of diamonds, I should say. To Chidwick's rescue there on the turn, almost out of nowhere.
Sweet salvation. And we're going to do a little bit of accounting, but once the dust does settle, it will reveal a much deeper Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah,
not that the man strikes me as shallow. Incredibly thoughtful is Stephen, especially when it comes to all things poker related.
I mean, we've got a real game on our hands now, Ali.
Don't we?
Stephen Chidwick with chips, Mikita Badziakowski with chips.
Stephen's all the way up into third now.
He is indeed.
He was sub 1 million earlier this afternoon when we were sweating him after he lost a big pot. He was second in chips, and then suddenly, yeah, he found himself. It was aces against queens.
Queen
against
9-7,
Tony.
2 club, 1
Yeah.
hard board.
And here he is with 2.38 million, good for third, behind the 2 leaders. Nice recovery. Perseverant, resilient, tenacious Stephen Chidwick.
I think it's also worthy of note, Richard Young just showing up in these high buy-in short deck events, not only here in Madrid, Cyprus, had a deep run at a final table in the 75K, London back in 2019, cashed the 100K main event, third in the 50K. Like, this man, although he would be the first to admit that, you know, he is, I'm still struggling to coin a term. The word hybrid has been used. They don't necessarily deem themselves as recreationals, but they would be the first to argue that they're non-professionals. Somewhere in the middle, continuously just showing up, Triton event after Triton event.
No shortage of support out of the co-founder of the Triton series for the tour.
Yeah.
He is indeed. 1 title to his name already. Over 7 million. And then it's 11
This has to be a
cashes.
misdeal. I don't know how it happened, but
We got a misdeal. A rare misdeal. Believe the first of the week. Is during my time in the booth, which
you keep one from last time.
it's not bad, Ali.
No, staff here has been quite clean in
That's
their
solid.
administrative efforts. As we take a peek at the chip counts on the redeal, brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne. Still a 2-1 lead for Tony G over the Belarusian Nikita, the Bazooka, Badziakowski. Chidwick not looking to put the newly minted chips to use with King Jack. Folds to Badziakowski. Somewhat inconvenient to have the 2 bigger stacks directly to your left.
Yeah, if you had to ask Chidwick what his ideal lineup would be coming into this final table, I don't think having Mikita and Tony with all the chips to his left would be up there.
Not the way he'd draw it up, is it?
Definitely not. I mean, look at this. This is just Tony G showing an acute awareness of how much pressure he can put on everyone at the table.
Hauling in the spoils. Now, the only competition happening in Madrid isn't within the four walls of our special poker room here at Casino Gran Via. It was also subaquatic from down at the Mandarin earlier today, Henry. Think you know what I'm talking about.
Competition-wise?
Care to share?
Listen, if you had won, I would be the first to blow your trumpet.
To be fair, I put one effort in while you put two.
Ah, so here we go. It felt like you almost, set me up there for a rare
I didn't
victory
realize
in the broadcast booth, but straight away you're just sniping me down,
I was challenging a former lifeguard, ladies and gentlemen, to a contest of swimming underwater laps at the pool.
Fair. That feels like a lifetime ago, but you have a trick or two up your sleeve. Straight away you were talking about oxygenating the body and hyperventilating before, trying to get as many laps in as possible.
The hyperventilation was actually at the anxiety associated with holding my breath.
Oh, I just thought you'd been watching a bunch of Wim Hof videos on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. You know who turned me on to Wim Hof was Patrick Antonius.
I'm not surprised.
He's a fan.
Very popular.
He's always looking for physical kind of biohacking edges, for sure.
You not a fan of the cold showers?
I don't like the shrinkage. There's no better way to shrivel up the old Salisbury steak than a nice cold shower. Now, you know what, guys? Come on, Henry. Don't deny me the indulgence of out loud laughter from here in the booth by muting your mic and removing your headset.
I can't, because I know that it's not just going to be an outburst of laughter. What can I say? I used to like to run my mouth, and I'm still learning how to control it in a professional environment. Sometimes the occasional F-bomb drops, and I don't want that to be at my first Triton event here in Madrid.
A well-placed F-bomb.
Nah,
of added value.
Give me 5 years, and maybe.
That's right. You're on probation.
There we go. Still under 30. Everyone thinks I'm a baby.
A limp here from Chidwick with the King-9 suited. That's Yakuski on the button.
Yeah, bats with a hand that could really do some pre-flop
shenanigans.
Yeah, I was about to say, try and fold out some of the offsuit Jack X that have us dominated, but a hand as weak as Jack 8 maybe always falls into a check back range.
Well, it's a little stronger on the Queen 8-7 board than it was pre, as bats in position with middle pair. Awaits Chidwick's action.
Two of the best in the business. I'd really love to see and explore some stack off thresholds at different SPRs in short deck. Such an understudied game. Someone out there that wants to link me and Ali up. Promise it will stay between us.
Listen, ask me about how long I'm going to spend diving deep into those weeds.
I would take the unders on 10 minutes. You may give it a glance at some point to be like, hey, what, Chidwick's doing this here? Is that right? And then you'd be like, okay, cool.
I've got the attention span of a meerkat.
I think you're bluffing at this conversation right now.
Well, Chidwick's bluffing at this pot with King 9 suited. And it's going to work. Well done. Nikita, uninterested in proceeding. Well, putting a button on our subaquatic festivities. Henry, I allowed you to perform first. You went with 3 full laps underwater.
I did.
I was impressed, especially given there was a little bit of smoking on your resume through a portion of your life.
Man,
didn't expect your lungs to perform
I know.
at that level.
It's insane because, you see someone like Daniel Dvoris going out for these long runs as we did.
Yeah, yeah.
And, yeah, I've recently been reaping the rewards of such pastimes.
In a manner that perhaps was not afforded you when you were still on board the nicotine wagon.
Yeah. When I first started, after about 500 meters, it's just like, right, get the ambulance, you know, get the stretcher.
I don't even have cigarettes to blame, but you can just make sure the ambulance follows us instead of a Tour de France camera crew. As we see Badziakuski laying a bit of a trap in the cutoff with the 2 red kings. Tony G actually has a king, unfortunately for him. Checks back and is unimproved on the ace-9-6 board. He does have the gut shot straight draw working, of course. 1 overcard to the 2 red kings. Bads will start off with the check.
Yeah, no. King of clubs for dessert as well. Got to knuckle back all of his king 7, king 8 type holdings. One of those spots for Bads where you feel like you have to call one. You're playing a guessing game on a lot of turns against the 100% range of Tony, although it's safe to assume that you can remove the stronger portions of Tony's range, such as ace-king, aces, ace-queen. But Tony, certainly with a range advantage when it comes to straights on the board. And
speaking of straights,
how about straights on the turn?
Yeah, that 8 of spades binks Tony G as he gets there. Ace, of course, for those just joining us or just taking up short deck for the first time, serves as a 5 on the wraparound. Note that Tony chose to check back on the turn.
Deceptive.
That's frisky.
As always, it's going to have over 7.5 million of the chips in play. Maybe more if Bads comes out firing. Unlikely, does knuckle the kings, plenty of showdown. Badziakowski with an already impressive resume here in Madrid.
Facing the 400K bet as Tony can check no longer. He folds. It has been northbound for quite some time for Tony G.
I was trapping you pre-announced. Just looking over on the app.
King 7 was
Harley.
pretty dead on the pre-flop.
Two players at the table going for their first Triton title.
Okay.
Form of Ike Haxton and Danny Tang. Makita looking to just really separate himself from the rest of the crowd, right? I mean, comes here, first player to ever win 4 titles. Looking to go one further.
Like you didn't hit the king.
Really put a distance between himself, Jason Kuhn, and Waikin Yong with 3. I do apologize. Stephen Chidwick, quite the track record. 11 million in earnings, 11 cashes, but no trophy as of yet. Looking to change that here today. Did come second earlier on in the week, 75K, and third in the 50K turbo.
Richard Young limping with Queen Jack. Ace 10 suited for Bads. He will limp.
Yeah, Tony with a hand that plays reasonably well. Multi-way.
Ten 9 offsuit in there. And Danny Tang will say run it with the 8-6 offsuit. So 4 players going to the 400K pot here.
Danny looking fresh for this FT, hey? Rocking up a fresh haircut. The main event.
He's in a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and
I'm
sandals.
talking about the
Kilbane.
trim, okay? The trim looks fresh.
Danny keeps it comfy out there.
Does indeed. Often see him rocking a comfy Balenciaga hoodie.
Oh yeah.
As do most of the Asian crew, actually. I mean, they really do up the swag game here.
A bit of a runway show. As we see Tony G with this open ender, firing a pretty healthy 250K. After it was checked to him, Badziakuski does have the Broadway gutter.
I wonder if Bads is ever meant to just relinquish his hand here. No club. Does bow out.
And Tony just continuing to pick up chips, Henry. Currently better than 7.6 million in front of him. As everybody looking up at that big boss stack. Ian Badziakuski ahead of the 3 million average. Now it's 7.94 officially after that last pot for Tony.
Yeah, 8 of the 18 in play. I mean, it's getting closer to the stage where he can start opening any 2. It's not quite there yet in my book, but hey, I'm not exactly an ICM expert. But it's getting very close to where Tony can really just start running over this table. We already saw the King 9 open. I mean, yeah, 3 players sub 40. It's Tony. It's getting close to Tony's to lose.
240.
Ace-7 suited, 240 to skate. No takers.
Always a heart in throat moment, right? You have the chip leader on your left.
Speaking of heart and throat.
Go on. What are you
After
about?
you completed your 3 laps in the pool, I did step forward to complete 3.5 laps.
You did. And you know...
One-upping you.
You did one-up me, Ali, and I thought you were going to do the 3. You were about halfway through the second lap, and I was like, you know, how long have you known this guy? Not very long. Does he come across as the type of guy that's just going to stop at 3? Most certainly not, Henry. Stop being naive. You know, what kind of world are you living in?
To that end, I also don't exactly come across as the kind of guy that has seen the inside of a gym for the better part of the last 30 years.
I think
so
you're
with
doing
that
yourself
said,
a disservice here, Ali. Come on.
Oh, yeah. But
Silver
here's the thing.
fox of the poker world.
In doing so, perhaps I've shortened my lifespan to take the shitty years out of the equation.
Hey, listen, if that's the case...
Ace King for Tony G. He's going to rip it in there. Ike, shortest of all stacks, 1.2. A couple of 10s. Deliberates.
King first.
Into the muck it goes, and a squeeze for Richard Young.
King.
King, queen, troublesome kid.
I blocked one of the kings.
And into the muck it goes.
Good fold.
No.
Huh?
Not this time. No, I had force not this time. No,
I love that. That seems to be something the guys do quite a bit in short deck. When there's an open jam and it folds around to you on the dealer button. To just openly squeeze your hand with the rest of the table. Is that something you guys, I mean, I know in the mixed games, there's all types of shenanigans going on.
We play so few big bet games in my cash game mix that there really aren't a lot of opportunities to do anything to that effect. Like no limit single draw or anything like that. So not not an experience you'll find in my regular stomping grounds, but it is fun. And sort of, I think, is consistent with the atmosphere here at Triton, where the boys are always looking to create good times. Take the piss a bit, as you Brits would say.
That's a great expression. Haven't said that in a long time. I don't live in the UK anymore. Haven't been there for around about 5-6 years now.
Yeah, you're out there in Thailand, socking away pad Thai.
Coconut juice.
Oh, yeah, yeah. A real premium on that juice once it leaves the Thai borders.
Yeah, talking of premiums, the markup on dragon fruits in the rest of the world is absolutely insane, like $25, $30 a pop.
I'd say dragon fruit's one of the most overrated fruits.
It is,
on
but
Earth.
still.
It is a pitaya, I think they also call it. It is a tasteless, exotic-looking.
Anyways, Ali, do you know what else is exotic? 6 ways to a flop on a final table of 100K.
The Sultan of Segway, Henry Kilbane. Well played, mate.
Thank you very much.
King, Queen, Jack, coordinated board here. Bad Ziakuski, bottom pair, bad end of the gutter. Top and bottom pair for Tony G behind him. And then it is top 2 pair for Richard Young.
250.
Tony betting into 5 players with a hand that feels like wants to.
Well, it's a hand that's going to feel like a foot once Richard Young gets into
Yeah.
the weeds here with them, as they are the only 2 remaining.
I mean, look, we're diving into uncharted waters here, right? This is a very intricate part of the game tree. 6 ways to a flop.
And with that queen on the turn, Richard fills up and leaves Tony drawing dead to a chop.
Tony could get himself in trouble here if he feels like Richard's potentially slow played a straight on the flop.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness. The jack on the river now giving Tony G jacks full of kings. And as played, he may take a queen out of the equation for Richard Young. And if he does so, he'll be ill-served. But the action currently rests with Richard.
250.
Take that back.
Come down with a block. Just leaving himself enough room to be able to block fold, right? He's losing to kings, any queen, king, queen. It's not like he's sat here with the stone nuts. Just trying to get value from, you know, ace, jack, jack 10.
And Richard's going to rip it in there, and now Tony's got to decide how much queen X or better is in his range. We block the pocket kings. We have a jack ourselves. And
wow, a
Tony
quick call.
didn't make a meal of it, just clicks call, and that is the first big blow that we have seen to the chip leader in quite some time.
You fold?
I'm at a loss for words, Ali, to be perfectly honest with you.
It's supposed to be in the 6-way limit, but
Tony's at a loss for
really
chips.
optimistic about flopping trips with 6-7. And then, what is this?
No, I had you dead.
Huh?
15? Everyone else just said
Certainly
pocket
not.
8s, pocket 7s.
Oh, yeah.
The easiest part of the game to navigate, playing against 5 ranges. Top and bottom feels like a stretch, but hey.
Look at that haul for Richard Young.
Fold. Yeah, easy fold.
That's a main course.
Oh, yeah.
No appetizer. And far from tapas.
Never.
Tony beating himself up a little bit. He's still got the chip lead, just needs to take a breather, recuperate. It's not lost. Plenty of time to keep the momentum going. Ike now clear short stack.
I think that's a good point to be made, Henry. A lot of times, you know, we're feeling like we're in the groove, we're in the zone, then all of a sudden, perhaps a hasty call in retrospect by Tony, kind of a bigger call than maybe the speed with which he made it was warranted. And then you suddenly have the emotional response of like, oh, things are terrible. But stop, take a breather, look around you. You still have a better than 2-1 chip lead over Mikita Badziakuski, and you are still very much poised to do real damage, as that is exactly what Haxton is looking to do with the ace-8. Bads on the button. King-queen.
Yeah, I think hasty is the perfect word to use to describe that situation there. I never mind giving Bads the time to mull things over, because you can just tell that he's genuinely thinking things through, you know? It's not a case of...
no Hollywood.
Yeah, it's not TV time. He's trying to recall that moment from weeks ago where he studied this exact spot and he's just waiting for the tree to download before making his decision. And hey, sometimes you get a bit of lag on the CPU. Especially against Ike as well. One of the more difficult ranges to figure out.
And this raise to 680 is well over half of Ike's stack. He's got 460 left behind. Bad's clearly wondering whether or not it's a foregone conclusion that the remainder will sail in post-flop.
Yeah, and the decision here isn't just to whether to fold or jam. You know, the option that Baz has taken is he's allowing himself to fold on, you know, ace 8 boards, ace 7 boards. You're giving himself, or saving himself potentially, 460.
Well, it's also allowed himself to flop trip kings here against Haxton.
This may be one of the rare boards where Ike actually just check folds. As crazy as that sounds. Just has the nut low. Even against hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. I don't know, it always feels really icky with 0.3 SPR to just wave the white flag, but we've seen greater comebacks than 11.5 antes before.
About 2, yeah. No, 1.
And the white flag has indeed
We do it? 1.5.
been raised, I
Good
believe.
read by you. And Mikita obviously under no obligation to go to work just yet. There's 1.5 in the middle and 460 left to collect. Can always check and hope that Haxton were to take a shot at the turn. So sure enough, a slow play from Bads. Inside card on the turn. Adds a gutter to Bads' repertoire.
Yeah, and you're even blocking like ace 10. I think ace queen you most likely hear about pre. So yeah, it really just feels like the only hand you could potentially get to fold would be ace 10, and I don't even think Bads is ever folding ace 10, to be honest with you. See if Belarusian decides to put some chips in here on the turn. Want to still protect against spades. Don't want to give a free card to ace queen. Short deck.
And this should draw the curtain for Sir Isaac Haxton, who is, should he make this fold, which I think both of us presume he will, going to be Sir Even Shorter Stack.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ali, I'm rooting for the fold, and then I'm rooting for the spin.
Well, I guess we know you don't have any dinner reservations to get to.
Only you can fold.
Unaligned interests here in the booth as Isaac Haxton, nothing personal, does end up making the fold. Credit to him, by the way. The line that he chose allowed him to stick around. Although, perhaps if he goes for the whole enchilada pre, the king-queen suited looks at things differently. Any chance?
Feels unlikely.
Yeah.
Off of what I believe was around about 29, 28 antes.
So you're saying Bads is in there regardless?
I think Bads is in there regardless, yeah. Closing the action. Bads up to over 100 antes now, and this really changes things into... I mean, the ICM pressure is immense enough as it is already, but now Danny and Stevie Chidwick just not looking to get involved at all.
Yeah, a bit of a spectator sport for Richard Young, even off of 72 antes.
Maybe you just had a terrible
Yeah,
feeling
especially
with
when
me.
he just has both the chip leaders on his left, right? Like, it's not often that he's going to be able to get involved in a hand where Makita and Tony aren't either waiting behind or in there before him. Oh, let's go, Ike. Okay.
Jack 10 suited.
Oh, okay. The spin dream is alive.
Get in.
No.
320.
Don't ever. we never need to hear that again. Okay?
Notice, by the way, that Ike, again, not going to commit his entire stack. And unfortunately, he may not have a choice, as Richard Young has 2 jacks. But he could certainly just get away.
Yeah, I don't think Young wants to be the one to be trying to eliminate Haxton when there's, what, 4 players behind.
Yeah, too much left behind him there. Spoke too soon.
They leave it to Tony G. And Tony G has 0 incentive to send Haxton to the rail as well from an ICM point of view. As he
Yeah,
just
you want to keep Haxton around on the nub, allowing you to
Fair enough.
cobble away at the boys.
Playing next level, right?
And you could even argue that Ike could potentially jam a few pips wider into Tony's button. Just aware of the fact. I mean, it always depends who it is, right? Like, is this person aware that he's incentivized to keep me alive so that he can continue applying pressure on these middling stacks, thus giving himself a higher percentage chance to go on and win the tournament outright? Or is he going to think of it from a short-term point of view and try and ladder 100K? Always an awkward...
I don't think there's a lack of awareness in this crew. Certainly not from what we've witnessed thus far. Here in the 100,000 euro short deck main event from Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kildane. Pleased to have you with us, whether it be via Facebook, Twitch, or our YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and to click to be alerted when we have new Triton content and live events coming your way. And coming your way here is 450K off of Queen 10 offsuit from Isaac Haxton, as the power of his short stack was on display until, of course, the ace-king showed up. Tony jamming. Range of hands that could possibly call that.
Gonna keep you honest.
Almost exactly aces, it feels like, and maybe even then, from time to time, some disinterest as Haxton says, I'm going to keep you honest.
I love the speech.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
It's not because I have, you know, 2/3 of my chips committed already. I just want to keep you honest, Tony. Make sure you have it.
All right, that's better.
So, to the flop, Ike goes for his life. Jack 10-9. He's got himself middle pair and an open ender, which is actually a blocker to the Broadway gutty that Tony G has.
Queen is gone as well.
On the turn, he makes trips.
Dead. No.
Now, the queen will not work for Tony G, and he draws dead. The river. Inconsequential. And Sir Isaac Haxton hanging around.
Yeah. Ike just turning the best possible turn there. Gets the full double. And just like that, I believe, bounces back
Very
to
cheap.
more than he had
That's why you fold the queens.
prior to busting,
I knew I
not
was gonna get
busting,
some
but
beautiful hands
losing
after
that pot against Mikita Badziakowski with the ace-8 versus the king-queen of diamonds on the king-king-9. If I'm not mistaken. And yeah, moves ahead of Danny Tang now. Really tight down there. I mean,
Suddenly I have like an actual stack again. This
difference between 6th and 4th. Better
Paxton
pot.
like a kid on Christmas here.
Oh, million. When is this guy not excited to play poker? I mean, I think I want to say it was the day the 50K. It was day 2 of the 50K, and the 75K wasn't starting until 4 p.m.
Okay.
And we're having a coffee. Me, Ike, Timothy Adams, and Jeremy comes over. And I was like, "So you gonna take a day off? Just like, you know, relax a little bit?" And Ike just kind of looked at me like I just spat on his doormat. You know, just like as if to say, "Do you think I've traveled all the way to Madrid to skip any of these events, Henry? Grow up." He's like, "I'm going to be here 4 o'clock on the dot in my seat." It's like, okay, all right. You do you, Ike. Absolutely loves it.
Ace 10 for Richard Young started this party, which includes a Jack-9 suited and King-Jack in front of Danny Tang's Ace-Queen out of the cutoff. Tang's now the short stack.
Yeah, and Tang also has fold equity, you know. Sure, it's going to be some traps from early position. Unlikely to be trapped by Tony or Badziakowski, but Richard Young's going to have some traps from +1, from under the gun, sorry. I mean, look how significant this pickup is, Ali. He gets it through, increases his stack by, well, more than 25%.
Yeah. There's all sorts of pop-up adverts when I'm surfing around the unsavory part of the web that advertise 25% gains. I don't know if I buy it.
Oh, so you're not talking from experience or anything, right? This is what they're advertising.
Kilbane, does my attitude strike you as the product of a man who's looking for 25% gains off of his God-given equipment?
I wasn't sure what part of your God-given equipment you're talking about.
My propensity to say things that threaten one's employment.
I thought we were talking about your gift of the gab.
Kilbane, how sweet of you.
Yeah.
Are you pandering? Do you think that by complimenting me that somehow I'm going to call
Trust
the
me,
dogs off in a moment where I
listen.
need to go in on the Achilles?
It's
not going to work.
You're the last person.
Oh, yeah?
Ace King suited on the button for Richard Young, as he is perhaps hoping that Haxton will get frisky.
Aces.
I had the opposite.
Opposite.
7-6 off.
You opposite.
The penultimate day here at the Gran Via here in Madrid. We're back. Triton Poker Series. And just by folding, by the way, Chidwick on 2 occasions now has given himself the opportunity to ladder. Hasn't worked out for him thus far, but Ike's been all in. Danny Tang's been all in. Richard Young has been all in.
What they haven't been is showered.
850.
850K, hijack open. Cut off into the muck. Same kit as Chidwick on the button. And look at Isaac Haxton. After that demoralizing loss of like 60% of his stack, where he opened and then check folded to Badziakuski's Trip Kings, he has recovered and then some in short order.
Badziakowski, not the most talkative person in the world, by the way, and rightly so, you know, playing for 6-7 figures in these high buy-in tournaments. But I will tell you this, boys and girls, the best televised poker one-liner over the last 5 years, in my opinion, dropped by Makita, courtesy of Martin Cabral running his mouth for about an hour straight during the WSOP Europe 100K.
Listening?
Well, we had the likes of Cabral, Makita, Shemian,
900.
Stone Cold Killers, David Peters and co. And Cabral was just, you know, chatty as always, trying to get under someone's skin.
That doesn't sound like him at all.
Not at all, you know. Turned to David Peters, who is, you know, in the lineup of usual suspects to bite. DP is arguably, I don't know, I don't think I've ever heard him throw too much verbal jousting across the poker table. But yeah,
Haxton picking up yet another pot. Go on.
Yeah, he turned to David Peters. He's like, tough lineup, David. Tough lineup, hey? No bite. Turns to Dominic Nietzsche. And tough lineup, you know, trying to get on their skin. And slowly goes round, you know, the whole table. And finally turns to Makita. He goes, Makita, what are we going to do? He's like, we just have a table full of crushers. It's just, we're playing for millions. This is the toughest lineup I've ever seen. And Makita just looks him stone dead in the face and just says, Martin, maybe for you. And then just gets on with the tournament and doesn't say another peep for the rest of the tournament. Well, I mean, Martin went on to win the event, but hey.
Oh, no!
At the time, I just felt like...
That's not a happy ending.
It's not, but Cabral...
The villain emerged victorious.
He did, but Cabral's face, I mean... You can imagine, right?
I mean, I think I was wearing one somewhat similar to it after you you rounded out the story myself, as we see the bazooka limping from the cutoff against the only bigger stack, which sits directly to his left. That of Tony G on the button with a dusty bit of kit.
Yeah, great awareness being shown by Tony. Not the first time Makita has tried limping cutoff versus button. Tony's just like, listen, pal.
The Punisher.
You're in second, okay? You're the only other player in the tournament with more than average. Do you really want to go home in sixth?
Well, listen, we know Tony's all too happy to put someone on a bicycle. In fact, I would love it if Tony would bring a bicycle to the final table, just so that one were available for the people who end up in his wake.
Listen, in the winner's photo, if he does go on to win this, I refuse to allow you to go down there and interview him until he's gone downstairs to the Gran Via on the main streets here and picked up one of... I mean, I don't know if they're like electric bikes or, you know, the ones that you can
the little rental ones at the various stations.
There we go. Pick one of those up for €5 for an hour, bring it up here, and sit on it as you interview him.
That would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Here we go. No.
Tony G giving Danny Tang a chance at a spin.
Dude, come on.
And power of the big stack on display.
I'm calling your...
Ace 10?
Calling ace 10. Like I'm gonna fold ace 10 then. Oh what?
Still to
Huh?
Oh, I will say though.
Go on. Does it have something to do with Triton play, Henry? Take it.
Go ahead, Ollie.
Well, I don't have a whole lot to tell you other than the fact that the 4-faction-based Triton play, which features lands in a metaverse based upon the actual stops of the Triton Tour, is a free-to-play blockchain poker game. To find out more, just visit us on Twitter at Triton Play Game. The big reveal happening just prior to the player party here a couple of days ago at Casino Gran Via.
Yeah, seeing it get quite a lot of traction already over on Twitter. Gamified way of playing poker. Well, who knows where we're going to be in 5 years? You know, are we even going to be coming to these events? Or are you just going to sit in a rocket-like booth from your home?
I sure hope not.
You just
I love getting on the road and coming out to these
So do I,
destinations. It's my favorite part.
You just pop up on it. What are they, like a hologram to interview people, you know, like Luke Skywalker used to do.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Get your Star Wars straight, young blood. All right? Come on. Was the Phantom Menace your first exposure?
Hey, listen.
Attack of the Clones, maybe, in Pampers?
Well, what do you think? I was about 3. It's not my fault.
Get off my lawn.
I'm sorry when you were born, color TV wasn't a thing, okay?
King 10-8, a colorful rainbow texture here as Haxton has middle pair up against the Broadway Gutty. Backdoor royal aspirations of Richard Young, who bets into the button. 125K.
Again, another one of those hands where the board texture is just going to change on every turn card. Getting a hand as weak as 10-6 to showdown against an under-the-gun limping range.
Nicely navigated there by Mr. Young, who inherits the button as six-handed action continues. There's some tension to this final table right now in terms of feeling like a wound-up spring or a coil of some sort.
Something's about to burst, yeah. It's been... Tony's very tame compared to 10 years ago. 10 years ago...
Or maybe his time in
hand.
politics kind of eased him up a little bit. You know what? I will say this. Even Tony G, who has made a brand out of being kind of a fire breather at the final table, real antagonist of sorts, has to come to a Triton event and sense that this is not the correct climate to be attempting to dispatch that brand of table image.
I think so. I know he's been doing a lot of work in, you know...
Therapy?
Yeah, yoga yoga retreats.
Come on.
No, seriously. I mean,
Tony G at a yoga retreat?
Mate, listen. Look at him. He looks like $1 million right now. He's been on the health grind for the better part of 2-3 years.
Pull him.
Oh, and he's been on the ace-king suited grind here.
And Chidwick with a hand that he can get away from.
No question.
Quick fold. Tony back up to 7 million.
No choice, yeah? Have to gamble.
Call.
Gamble the coconut.
Yeah, well, the Queen tennis.
Danny not buying what he's
Ace,
selling
queen,
at all.
ace,
He said
jack,
gamble the
spade.
coconuts.
Queen 10 is unfair. So ugly. Never gonna win that.
Huh?
Was never gonna win that Queen 10.
Right, the guy has like 7 aunties.
I know. I understand. No, I had to play. Maybe I had to play the King 8, yeah, before, even, because of the 2-1 is enough, right? Probably. Is it? Close.
Well, Bads under the gun. Quickly glancing around at the stacks at the table. Announces 350, I believe. Should thin out the field, gets through Tony.
The primary concern.
Yeah, the primary concern, and now just gets to click call if anyone else wishes to tangle with him.
Well, Chidwick might be all right to give him a spin with this king-queen. It is a pretty healthy quotient of his 1.2, though, to be committing against a range that, in particular, given Bads' position to the right of Tony G, I would imagine he is going to be respecting more than average.
It's frustrating, like, sure, he's bottom of the pack, so not as much pressure on Stephen Chidwick as on, say, Richard Young, but the fact that, you know, just in the last 30 minutes alone, we've had 3 all-ins, you know. Chidwick knows the value in folding. Yes, he'll be down to 25 antes, but does decide to call.
So a pretty healthy commitment off of 1.2 being made by Stephen Chidwick, the short stack here, who flops himself a gut shot, and that ace is a bit pesky for Badziakuski. 900 in the middle.
I'm loving the white Triton hoodie, not gonna lie. May have to nab myself one of those on the way
You're
out.
a little late in the stop to be seeking.
I think I am,
apparel,
yeah. I do think that's the case.
Might have to pick yours up online. Speaking of picking things up, Bads gunning for this pot right here. And this play can target some of the weaker ace-X that perhaps Chidwick would have called with, no? Or they're always going to get in there?
I don't think the weaker ace-X actually defend, just because of how likely it is for them to be dominated.
Yeah.
Ace-Jack, Ace-10 suited most likely goes in pre. Ace-Queen-O is grim. Ace-King, slam dunk. Actually, no. What am I saying? Ace-Queen-O is most likely slam dunk for 24 antes as well. Can see he's getting 3-1 on a call, which means he only needs 25%, which he actually, I mean, he has 24. If you really want to nitpick. In terms of price, direct odds, 3-1 on a call, needs 25%. Borderline. With the gut shot, it does eventually let it go.
Yep.
Me too.
And that is southbound trajectory for Stephen Chidwick. Putting him in that sub-30 big blind territory, which we kind of liken to the sub-10 big blinds in long deck.
Yeah.
The options narrow.
Divide the antes by around about 2.5. From what we've been told. Players always cautious as to what they want to share with us, aren't they? Because, you know, this modern day and age, information is gold.
No secret is safe with us.
This is true. Well, with you, maybe. Speak for yourself.
Don't tell me anything that you want to be a secret. I can't keep track of all this stuff.
Well, I love how your response to someone sharing a story with you is like almost immediately, oh, do you mind if I say that on stream?
Well, it's better than not asking.
True. Fair.
I mean, not that if they said no, I would be like, okay, I respect that. I'd be like, ooh, regret to inform you that that was more just a polite moment there that I was having with you. I'm going to share it anyway.
Well, I regret to inform the Ike Haxton fans out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because there is a very good chance that Hollywood Haxton is going to be going out in 6th. And, Yeah, again, just to hit it home on the fold from Stephen Chidwick there. 25 antes in a dream when there are people willing to get it in that have you covered. Could potentially earn you 110,000 euros.
So Queen Jack in bad shape against Ace Queen, but does pick up a gut shot straight draw
Good flop.
on the King 9-6 board.
40%.
37% the equity for Ike from this point forward. On the turn, it's an 8.
Still feel good about it.
No help to Axton, a 3-to-1 dog with 1 to come in this massive 3.85 million chip pot, which would put him in third if he can hit a 10.
7 outs once.
Nope. Good luck.
No dice
Jack
on
would have
it.
worked as well. Good point. Unfortunately, Isaac Axton
Uncle.
will have a date with a 6th place payout. Stephen Chidwick thrilled to be realizing that extra 110,000 as we award 380,000 euros to Sir Isaac Haxton. You know, after that little hiccup where he lost a big bundle, about 60%, he really put himself in a good spot. Spun it up rather quickly after that, but in the end, wasn't able to make it happen.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll look back at the Queen-Jack spot similar to the King-Queen off spot that Stevie had just an orbit ago and maybe explore the other options he had available. Maybe making something like 350k folding to jams, especially from early position. And especially given how he covered both Stephen Chidwick and Danny Tang. But again, Ike, not one to shy away from taking plus EV decisions, regardless of what stakes are being played. Get this way with
1.
2 jacks for Tang. Rips it in there.
75.
As we are 5-handed. Somebody woke up with something here.
Oh, please.
Chidwick could potentially have paylat
I have
once
the best
more.
hand against your hand.
Yeah,
you know?
against, yeah.
Please. If you roll over like King Queen, I'm like, okay, I keep my mouth shut.
But it feels good, man.
Dream spot for Tony here. 7 million chips and 2 short stacks at the table. Not incentivized to send Danny to the showers just yet. But let's talk about Richard Young, eh?
Yeah, that big pickup there put him 2nd in chips. Badziakuski having slipped to 3rd. 3 players above the average stack of 3.6. Tang and Chidwick with 33 and 17 antes respectively round the field out.
Listen, I'm just putting it out there. If both the bosses win a title here in Madrid, I think we're going to be going from 4 or 5 stops a year to 9 or 10. And I'm all for it.
They're like, this poker's all right. Ace King for Chidwick, off of the shortest of all stacks. In it comes. 435,000, almost exactly half of his stack.
What series this man has had.
$435.
No.
For 1.5 million in cashes prior to this cash. And this score here, if he bows out in 5th, takes him up to over 2 million in earnings here at the Gran via Madrid.
Jack 10 being mulled over by Danny, who does have Chidwick covered and could capture a pay jump by taking fate into his own hands. That jump from 5th to 4th, mind you, is 150,000 euros.
It's a lot of Balenciaga hoodies for 150,000 euros, not going to lie, Ollie.
Not as many as you think.
True, they're around, what, 1,200 a pop? Thereabouts.
They don't come
between,
cheap.
Yeah, between 8 to 12.
Think about how many Zara hoodies.
Hey.
Or H&M or Topshop.
Like 1.250, right?
Hoodies.
Stevie?
You could buy a Topshop for that much. For 150.
You could walk in and be like, I'll have it all.
Like,
Sir, I'm sorry.
Like all of it?
Everything you have in this store, put it on my card.
I'm trying to prove a point. Do it.
By the way, I'm not sure what point you were trying to prove earlier today when you
go on.
arrived
Here we go.
at our coffee date.
Right.
Sporting the exact same trainers I had been wearing.
I wasn't
Not
sure.
at all unbeknownst to you.
I wasn't
Henry.
sure where you were going with this.
I mean, you understand that the shoes don't maketh the commentator.
Wow. Wow. Well, no, it was more to just...
Next thing I know, you're going to switch to hair gel.
Hey, listen. It was more to just prove a point that...
That what, you can afford the same shoes I have?
No, that I had the same shoes as you. Because yesterday when I mentioned it, you were like, no, I've seen yours, they're not the same.
Right. That's the worst part of it. You already had a different color of the same pair of shoes. Then you bothered to go out and buy the slightly different pair that I have. You're a sick pup. I've watched Fatal Attraction. I know it comes in the most unlikely packages.
Fatal Attraction, who was that with? Name rings a bell.
Before you were born, I think it was like Glenn Close. I actually haven't seen the movie. I'm full of it.
Is it dinner break after 10 minutes?
Most movies were, most good movies, I should say, were made before I was born.
What, are you a fan of the classics? You don't like modern cinema?
No, I think like outside of, I don't know, Saving Private Ryan and Forrest Gump were, what, 94, 95? Yeah, okay, 90s. Okay, 90s movies and 80s movies. You know,
Didn't the new Top Gun just come out? Why are you laughing?
Come on,
Top
man.
Gun was the first movie I ever saw in a movie theater, man. It's got
Listen.
emotional attachments for me. I'm sentimental. I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch it.
In regards
What's
to
Tom Cruise now? 75 years old?
something like that. I mean, listen, what's the Scientology? Obviously, I don't know. Maybe they got some liquids that we're not drinking that they are.
Yeah, man, I'm ready to sign up with the Illuminati or Scientology, anything that'll give me an edge.
No, it's just called Botox, okay? Everyone in
Who you
LA
calling?
has one.
I didn't know yet.
Chidwick
Definitely
not
was
getting
not
after
happy about
Batsiakowski's eights
Jam.
on the button.
But listen, okay? Just because I'm wearing the trainers,
Yeah.
I'm not following suit with, you know. I can't even say it. You know what?
With what?
I'm not gonna dig myself a grave. I'm not opening up that can of worms.
Well, opening up this pot will very well be Danny Tang with the two red queens.
All in?
GL.
Rip City. Imagine if
Ooh.
Chidwick with King Queen suited. This is tough here.
How many
Asking
players
for
has he got behind? Two.
Yeah, 1,375.
And blinds, I believe, going up very shortly as well. Or I should say antes going up. Performing well against the ace-8s, ace-9s, ace-10s. Is Danny likely to jam ace-8 through ace-10 from under the gun? With Chidwick so short? Probably.
So Chidwick will indeed make a stand.
Ooh.
Good luck, chaps.
Tony G with a couple of sevens on the button. Showing pause.
Small baby pair. Baby pair. Sevens. Oh my God. Pass. You're all in, right? You know. Maybe I should play for luck. Oh my God. Probably favorite. Oh.
Why do I feel like a dog?
No, you're fine. Sevens would be win.
Well, I mean,
against you.
Chidwick
I
does
feel like
have
a dog.
46%.
Yeah.
I know, right? You do, right?
Am I a favorite? Maybe.
Shema!
You're a favorite.
Shema!
So the king queen suited in long deck would be such a dog. But here,
It's
only a
45,
3% edge
55.
for Danny Tang, who says he feels like a dog. The flop will bring it into focus. And my God, 9-10 jack. You want some tonic with that gin, Mr. Chidwick? Tang needs a king for a chop. 8 won't cut it. Board pairs, now another 9 or a queen would do.
Queen?
Tang some
I
justice.
take a queen.
That's
I
a
take a king.
very
I take a
exciting turn card.
I'm not
Yeah,
greedy.
let's not forget the
Close
diamonds.
in the
I'm not
Danny
greedy.
Tang
I'm
camp.
not greedy.
9, you also win.
Yeah.
The river is an 8. So Tang makes the queen high straight. Chidwick flopped the joint, and that is going to leave Tang on vapors.
We saw the Ike Caxton spin too long ago with around about 450k. Although blinds going up very shortly, Danny going to have to make a move almost immediately. He's on the button as well, which means he has to put in 25% of his stack.
Mm. 5, 6, 7. 7 outs on the turn.
I think it's more.
Huh?
More. I think you had more.
5 diamonds, 1 9 and 1 queen, and
So that's
2
like
chop
two
outs.
nines. Two nines.
chop outs. Oh yeah, two nines. Right? Yeah. So 8 outs and 2 chop outs.
What do you have exactly? Is it 460?
Nothing, like nothing. Like
350, 360. 360 and 9. 460. Okay, I leave it to Tony.
Don't force it if you have a bad hand.
Not forcing.
Tony.
All right, let's go, boys.
Asking for a spin. Danny Tang ready to go with 10-9 off. Just
60.
9 annies to
小
start the
朋
pot.
友，我们要小朋友。
Even less. It was sub 6 antes, wasn't it?
Just don't have me dead on the flop, please. Okay.
Not asking for much.
7-8 jack.
Wait,
Well,
he has a diamond, right? Oh God.
how's that for a start,
Just one
Mr.
pot. Allow
Tang?
it, Tony. You have all the chips.
You take it.
All right.
You're blocking the
Are you
diamond.
sincere?
We're not blocking
Are you sincere about this?
Please give a 10 and sweat.
Danny flopped the joint.
Oh, 10 would have been.
Needs to fade.
Hey,
The ace,
that's
queen,
right.
and 6.
What do you say? Diamonds.
9 of diamonds would give him the straight flush.
3 outs.
Can he do it? He can.
Brutal. What a flop.
4, 6.
She's butchering anything.
Fades the 3 ounce twice.
Resilient shorty as Danny Tang stack rides the roller coaster. Queens falling to king queen, and then 9-10 taking down king queen.
And upon arriving here in Madrid, Ali was asked who he thinks the most difficult poker opponent he's ever faced. His answer? I'll give you one guess.
Danny Tang?
Yes. Toughest player Danny Tang has ever played against.
Oh, man.
Would you like?
Okay, give me one hint. Is it a wizard or a tycoon?
Wizard.
Given the fact that you're asking it the way that you are, I want to say Stephen Chidwick.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
A wizard here at the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Actual
Yeah, I
answer.
mean, Makita, Adamo, Chidwick, all part of that
Right.
conversation, right? Yeah,
Right.
He said Adamo.
Oh, yeah,
followed
the
with
Dominator.
Yeah,
Come on.
no explanation needed.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. I started playing poker at the 235 Casino in Manchester. Represent.
Have you been there?
I may have passed through.
What, you don't want that on your resume or something?
No, not at all. I'm not trying to.
It's not the kind of place you got to wipe your feet on the way out, is it?
Hey, why have you got to twist things like that? Okay?
No, just,
I'm saying I may have passed on through. You know,
But why can't you just be like, yes, I've been there?
I don't remember. Okay, I used to be 19.
Are
and
you
I used
that
to make.
mashed every time you walk into a casino, you fish cake?
Listen, have you been to Manchester before?
I know better than to go to that part of England. What about me says to you blue collar? Come on.
What,
My literal collar
that
right now is
towdry
white.
suit. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Did you just employ the word towdry?
I did.
You might want to look it up before you use it.
What? Tawdry.
Yeah, you know what it means.
Do you want the definition?
I mean, you can
It
take a crack at it.
looks good, but it's cheap. AKA Ali Najat.
Don't make me show you the label on this thing, kid.
So you meant to just throw it back and be like, hey,
Oh, wait a
listen,
minute.
Henry,
There's
take a
poker
look in
being
the mirror.
played. That's right. That's what we're here to do. A limp from Richard Young with the queen 9 offsuit. Chidwick says right with the 6-7. As 5-handed, we march on. Ace, queen 10, advantage Young.
What? Why is it 45? For the first time in the whole series.
It's like a long tournament, like grind.
We're having dinner break at the same time then.
Yeah. Are we
Young
on
checking,
7:45
of course,
or what?
Chidwick. Check back, proceed with caution.
Yeah, and Young just correctly deducing that his queen is going to be
One more hand or no
good
more
here
hand?
more
One more
often
hand.
than not, as you'll most likely hear from
Sure,
Ace-X
I mean,
pre-flop.
I don't know. I would like one more.
I believe these 5 gentlemen are going to be joining the players in the 150k on a joint dinner break, or a break of sorts.
Synchronized breaks?
Wow.
There's going to be a real queue at the buffet.
Maybe one
If
more.
we
and I'm
hit up
gone.
the spa
Maybe.
Maybe.
every now and then, we may
Maybe
go
I'm
from
gone.
doing commentary to synchronized swimming. Quite the duo.
Henry, I would love to see you synchronize swim. I just am not going to be there to be a part of it. Danny. 950K. Leaving himself just 20K
What is
back
it,
here.
950?
Moments from the
I'm
player
20K
break.
behind. I don't think I can do it, Ike. I could. I couldn't.
Makita mulling over his options here. Closing the action. Facing a 19 anti-jam. You can see it's in bad shape as well. Danny's ace-10 has his clubs and his 10 crushed. I say crushed, I mean bad still, 39% equity.
Well, he's deep in the lab here.
Oh, we're waiting for the tree to download, Ali. This isn't a shallowly rooted tree. This tree goes deep. That brain of his.
Well, Radzikuski currently sits with 73 antes, 3.63 million in chips. Dead middle of the pack with 5 remaining. Tang and Chidwick in short stack territory, and Tony G and the co-founder of the Triton Tour, Richard Young. The 2 big stacks. Antes at 50K with that 100K button. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here at Casino Grand Via. Ali Nashad joined by Henry Kilbane. And Henry, takeaways from that frame of play?
Just the value of folding. You know, Stephen Chidwick finds himself here still with 5 left, was the shortest stack for quite some time, and has only earned himself 1 ladder, courtesy of Ike busting out in 6, but it could have been more. You know, Young was all in. Danny Tang's been all in on a couple of occasions as well. So just I mentioned the ICM awareness of the likes of Chidwick coming into six-handed play, and it's great to see it being showcased here.
Yeah, players are going to take about a 45-minute break. However, that is not going to be the time that we will be down. We will certainly shorten and abbreviate that for you, those of you watching us on the stream, so don't go too far away. There's plenty more action still to come from Event 12, the €100,000 short deck main event from the 2022 Triton Super High Rollers Series in Madrid after this break. Stay close.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via, where we have traded Henry Kilbane for Randy Nanonoko Lou. Randy, not sure how much of the last frame of play you had a chance to watch. I know you're keeping a loose finger on the pulse as you're pulling double duty out here in Madrid, but currently our chip leader is Tony G. Off of his high water mark, $6.44 million for him. Second in chips, Richard Young with $4.88 million. A titleist in a short deck event is Tony G. Third is Mikita Badziakuski as we take you inside the Triton Poker Plus app. Those 3 stacks up above the average of 3.6 million, which is 60 antes. Then you have the likes of Chidwick and Danny Tang at 30 and 20 antes respectively. When we come back from their dinner break, those 2 short stacks are likely to be the ones that drive the approach from this point forward, aren't they?
Yes, they are going to be looking for spots to just jam it all in, but they're going to be a little bit careful because they kind of want the other guy to get called and hopefully bust before them because the payouts are huge, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty significant. Right now it's a 150,000 euro jump between 5th and 4th. As you see, 490 on tap, secured by all 5 players, 640 for 4th. However, Randy, in spite of the fact that, as you mentioned, we could be anticipating a lot of jams, each time a stack was short enough to leave us with the impression that they were going to be ripping it in, they seem to be employing that technique of holding back a third, a quarter, or in Danny Tang's case on one occasion, just 20K. And, look, I know that there is rhyme and reason behind that particular approach. Some of it genuinely eluding me here in the booth from time to time. But then I saw Ike Haxton successfully check fold after putting 60% of his stack in when opening and gave himself some extended play before eventually finishing in 6th. This has been kind of a newer advent and trend in tournament poker play in general, not unique to just short deck, right?
Yeah, it's been happening in No Limit Hold'em for a long time now. But in short deck, they're applying this to short deck. And since we usually only see short deck at the Triton series, like people haven't been able to perfect the perfect sizing to make it. As you can see, there have been people who have been calling this half stack raise and, being able to maneuver on later street, like on the flop. Whereas in No Limit Hold'em, no, usually like they get it all in anyways. But in this game, it's actually much different. I'm sure there's a perfect spot, whether it's like 70%, 50, or 60, based on the hand you got. But they're just kind of winging it a little bit right now.
Let's take it inside some of the resumes that we have here at this featured table. We'll start with the shortest of all stacks, given that we know that perhaps their tenure that remains here with us is going to be abbreviated. Danny Tang, 8 million in career Triton earnings, 7 cashes. He did finish 2nd, 10th, and 7th already, all in no limit events here in Madrid. Yet to pick up a title, and obviously it will be a tall order for him from this point forward. Then we take a peek at the great Stephen Chidwick, hailing from Deal, England. No deal when he's heads up with you, that's for sure. Almost $11 million in Triton earnings, 11 cashes, and he is coming off of a couple of podium finishes. 3rd in the 50K 8-handed turbo, no limit, and then 2nd in that 75K 8 max, where I believe Michael Adamo was the champion. And then we move forward, onward and upward in the ladder to Mikita Badziakuski, the only player in Triton history to hold 4 titles, one of which he picked up in the 50K No Limit event right here in Spain. 11 cashes total, 13.6 million. And as we look at his titles, you see one No Limit earlier here, another back in Cyprus. Scrolling back, there's the short deck win. Montenegro, 2019. He understands how to summit in these situations. As we move along, we find Richard Young, taking a look at his profile. 11 cashes, 7.35 million, already a 2nd from earlier in a short deck event here in Madrid. Came up just shy of his 2nd title, but scrolling all the way back, we find that title coming his way in a 6 max no limit back in Montenegro in 2018. And last but by no means least will be Tony G. A very modest 550K in earnings, the smallest sum across the entire 5-player field that we have. His one title coming back in Rozvadov, the King's Casino, back in 2019, where he picked up 237,000 euros. Based on what you know about these guys, and of course, the chip down Tony with that massive stack to be our champion.
I would pick Mikita in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think I agree.
This guy's got the experience. He plays high stakes, no limit, high stakes, short deck, cash games, and tournaments. He's got a short deck title. He's reached the end very many times. He knows how to play this game perfectly. I think he's got the most experience. I think he's by far the best player here. I think he's going to take it down for the 5th title.
There's a couple of dark horses in Richard Young and Tony G that are going to have something to say about that as the players are reassembling and heading down to our feature table area here at Casino Gran Via. We will take you back inside momentarily, and as we do, we will, of course, go back over the landscape, which will yield some chip counts and some payouts. 60,000 ante, 120K on the button, brought to you by M88 Mansion. There's the official look, broken it down already pretty thoroughly for you. And of course, that 490,000 euro payout is awaiting our 5th place finisher. Straight into it, Danny Tang. 2 jacks, Rip City. 2 10s for Stephen Chidwick, the other shorty.
1.220.
He's got Danny covered. Could secure that 150K pay jump potentially if he were able to shower Danny, but this doesn't look like the right spot to try to do it.
It's tricky because Danny's only sitting on, what, 20 antes? So 10s here probably would be a call normally, but now we throw in the tournament, the ICM stuff, and a player deck behind you. Like, it's not easy. And Danny's the most desperate player of these 5 players remaining, so he might shove pretty wide. Maybe, you know, if you're up against ace-9 suited, for example, ace-10. I think it's a fine laydown given there's 2 guys act behind him. Ace-queen will be looking him up, I'm pretty sure.
Badziakuski on the heels of the Chidwick fold. We'll stick a big stack out there.
Hey.
Yeah, it's good.
Give me a jack.
2 overs.
I had a jack.
No.
Against the hooks.
Doesn't matter.
Stevie had an ace?
Of course.
Queen?
Stevie folded ace queen.
No.
Well, how would he think so long? You're safe.
Give me the case jack, man.
2.68 million chip pot. Queen 7-6. Badziakuski.
Struggling hard. There's no even straight draws. No
Binks.
backdoor diamonds. Nothing.
I just need the last jack. Case one.
Yeah.
You
Case
had
jack.
one? I had jack 8.
Case jack. GG,
Turn
boys.
card. Pairs the
Pull up.
board. Danny Tang issuing the GGs with good reason. Ace of clubs.
You made the right laydown.
On the river. Makita with top 2, and Danny Tang didn't even have a chance to digest the dinner break as he is showered. In 5th, picking up 490,000 euros.
You already won one. Oh, you
Adding
haven't.
to his already impressive 3.8 million total. Pleasure to watch navigate, Randy. Man knows the game.
But did you hear Tony G, what he said to him as he left? He said, you already got a title. You already won a title. And he goes, no, I didn't. Because he got 2nd place when he was 17 million to 1 against Makita earlier this week.
I remember. What a needle. You think Tony G knew?
Just that. I was going to ask that. I don't think he did, but you never know of this guy, right? Good at bluffing.
Epic trolls on his resume. As we are down to just folds on his resume. As we are down to just 4 here at Casino Gran Via.
But I just want to give one more shout out to Danny Tang. Primarily a no-limit player, transitioned really well. I've seen him improve a lot in short deck, so I think the next stop, it's going to be his.
I fold.
That pickup of the remainder of Danny Tang's chips, by the way, does narrow the gap between Badzikuski and Tony G. The latter of whom is opening to 310,000 with a
300?
dusty 9-7. Richard Young's going to defend. Deep enough to do real damage. And a pair of 7s. Bottom pair on the king high rainbow texture.
Good spot to see bet if you're going to open this hand. If he's not holding the king, he's going to fold.
Confirmed. Nice pickup there for the chip leader. And basically, Makita being on Tony's right means Tony's going to have the edge, not just in terms of chip depth, but position as well when it comes to breaking out the Warhammer here.
Yeah, position's pretty important, especially as you get shorter. You're going to get folded to the small blind versus big blind, you know, the cutoff versus dealer blind a lot. And being in position that spot is very advantageous in this game. So the guy in the cutoff will have to like open huge or just like fold or limp. It's just really awkward.
$320 to go, says Tony. Chidwick, the short stack. Gonna defend on King 10. These raise sizes so much more meaningful off of a 1.6 million chip stack. Comes 6-7-7 gin for Tony G, swing and a miss for Chidwick.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a little surprised he hit this hand. Was looking to just steal it pre-flop.
Chidwick, so frustrating when you know that Tony's likely to open so wide and c-bet so wide, especially on a board like that, after we're willing to defend. That section of the deck tends to be removed from our range.
So sick. And calling all in after put that much in.
Tony's been opening pretty darn wide. Knows how to play this big stack. The dark horse, right? Playing great.
Yeah.
Can I get a drink?
Time for a
Just a
drink.
bottle of water.
Oh,
I mean,
I think
just water.
I think that the hasty call against Richard Young when the board was double paired, king, queen, queen, jack, jack, and he had jack, king, would be the only spot that I felt like maybe there was margin for improvement for Tony. But other than that, proper navigations, insofar as I can identify them, thus far for the chip leader.
I like the fact that he's playing with his chips like a chip leader, not one of those, oh, I'll just play play the same. No, he's really just trying to abuse situation. Makita here, jack 10. Take a free flop. Chidwick's so happy to see a free flop of 20 empties.
Yeah, he is. And he is going to flop himself. An ace is Richard Young. Chidwick with the gutter.
Pretty tempting to bet
Kuski
here.
with a pair of 10s.
Just thin to field. Don't let those guys get a free shot at you. Inside straight draw. Annoying part about this straight draw is your stack is so shallow, so implied odds greatly reduced. Is it enough? Looks like it is. Just enough. Should kick out Bodziakuski here. A bet and a call in front of him.
The bunny's still in.
Sort of taking his time though.
Call.
Okay. So maybe he thinks that Richard Young may be stabbing because he's got the ace. Chidwick unlikely to have ace because he's only got 20 antes. I can see the logic behind it.
Board pairs with a 7. At ace-8, not quite as comfortable here, even though the kicker has improved.
Yeah, it's scary when 2 people call you. If one, you're like, okay, maybe he's got a 10. But now you're like, let me just be a little cautious. Chidwick, though, I think when he sees 2 people call, he's like, oh man, can I really bluff at this? Seems so likely someone's got an ace. I'm so shallow. I think he's just kind of tanking, just trying to pretend he's got something so that he can give him a free card.
Two checks in front of Bads, who's mulling things over in this 810K pot. He'll check back. And the 6 on the river doesn't impact anything.
Yep, Richard is probably gonna check or go for a block bet. Gonna check. Chidwick's thinking, man, I can't bluff at this spot, can I? It'd be insane. It's not credible for him to have a big hand to check the turn also. He could try to represent 8-9, that's about it.
And would he limp 8-9?
Yeah, I can see it. I'll give him that. I'll give him that, but you know, he can also limp Jack 9. Jack 8. Queen Jack, all sorts of funny hands.
And check.
Ace 8.
So no betting after the flop. Ace-8 on its back, and it's going to haul it in.
So, I didn't notice this was a thing, but you can now make polls in the YouTube chat. And Triton Poker asked, we're down to four players. Who's going to take it down? And I know I said Makita earlier, but I actually voted for Tony G in the poll, and he's winning the poll. I just clicked to see, you know?
You just clicked to see the results, but you clicked Tony G?
I saw him win some pots. I had to change my mind as that was happening. Results oriented.
Traitor.
But 48% currently, Tony G, 38% Makita, 9% Steven, and 6% Richard.
I'll tell you what, 6% is way short of where it should be for Richard Young.
100% agree. They just see him wearing the Tycoon patch and aren't taking him seriously, but like, that's like a, he's not 100% Tycoon, you know, he's got that, I forget what was the term, Phantom?
Phantom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phantom Tycoon.
If you're wondering what the heck this lexicon is that Randy and I are putting to work, it's just part of the factions in the Triton play game.
Ace Jack. I mean, you don't like seeing Richard Young open it to 360, but then you look at your stack and you look at this hand. I think you gotta make a play here and just hope for the best. No one's gonna bust before you. Less than 20 antes. This is, as long as Richard Young opens. Not, oh, how big laydown. Incorrect, though.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing.
Snap folding the 210s.
People think Richard Young is like too tight or something like that because this is how he gets deep in tournaments. They give him too much respect, and he just, every time he bluffs, he takes it down. Every time he makes some plays, he gets to cruise easily to the end of the tournament. Is Tony thinking something dirty? Jack 8 is not a pretty hand for 360,000. Wow. The fact that Tony G is thinking about making a play right now just goes to show how sick this man is. Oh my God. So is he calling here? Just trying to outplay Richard Young post-flop? Jack 8 offsuit.
He's going to have the benefit of position, and he can put that ICM pressure to work.
Nothing. But for both players,
King,
pretty
queen,
much
9.
nothing.
Yeah, just bottom pair for Richard. Gutty for Tony.
If I was Richard right now on this board, after making it 360, I'd be terrified. This board smashes a calling of 360,000 pre-flop. Those two broadways that isn't an ace. King queens, jack tens. Like, wow, Tony
And Tony G is so well aware of that reality that you just pointed out, Randy, as he bets his 450,000.
That's why I changed my vote. And I'll tell you, you know what? 51% now for Tony G as they see him just putting on a clinic. Well done. Can I vote twice?
Taking yet another pot. You've already recorded your real vote. Badziakuski. Tony G back up toward the high water mark of the session for him. Yes, we take a moment to remind you that there's really only one place to get your online poker fix, and that is GG Poker and Club GG, where you'll find our daily Triton free rolls. Sign up today with the sign-up code Triton2022. Get yourself a 100% deposit match up to $600 or $100 in rewards. Never mind that free $50 Global Millions ticket. Might even find Elke and D-Negs out there. I love the avatars.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a goofball. Anytime you can get something like that incorporated, I'm in.
Agree with all your statements. Queen, Jack. All right. We gotta. Oh, I just remember. Didn't Chidwick just fold to Ace Jack that last hand too? Wow.
Sure did.
Alrighty, let's see. Queen, Jack. This has got to be good enough to go for it. Half the stack. Something we mentioned earlier. And it's gonna pick it up.
Those are important pots for Chidwick to pick up, given he's on that sub-20 ante turf. Well, I already know what Henry was doing earlier today before the broadcast, Randy, because I was with him. What'd you get up to here in Madrid today?
Bought a new jacket and new shoes. Just spent my money.
Went off?
Yeah.
Where at?
Jimmy Choo got some new shoes.
Easy there, Tiger. Stunting.
And I got like this Burberry jacket, feeling good.
Wah wah wee wah.
I mean, I gotta dress like these guys, right? Like,
well, not all of them.
That was
460 to go as Tony G shoots it up and takes. You can't go wrong with the Triton gear. This much we know.
Yes.
But it takes a specific individual to pull off the Gucci polo. I'll tell you that.
I can't do that one. That's too baller for me.
That's Tinder swindler. Chic right there.
The Tinder swindler.
Did you watch it?
I did watch it. It was
How
amazing.
good was it?
It was so
I
good.
learned so many techniques. I've got 3 different women here in Madrid who've already deposited. I've almost got enough for the 150.
Yeah, I was going to say, which pie are we talking?
King Jack under the gun for Tony G. And look at the abuse continue. As the remainder of the field continues to bleed out antes, leaving him further and further away from the middling stacks of Batiakuski and Young, and of course, miles ahead of Chidwick.
Yeah, I think Chidwick really needs to push the gas real soon. Like, I really wanted him to jam that ace jack earlier, so hopefully he doesn't do a similar play. Jack 9 of diamonds. Pretty looking hand.
Uh-oh. Ace Jack on the button for Tony G is Richard looking to limp in there.
Solid hand for sure. He's been aggressive. Seems like he wants to keep it up.
Yeah, finger wag to 445 out of Tony.
Yeah, you can just make it huge. You got to make it bigger when you're playing deeper stacks too. Try to de-incentivize the call. Punish them to max. Richard Young, though, he might think Jack 9 is usually live. It's not in this situation. Play it safe. I like it.
Always pictures.
Always got cat.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So friendly.
Every hand I had
Ace.
picture. Pictures, always, all pictures, or ace picture.
Ollie, one of those was 9-7. There's no picture in 9-7, is there?
Oh, you remember that one, do you?
I'm sure there was others too.
Yeah. These three guys are in a bad relationship right now with Tony G. They just can't break up with him.
Hello, premium. I wonder if he goes for a trap or does he just open jam because of how short Chidwick is?
Well, the bazooka has the bazooka. Ace king for bats.
Yeah, this makes sense. You would probably make a lot of chips by just limping and getting Tony to raise and you jam on him, but
Can't always think 100% frequency for Tony to raise, right?
I know that's true too, but I think the main consideration is that Chidwick, like what, 15 antes now, is guaranteed to get it in. It's not worth trying to pick up those little extra chips and potentially busting before Stevie Chidwick. And I know Makita is very ICM aware, understands all the strategies, whether he's the chip leader or if he's the one kind of trying to hang in there. Tony G. Relentless.
King Queen suited certainly has the right kit to do it. As he makes it 460K to go, and this one should get through, which it does. And he's going to show it just to make sure the boys know, hey, listen, it's not 100%. I'm getting dealt in. Don't think that I'm out of line. That way, when he is out of line, they might be thinking twice about pushing back on him.
I'm going to be suspicious when he mucks them down.
Right. Why didn't you show us that time, Tony?
I can't show every time. That's exactly what he'll say next to. Tony G. Oh, pocket aces.
This is such a beautiful spot for him to be picking up real hands, Randy, because you would think that at some point somebody with a hand that they might not otherwise be thinking about drawing a line in the sand with are going to go, yeah, but chances are it's good.
660s made it even bigger.
Well, 2 folds in front of Bads, but Bads has the ace-8. And listen, you know what these ace-8s like to do on the button. Maybe not in this spot with Chidwick as short as he is.
Yeah.
The way he's holding his cards and fiddling with them,
my
yeah,
God.
doesn't seem like he
He
wanted
made a move.
get frisky.
Show
No
aces.
pictures anymore.
No picture anymore.
No pictures.
Wow.
Oh my God, now I think it's like nearly free money, right? It must feel, I mean, I would feel. You just move in, oh my God. No, but like, it feels like that, right? I mean, just cannot have it. Oh my God. That's discipline. Lucky you didn't have ace king there. Ace 9.
I think Tony made
Still
it
move in.
big to try
That
to
would be
force
sick.
someone to just move in on him so he can get all the chips. Whereas you make it smaller, maybe they'll just call. I'm guessing that's the logic with it. It also looks crazy. That's probably the main point.
Never hurts to have your opponents think you're a little bit crazy. Keeps them in line. I find it often works in dating as well. Just
yeah.
kidding, Randy.
That's how you get the
Don't use that
extra
technique.
deposits.
Yeah, there you go. They're like, my bodyguard, he's in the back of the ambulance, he's bleeding, everything's crazy. Send crypto. 120, the open from Richard Young under the gun with the ace-9 suited.
Send you a couple Luna.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Queen 10. Is this jammable? I don't know because he's down 12 antes. This is a rare thing, rare stack size to be at.
Ultra short territory for Stephen Chidwick.
I think he's just trying to clear out as many people as he can and just hope for the best. Snap.
So Chidwick is going to spin the wheel of fate with a Queen 10 offsuit. Richard Young will oblige, and look at those equities. Just a 1% advantage for Richard.
Oh.
King, Queen 10. Bottom 2 against the gutter and the flush draw. Sopping wet texture.
Tell you on the 10.
Just letting you know, Richard Young's ahead.
1.76 million chip pot. The turn is a 7. Now Richard is certainly no longer ahead with 1 to come. Just 29%. Can Chidwick hold with queens and 10s? He can. The king pairs. Counterfeits them, but no matter.
9.
Nice pickup there for Chidwick, Randy. Give him some breathing room.
Yeah, but he's still pretty short.
Yeah.
But at least he's got the fold equity now. As you can see with the 12 antes, it was like a snap call of the ace-9. When ace-9 is like easily dominated, but it's just you're so short. What I'm gonna do?
go. Richard hydrating for the long haul here. Chidwick still pretty short, Randy, just under 30 annies despite doubling. As Tony poses the question to the field, a couple of 10s on the button for Stevie off of this newly minted and deeper stack.
This is a you must go with it. You're sitting.
Oh, sorry.
This guy's been raising way too often.
Sorry.
He's gonna raise ace rags. Oh, you see? Okay, yeah, practically all in. Don't forget, there's a little bit behind Tony.
60K left back after Chidwick choosing to 3-bet.
How much?
Oh man, Tony G gonna draw a line in the sand here, and Chidwick's range was presumably pretty narrow. Somewhat unfortunate for Tony to be sharing a 10 with him.
Yeah, once you raise, it's too much chips in the middle. Still
Speaking of a lot of chips in the middle, 3.46 million chip pot, and the 10s are clear of the flop. Queen 9-6. And under his breath, you hear Tony G say stupid, lamenting perhaps his decision, although the arrival of the 8 does present opportunities. A double gutter, 7 or a jack. Ace for the clear win. Instead, it's a king, and that is exactly what Stephen Chidwick needed, and exactly what the rest of the field did not want to see.
Yeah, 3.5 million now. We're healthy. Don't have to wait around. Almost 60 NTs. Makita's probably like, man, that's annoying.
No doubt about it. Richard Young not going to be thrilled either, as Chidwick has had 2 opportunities to head for the exit, but has staved off elimination on both occasions.
So during my time away, did Richard Young use a shot clock time chip?
I don't know, did he?
I'm assuming he didn't.
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, of course he didn't, man. This guy plays so fast.
You might be right.
Of course I'm right. Am I ever wrong? Yeah.
It's like, don't make me answer that, Randy.
Ace 8. Okay, he's been aggressive. It's okay, see him just kind of shutting down now, just because he just lost that last pot. Also, there's no micro stack, so maybe people play back him a little more. Chidwick, garbage, but wondering if he can maybe get away with a little limp.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, Randy.
That's not a limp. That's a raise, isn't it?
And how good does it feel to finally have enough
sorry.
chips?
I cannot read chips.
If we're Stephen Chidwick, to actually play some pots.
Yeah, because normally this would be just a lay down, but his chip stack's pretty scary. So Makita actually can't just auto raise. He could get limp jammed on a lot.
Ace 8, 7, and Makita in front with a pair of 8s against the 7s.
Seems he may consider just betting, trying to take it down. King 7's obviously very vulnerable, but proceeds to play cautious like a lot of guys do on the flop. Hand also vulnerable. Okay, just because he knows it's vulnerable, he kind of wants to bet against those high card hands or would never check call. Kind of annoying for King 7 because you get the worst possible hand that's paired.
Just an 80K prober.
And the odds are good, but I don't think he necessarily thinks he's ahead right now.
Queen on the turn does not help Chidwick after he called the 80, getting a decent price. Badziakuski's unimproved and probably not thrilled at the call from Chidwick.
Yeah. I think Badziakuski right now is thinking, okay, he didn't bet the flop of an ace, which is a little suspicious because there's the obvious straight draws out there. So maybe he thinks Chidwick's got like a middling type hand. Something they can't handle the heat.
350.
Yeah, I think that's right. And the ace would usually just have to bet here against a dealer button. They're just going to hold too many 6, 9, or those random little pairs. That's a good read.
Nice second barrel there from Badziakuski as he is able to pick up Stevie Bucks. Guy knows the short deck streets, doesn't he?
He really does. I mean, I've watched previous short deck cash games from the Triton series. Makita plays them, 100K buy-in, just multiple bullets going in. Very confident in his play. I don't know, he's just an all-arounder.
Jack 6 offsuit, the 7 deuce of short deck, into the muck. Same story for King 8. Now 2 6s in the cutoff. Tony G has one of those 6s busy in his hand on the button.
This is a limp and pray. You get a free chance at set mining. You can see that right after Tony lost that one pot, he kind of playing a little bit more cautiously again.
2 8s and a 10. Give Tony a gut shot straight draw. Badziakuski. That's the best hand, but less equity.
Surprisingly, a decent flop for 2 6s. Inside straight draw. Gonna check.
Jack on the turn. Now it's a 2-way straight draw for Tony.
Yeah, apparently this pot chops 21% of the time going into the river. Let's see if Tony wants to stab. Open-ended.
Okay.
Yep, one more free card.
After the Makita check, and that free card is an ace.
The 6s are good. They don't look good on this board. Trying to
450.
Wow, big bet. Trying to rep it.
Nice work there. Tony G's 450 with an unimproved straight draw earns him the pot. Queen Jack suited for Badziakuski.
I noticed Makita is kind of going for this limping strategy, not really trying to bloat pots. I think things are starting to slow down ever since Chidwick got that
sizable stack.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the wind having left the sails here at the final table. A lot of interference, and in spite of that, Richard Young is able to flop the joint on this Jack 9-8 board, which gives Matthew Kuski top pair in the gutter. Top pair with a better kicker for Tony G. Backdoor clubs, and the real hand belongs to Richard Young.
Here's the bet, top pair. Does Richard call? Does he raise? It's a pretty wet board. It's a big bet too. It's tempting to raise right now.
260.
Nice call. Had he raised, Tony would have just snap folded his hand, I'm sure. Makita's in a kind of a tricky spot because he could have the best hand. He does have a draw to a straight. Nice laydown. That's very good discipline.
Pretty remarkable that he was able to get away from that spot. As Richard Young lies in wait.
Попроси мне, пожалуйста, бутылочку воды не холодной.
That is the blankest card in the deck.
Yeah.
Tony might think his hand is good. He could easily be up against a pair straight draw type hand like 10-9, 8-10, Jack-10. Play cautious, see what develops. We know Richard Young's got a bet.
Yep, as Tony G does play cautious. Richard Young barrels a healthy figure.
Richard trying to get called by some combo draws, 2 pairs.
Almost full pot here.
Yeah, that's a huge bet. I think as suspicious as Tony might be, it's just, okay, what, you call and then like try to dodge half the deck on what's safe? 7's dangerous, 10's dangerous, Queen's dangerous, 9's dangerous, like Ace is dangerous. So many of them. Good laydown. Discipline. You need discipline in this game, otherwise you're going to make big mistakes.
Flush. Flush draw?
Straight.
You had straight?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Tony G's King Jack cannot continue as it folds to the bet from Richard Young, who is trying to keep distance between himself and the short stack of Stephen Chidwick, both of which are diluting even further as the ante has gone up to 80,000 here. Ten-9 offsuit, under the gun for Bads, into the muck. First hand of the new level. Big stack's doing big stack things.
Original Tony's back. 480. And then Richard Young wakes up.
Oh, yeah.
Big slick.
And no hesitation whatsoever, just snap says all in off of 3.82. And curtain is drawn. What's the chat talking about now, Randy? Out in the, pardon me, Triton Poker YouTube streets.
They're talking about Tony G. Just talking about his stack kind of dwindling lately. But he's also wondering, people are wondering where the bikes are.
We did say when Henry was in the booth that he should go out and rent one, bring it in here, and then offer it to everybody that he showers.
I see a lot of scooters out there as I'm walking around, electric scooters, so he can just get one of those, I'm sure. It's too high class.
If we have a tilted person busting out of this final table, the last thing you want to do is give them something motorized. At least make them pedal their way into trouble. Rare limp under the gun from Tony. Richard Young accepting the invitation, as does Chidwick, and now Badziakuski on the button will give us an even more rare four-way pot here. And the flop is 7-7 King Chidwick out in front, and it isn't close. Two checks in front of him, and his check will leave Badziakuski to stab.
Yeah, look like just trying to rep that 7 or king. But 2 folds, one guy gonna call you. Chidwick, of course, is gonna be very worried here, but you know, when you call here, you look like you got a king, so if someone tries to multi-barrel you, that usually just doesn't happen.
Of course, Chidwick makes the call. Ace rolls off. Not exactly what he wanted to see, but how much ace-X is there in Bads' button betting range here?
It's actually pretty scary, though, just that Chidwick looks like he's got a king, and only a king, and I don't think Badziakuski thinks that Chidwick would check call an ace here. Just be a bit ambitious. If Makita wanted to go really large and just try to rep the 7, it would be very scary for Chidwick. I just don't know how he can have an ace. Wow, look at this.
450K second barrel from Badziakuski. And remember, this was a four-way limp pot, so the range advantage in terms of 7x is very much in favor of Makita.
Exactly. Makita can have, what, 90-something% of his hands, since he would check those. He would have all the random 7s. He can even have Jack 7, such a bad hand, you know? And Chidwick has to worry about a river bet, potentially, too. Look at this muscle poker there.
Yeah, Stevie lets it go, and a nice play there from Badziakuski.
This is one of those games where sometimes you're really suspicious, but because the bets can just get so big, you're just like, sigh, I'll look for a better spot.
Yeah, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with doing so, as we swap dealers and give you a peek at the payouts and the remaining chip counts. Stephen Chidwick just north of that critical 30 ante threshold, trying to hang on to playable depth. Lost a little bit there to Makita Badziakuski, who finds himself in second place ahead of Richard Young, with Tony G, the chip leader, in the hunt for the Jacob & Co. Triton Epic X watch, and much more importantly, the 1.8 million euro first place prize. Young folds the ace-7 up front. Same story for Chidwick, and Badziakuski with ace-king suited will be heard from.
Yeah, this is actually getting really interesting because this is just practically the blind situation. Gonna lay the trap. Expecting Tony to kind of blast away, but Tony, you know, has calmed down a little bit.
Ace, Jack, 8. Bad's unable to get Tony to try to bully him. Has flopped himself top pair up against bottom pair here with 480 in the middle.
I think it's time to start charging those random dealer button hands. They often got a chance to hit random 2 pairs.
160. The sizing from Bads. Boy, you just get so nervous when the action's on Tony, don't you? You just feel like he could do anything. He could fold here, flat here, raise here, but resist the temptation.
Yeah.
And he's
Strapping
so
you again.
annoyed with having to do
What?
so.
Pre-flop.
8-9.
I like that Makita says he was trapping you. Trapping Tony. Trying to give him a hint that, hey, when I limp in this spot, please don't ever raise me in the future.
Gamesmanship.
Call.
So we got a limp pot brewing up here.
Queen Jack and King 6. And it's an all Tony G board as he flops trips up against 2 pair. Doesn't waste any time. Flicking a blackbird out there.
A little stab. Really good flop for Richard Young's hand, actually.
Yeah, Price was right for him to flick 100K out there and take this turn, and that turn doesn't rate to be of any concern to King 6, but it is unimproved, no heart. Oh, and look at the milksmanship here on Tony as the 300 on the turn gets called. And he fills up just in case there were any concerns, which there never were.
Yeah, Tony's going big now once he hits this card.
And look at the speed with which he's doing it, by the way. This kind of plays into Richard Young, who likes to play with pace.
Tony's hoping that Richard Young has a queen.
And there's no bluff catcher sentiments for that King 6 as it goes into the muck.
Great sizing throughout.
Mm-hmm. Ace Jack suited up front for Bads.
Just rips it in.
Yeah, he does. 5.5 million. Obviously, he's got
my-
Richard and Steven covered, but this is disaster. As Tony G has ace king suited, he's got Bads covered. They started this pot with 6.17 and 5.5 respectively.
Wow.
This is so much hand for Tony, but the mission now for him is what is the range with which Badziakouski would be willing to do this?
And to be fair, Makita has not been doing this lately. He's just kind of been limping a lot, right? So
It kind of comes out of left field. Yeah.
Tony's got, he's suited too. I don't think you can lay this down.
This is so nerve-wracking for Makita, by the way, because he was hoping that Tony would just put his hand into the muck. Then it doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, he knows that Tony has a big decision. I think he thinks he's got like queens or something like this. This is just, oh my gosh. Makita could be out of here if Tony can make the call. Big, big spot.
Is it ICM suicide to make the call even with a hand as strong as ace-king suited and even as the man who has Badziakouski covered, Randy?
Well, The amount you're covering is important, and it's so little that, yeah, you're like almost dead. Like if you lose this, you're practically out. It's
Flip it the other way around.
It's more of a suicide.
If you win this,
yes, you win the tournament a lot of times.
yeah, right. And let's talk about that, because the payout for fourth is a handsome 640,000 euros. Payout for first is 1.8. That's $1,310,000. Sorry, 640. It's $1,160,000.
Yes, and you can see the difference between first and second is huge. So you want to be able to ship this tournament. I don't think you can fold this. You can make a case for folding if one guy was really short and you know he's probably going to bust soon. But here, everyone is rather healthy.
Oh man, what a blender!
And then you know, if it's close, the suited one always ticks you over.
Granted.
Wow!
Oh! Into the muck goes Ace King of Hearts.
Oh my God.
Wow!
Sweet relief for Mikita. He knows Ace Jack suited wasn't a winner.
Don't tell me you had Ace Queen suited there.
Okay, I won't.
Probably the same hand. Huh? What did you have?
Good one.
I can't tell.
You happy if I call?
Never happy if you call. Only happy with aces. Even no hand I could be happy with.
What did you have? Ace Queen suited?
Wow. So he thought Mikita's
is
hand
strong.
range was very tight there
Lots
because
of chips.
he hasn't been doing that play.
You're not wrong.
I can't believe he got away with that, Ollie.
Man, that really could have set the stage for a runaway freight train Tony G title here.
Yes, the other two guys would just have to try to wait each other out. Wow. Man, if Tony doesn't finish near the top, he's going to be thinking about that hand for a long time. Wow. Let's see what Chidwick wants to do. Is it open jam? Is it limp trap jam?
2.35.
Pretty much all in.
Virtually all of Chidwick's chips committed. Ace-6, not enough for Bads. Boy, what a dance with the devil for Mikita.
I'm going to guess that Tony was just, he likes kind of playing a lot of pots. It doesn't want to, like, just clash this huge pot. He was just like...
What do you do, Randy? What do you do in that spot?
Me? I'm just... I'm going for it.
Are you, though? Honestly.
I honestly believe I'm going for it, Ollie. And
look
I'm
at-
living on the streets if I have to after. I'm a player that just knows if it's plus EV, I got to go for it.
But you got 30 antes in front of Chidwick, and you got a pay jump of 200,000 euros to be realized
Here's
once
the
he
thing.
hits the showers.
Chidwick, yes, 30 antes
If
is
and
not a lot, but he can double. We've seen it happen. Then what?
Okay,
You're going to
sure.
regret it.
But he hasn't doubled yet.
True.
And you're able to take spots that are maybe lower variance. The equities run close here.
Yes, I believe it would have been probably like 40%, like roughly. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I would have, but then again, I'm not the one putting up 100K to play, so maybe it's easier for me to say behind a booth.
Yeah. More ace-king, this time in front of Bads. You saw what he did with ace-jack suited. Doing the same thing here with ace-king. Both queen jacks into the muck, and Bads gives the boys a peek at the goods.
I believe Tony did not think that Mikita would do this with a worse ace, so like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. So he basically put Mikita on ace king, queens plus. And against queens, you don't really want to get it in because it's a coin flip, right? So he just thought he was up against... He didn't want to coin flip with the queens. He was behind kings, obviously smashed by aces, and just chopping with the ace king for a little ante here and there. I'm going to guess that's the logic. Just incorrectly read Mikita's hand that he would do this with ace queen and ace jack a bit.
He's still thinking about it.
I would be thinking about it for the rest of the tournament. Even tomorrow, day after.
But he'd do well to shake it off, obviously, refocus, because he's still in great shape.
Yeah. Wow, look at Mikita. See his jamming jack not suited.
By the way, that stack of over 6 million, putting Mikita in the chip lead. And he's widened that lead after jamming and taking this one down. But no, you go ahead and take Tony G as your pick, my friend. Stick with it.
Hold on. Is there another poll I can
I'm on the
choose?
bads wagon.
Didn't I pick bads earlier?
Look at you.
Nah, I mean, I also like thinking that Tony's thinking, am I really going to be like practically all in all of a sudden? Remember, I was the table captain. How can I be in this situation? Let's see Mikita ace jack. Cleared with the chip lead. He jammed it before. Seems like he would jam this again, right? He's got more chips now. Because Mikita knows, even if those guys behind him with big stacks wake up with ace queen, they're not going to call a jam. Well, he's going to raise this time.
And note the threshold. Ace-Jack offsuit up front, not bringing the all in. Just 500K. Chidwick off of 2.4 deliberates on the button, and deliberates might have been a bit rich as he snap folds.
Oh, Mikita now on pace for title number 5. Ollie would be super sick. I remind you, of the 4 titles he has, he won back-to-back no-limit main events. And the third time, he almost won it again.
Don't tell me he went 1-1-2.
It might have been. I can't remember. I remember he was in a massive spot there, and he thought he might have won it, was going to win it 3 times.
So he won the back-to-back mains in Montenegro and Jeju in 2018. And then he did not cash the main.
He did not cash. Maybe he had a
in the
big
following Jeju event.
Oh. I could have swore he had the 3-time potential, but maybe he had a big stack and lost it really deep in the tournament.
I'm sure he's not bothered by it, whatever it was, as he's the only 4-time Triton titleist. He's the chip leader here with 4 to go. In the short deck main, where Tony G opened with ace-9 suited, and Chidwick jamming 2.4 off of Jack-10 suited.
That's a great play right there. With just 30 antes, it's a good read because I think he knows now that Tony's been opening some garbage spots into their lines. What a play. I think enough time has passed where Chidwick's been fed that information, you know, that this guy's opening 9-7 offsuits and stuff.
Right.
Do we rip this one in? I think it's reasonable.
All in.
So does Richard.
Getting kind of short.
Off of 3.1, in it goes. And back it comes. He and Chidwick neck and neck as they are trading off short stack duties here in event 12.
king, queen. You can see he's always debating whether to just open jam or raise. Just rip it in. What can these guys call with? Not those hands.
Well, there's some hands they can call with, but not those is exactly right. Makita willing, however, to take his chances, given he has them so well covered.
Yeah, he's blocking those hands that can call the shove, right? The ace kings, the ace queens. He's just going to keep leaning on them until they eventually call him. And
Rich getting richer.
he won't be that far behind because we're playing short deck. You know, maybe like they finally call him when he's got like 9 million in chips. Like whoop-de-doo. Free rolling a spot.
Bad's putting distance between himself and Tony G now, up to almost 6.8 million. Tony G shy of 5. Young and Chidwick in that order with about 250K separating them.
$480.
Now normal sizing from Bads. So he goes 3x the ante.
Yeah, just mix it up. Actually, those guys are neck to neck, huh? 3 million in chips. So it's kind of like a little bit of a waiting game. Because imagine you're the first one to defend. You lose the pot, maybe you lose a little c-bet. Then it's a clear difference between your two stacks. And then you're forced to kind of make some moves. So you kind of don't want to be the first guy to make a defense if you can help it.
Tense phase of the proceedings here in the short deck main. Richard with a little BYO beverage there.
Does he need to pay a fee?
Corkage?
Corkage. Pair of sixes. Not even gonna try and complete pocket.
Good thing he didn't.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes for the trap or the raise. Chip stack situation is very different. It's probably pretty hard to trap Tony G's stack. Tony G shouldn't be raising a bunch of limps right now, given the stack Chidwick. I think Bazikowski knows it.
640.
Yeah, you can see him just raising.
Yes, 4x from the cutoff.
And with the bigger sizing, you know, you don't let people play some goofy hands and, you know, weird cards flop out.
We'll go into the Triton Poker Plus app. And looking at the Madrid rankings, you have Michael Adamo with 884 points. Chidwick with 730. Could potentially leapfrog Adamo here. Ace-queen suited for Badziakuski as he mulls it over. Badziakuski currently 6th in the Player of the Year race. Sitting behind Sir Watts, Mike Watson, Paul Pua in 5th and 4th, Danny Tang in 3rd, picking up some points after busting out here. And then Chidwick and Adamo. Yes. More chips are headed Makita's way. Ace-7 suited up front for Makita this time.
All in.
Call. All in.
And the all-in runs into an ace-king for Richard Yang. Eventually, it was going to happen, and on this occasion, you can see the equities not quite so close for Badziakuski, who could be taking a blow to his stack if this ace-king of Richard Yang would hold. The man that the YouTube chat was only giving 6% to win this event, poised to double. And a king in the window followed by 2 queens is a beautiful board.
Is there a way to chop it? Jack and 10?
Running queens, running 10 jack would be chopportunities.
7
Running
and 7.
7-7 for an outright win.
Okay, 7.
A 7 would be pretty brutal here.
Nikita.
We've seen some sick stuff, right?
7. Yes, sorry. No 7.
I love the reverse. Richard Yang knows how to sweat. Take a seat, Mr. Yang, and take a look at this new stack that you just earned yourself. It is going to be healthy. And it is going to leave Stephen Chidwick alone on a short-stacked island.
5 to 7 to 8, 65.
To 860. It's 1 million, 1.5. Yeah, okay. 1.5, 2.5, to 8, 16.
So, all the accounting in order. And, pardon me.
Yeah. Richard's so got feeling good about that one, and you know, like we could have been in a very different situation. Tony moves in with the ace king against the ace jack.
Sure.
I know, like one of these guys could have busted out. Like what Chidwick and Richard Yang were both at risk at some point recently. Still sitting at 4, and we just keep leveling these stacks out.
Try telling that to Stephen Chidwick. Sitting with south of 2.5 million. Well, head over to m88.com. Why, you might ask? Because they provide the most competitive sportsbook selection anywhere, the largest collection of casino games, and the most immersive live dealer experience. It's your #1 gaming destination in Asia. That's m88.com.
Pull in.
Tony G whispering those 2 little words with ace-10 off of what is now the 3rd place stack as Richard Yang's double puts him in the chip lead ahead of Makita Badziakuski. Chidwick wakes up with 2 kings on the shorty.
Oh my.
And here we go.
1 ace dead.
Really bad spot here for Tony G, who exercised so much discipline with that ace-king suited. for 56 antes.
One time ace from space, huh?
This would be a devastating blow. It is Chidwick at risk, however. In the lead. 3-2 favorite, roughly going to the flop. 5.15 in the middle. And the kings holding thus far.
Man, Tony G's just not feeling it.
7 of clubs dims the lights even further for Tony G's ace-10. And the kings have held on. Stephen Chidwick, so patient, so methodical, so thorough. And now, so long to the short stack duties, as he will leave those to Tony G, who has fallen from grace, the one-time massive and overwhelming chip leader.
400?
Blitzkrieged.
Yeah, you can see he's visibly upset. Just seems things aren't going his way. That ace king was really the...
That was a turning point.
That was the turning point. It's not over. But he
Not by a long shot, but 20
Yeah.
antes now for Tony. As he's going to get a turn.
So Chidwick, you know, I mean, he spun up his stack. He was very patient, right, with the 20 antes. Went down, doubled up, so doesn't mean Tony can't do the same. But you need to be patient.
It's going to take some discipline for sure. But I don't know how much time's left for Tony.
Oh, man.
And that is bad news. And he's up to 100K. Button is 200K. Every orbit will cost you 500,000. That 500K representing a quarter of Tony's remaining stack. So if it's going to happen, it needs to happen sooner than later.
This is the most comfortable stack Chidwick's ever had at this final table. Queen 10, thinking about a move. Still got Makita behind him.
And Papa's got a brand new bag. In it goes.
Tony's got king, queen.
Boy, could be a clawback here.
I think you just got to sigh and go with it. Sure, he's could have ace X, but like, I don't. He's gonna lay it down. Tony, the wrong decision again. Tough spot. I mean, under 20 antes. I mean,
he doesn't have himself in short stack mentality mode just
Yeah.
yet, perhaps. I don't know that it's sunk in for him, but these 20 antes with the blinds.
That's right. Yeah, you have
Or,
4.9.
you know, the antes, rather, going up.
3.9.
It's nowhere near as deep as it needs to be for you to maybe be cavalier about folding a king-queen. Even against the likes of aces, these king-queens have tremendous equity. And spins are needed for Tony G. These guys aren't going to get into big confrontations without a very specific combination of hands squaring off. They're going to wait his fate.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, I think Tony's making the read that, oh, maybe Chidwick's been tight. But it's a different player once he doubles up to 5 million in chips. Look at Makita jamming ace-jack.
Yeah.
Wow. Ace-jacks. Well, but he can't do anything. It's just too many chips. You just got to fold the ace-jack here, unfortunately.
Especially with
What was
Tony G looming out there.
Ace Jack? Ace Jack.
Young's not going to feel bad about that spot whatsoever, so he loses a little bit.
It's okay to show the ace-jack back to him, because you know what? They both know I could have ace-queen and ace-king here, and then that could be an awful call potentially.
So there it is. Richard Young, a narrow lead over Stephen Chidwick as the two of them share big stack duties. Just a short click behind is Makita Badziakuski, and then Tony G with just 17 antes. The man at the YouTube chat had christened the winner already. Over half of all votes to win it. Now could potentially be headed for the exits unless he picks up some spins.
Yeah, they've turned on Tony ever since he started to lose his
Oh,
stack.
really? Shocker. The YouTube chat just changes their mind, fickle, depending on who has the chip lead.
I did that too, so I'm kind of on their side.
You're cut from the YouTube chat cloth, Randy.
All in.
Shipment with King 9.
Oh, man.
I don't know about you, Randy, but I feel like I'd rather be calling off on the button off of 20 antes with King Queen than ripping it in with King 9. Maybe that's just me. I know we favor being aggressive, seizing fold equity, but now Tony G finds himself a dog against Jack 10 suited. Chidwick snaps him on the button. 3.6 million in the middle, and can Tony G claw back some of those chips he passed along to Stevie? Doesn't look too likely on that flop. Top pair and a gutter for Stevie. Even further out in front. And Tony G showing off his pessimism. Oh, not so fast, sir.
He's already taken off the microphone.
But look at this. It's a spade king, double gutter, and a flush draw for Chidwick. The 10 would work as well. So much for Tony to fade. 3.63 million hanging in the balance along with the fate of the one-time chip leader. Jack on the river.
What?
And kings and nines.
I was confused.
Will hold.
Wow. He held. How did he hold?
I thought he didn't for a
Thì
second
có
when I
dường
saw
thật mà.
Jackson 10s come off.
Me too.
Thì có dường thật mà.
Because technically, Chidwick
Proprio, che qui è una banca, Vesus, lì non sbaglio. Vesus, vi siamo.
Thôi nữa. Để Jack King không? Tony G. Tùy tâm.
Genau.
Well, our statisticians in the Triton Player of the Year lab have just radioed in to advise us that if Chidwick finishes 4th, he will still be behind Adamo in the Player of the Year race. However, 3rd or better, and he will be overtaking the Aussie. As we get a look at the updated chip counts now, it's the tale of 2 stacks as Young and Badsy Akuski up top neck and neck, and then Chidwick and Tony G neck and neck, the bottom tier. €640,000 for 4th place, secured 200K pay jump, waiting to be realized. Payouts brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne, the ace of spades. Lots of that was flowing at the player party. I suspect there'll be plenty of that flowing if we crown a winner here tonight. And that winner is named Tony G.
Oh, he's got ace-jack suited. Can't stack his chips.
All in.
In it goes.
Pass around.
No takers. I'm now being advised by our producer James Dempsey that if
Bring me a cognac. Cognac. Come on.
Oh, let's get it going. Wonder if he's being facetious or if he's really looking for a little libation. Oh, looks like he's serious.
Yeah, I think
Get me out of the hall.
he felt like he was out with that King 9. Got second life, so he's just going to enjoy.
Right, it's a free roll from this point forward, isn't it?
He doesn't even stack his chips anymore. He's just like, okay, let's go. Ace Queen suited. Trap City.
Not against Jack 7.
All in.
Or King 7, but 2 kings, and suddenly Tony G roaring to life as he goes all in on the button, and he does so with the sort of pace that we typically see from Richard Young. And what will Richard make of this spot? He is the big stack.
3.8, I think.
Call.
Oh, and he's going to make the call. We're going to play a huge one here, 8.16. Better get that cognac here quick. Tony G's tournament life hangs in the balance. Good news for him, he's out in front. 15% edge in terms of equity. Just shy of a 3-2 favorite heading to the flop. A diamond, followed by a 10 and an 8. Ace, queen, way behind now. Almost 3-1. We've seen some aces from space, as Tony would put them, roll off these stubs. This time, however, it's a 10 of diamonds, which gives Richard Young added outs.
Still got out.
Lots
8 out.
of outs.
8 in total that Tony G needs to fade with these two kings. Can he do it? He can.
Bingo.
As the
Kings,
jacks.
the butchers of Baghdad. Yes. Oh, sorry, boss.
He's okay.
Tilted.
Not full.
I laid down ace king suited against this guy. Sick. What is that? Ace jack or something?
Yeah, I had ace jack suited.
Suy bê đó, yên lợi, bộ đất chậu
I
đó.
think it's correct. I have to fold that, right?
We had like just so much chips at that moment. Me and you.
Yeah. I had 6 million, you had 5.5.
Suy bê
and
lợi.
then 2 each.
Để king phê ngồi yên lợi.
Probably correct mathematically.
Yên tập đôi bộ đất chậu đó.
Still alive.
He's back, Ollie.
Yeah, he is.
He has
8
more
points
chips.
to 6. He's got more than he did when he laid down the ace king suited.
Yeah, he had 6 million.
More than when he had Chidwick double through him. And more than anyone has had at any point here at this final
there a power
table.
bank there?
This man was taking his microphone off
Thank you.
less than 10 minutes ago.
And what has arrived?
Un petit
Thank you.
cognac.
Okay. Put it all in. Put it all in there. Thank you.
Put it all in there.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
You don't cheers the server.
Cognac for the casino.
I love this
Is he
guy.
going to house it in one swig? No. Tell you what, big stack and the yak's working too. This could be a zesty little proceeding from here forward.
Has the Kings ever been referred to as the butchers of Baghdad
Not
before?
in my world. Butchers of Baghdad. If he had pocket Saddams, I would understand.
Wow, brutal for the Triton co-founder.
Hey, here's the good news for Richard Young. It can be done.
It can
As we
be.
just
Like
witnessed.
45, 55. That's it.
100% could be done. Just Tony G did it within like 5 minutes or so. How do you do it so fast?
That really was just an unbelievable yo-yo.
Is Chidwick gonna play his hand? He knows Richard is super short.
1.6.
Oh, and this is a meaty open off of 3.4 to 1.6. Sitting in third is Stevie. Bads wakes up with 10s.
I don't think the 10s are strong enough to go here. You might not think Chidwick would make plays like this with ace-8 suited. Take it down. That one's got to feel good when they all fold.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
There's a watch as well for first?
Now the man's asking about whether there's a watch
I
for
would
first.
guess so.
You were taking your mic off a minute ago, Tony.
Richard, there's the watch as well for first place. So what? They give watch?
Yes, I think so.
How much is it worth?
I don't know how much it costs.
Rumor has it about 22,000 euros.
Yeah, no worries.
I told you, this is why I picked Tony. I knew he was going to be.
Oh, shut it.
Me and YouTube chat, I think we're
Holding.
back on his side.
Yeah, no, everybody's ready to be on the Tony G wagon again.
Look at this,
Oh.
Jack-8 suited, just rip it in.
My God, this feels like the product of some cognac, perhaps. As
Eight?
a
Oh my God, you blocked.
pretty reckless Jack-8 suited rip. Fair to say.
Barely, we can win one each.
Snap called. Dominated. How hard is it's hard to dominate the Jack-8. He's done it.
You know what?
Richard.
I take it back. With Makita having mucked, obviously, the two short stacks behind him, he just was willing to spin it. And Richard Young with ace-8, unfortunately, had Tony G dominated pre, but now needs an ace. Board pairs on the turn. The gutter would be a chop. That heart now taking the ace of hearts
I'm
out of
blocking
play.
ace of hearts. Oh,
And
flash.
the queen of
Sorry.
hearts gives Tony G a
Best
flush
hand I made all tournament.
as he finishes the job he started on Richard Young. An unfortunate exit for the Triton
Guys wanna
co-founder.
just chip count deal?
The win, lose, or draw is always good for a smile. And he will
Huh?
collect 640,000 euros
Fair.
to add to the 7.4 roughly that he had coming in.
Go to sleep. Even chop, 3 ways.
No second title in the cards for Richard, as we are now down to the podium. Running order not yet determined. And the silver lining for Richard is there's a 150K short deck event waiting for him.
That's right. Guy loves
With
some short
open
deck.
arms, ready to welcome the Malaysian tycoon. As it is the Lithuanian, the Belarusian, and the Brit. Three-handed here in the 100,000 euro short deck main event, where Tony G seemed to be dispensed in the turn. Gave him kings and nines. They held on, and they haven't looked back.
I don't know if you caught that, but I believe Tony asked if they were interested in a chip chop deal, and they denied him.
Your chip
Can't
count is
fault
correct,
the guy
right?
for asking.
Is it 3.7?
And
Three,
listen, don't take it personal, buddy. But,
3.2, 3.6, 3.5.
I'm not here to chop, is the thought in Makita and Stevie's mind. To be fair, it's not like it's a given that if Makita and Stevie were heads up, they'd be looking for a chip chop.
Yeah.
Might be a save of some sort. You never know. But as it stands right now, let's gamble, say the boys.
5.
Yeah, there's
Thank
a.
you.
You know, this game can swing quickly too.
That's so good.
Like maybe we'll chop when we're the
Of
chip
course
leader.
they will.
Right now,
I'll take
we're
care
not
of it.
interested.
Respect to chip leader.
That is some respect.
Captain. I don't think I need, but yeah, you can.
Can I have break it? 3.5. No.
Gerai, jūs atėjot, atnešėt laimės.
I don't speak Lithuanian.
I don't either.
But my guess is that was something like, can you believe this?
7-6. Who knows?
Chidwick gets a walk with the ace-queen. He was ready for the boys. He is the short stack with 35 annies right now. Makita with 48 annies, and then Tony G just shy of 100 annies. Next payout, 840,000 euros, a massive jump of 465,000 euros to second.
If I had to guess, I'm going to think that Makita has got the most experience at this three-handed short deck situation. Chidwick, I'm going to assume, has very little.
All in.
I'm not getting away how much it is.
Oh man, King Jack suited.
Yeah,
Says he's
there
not
is
getting
no
away.
Snap. Shouldn't be snap.
We'll find out as ace-9 rips it.
Good luck.
Let's go, says Makita.
Wow. It's a marginal call. my God. Good
Ace
luck.
9. Flipping.
It's a big one.
I had
Lighter
6-7.
side of the coin.
They're all big. Big all in. 500K for me.
Can Makita get himself heads up with this king jack? Certainly
King?
would
He's got
appear
the
that
spade.
way as he has
God
top
should
pair.
flush
However,
draw.
Interesting flop.
God should
God.
flush draw
Bunny,
the
Bunny's
overcard.
still alive.
look at all of those outs.
Kill
for Steve
No
Richard.
spade.
No.
who's an equity favorite
He
from this
call in.
point
Give
forward
him a
with 2 to
10.
come.
10 is fair.
Gutter,
Yeah.
flush draw, an ace. All would work. The jack.
10, 6, and 6.
10, 6, ace, spade. Oh my God.
Three,
Can't
six,
wait.
11
Makita
outs.
kings up.
So many outs.
Oh God, 11 outs.
11 outs once. Can Stevie hit? Yes, the
Double
ace
up.
of spades gives him the flush, and he will double through Batsiakuski, who will sit with less than $1 million.
What is it?
Wow, that was a huge pot
3,700,000.
on a coin flip
Oh my God.
pre-flop.
0.5,
Tony G can't
Three.
believe it.
3.1, 3.6, 3,700,000 and 35.
This is a $460,000 pay jump. That's why you heard Tony say it's like a $500,000 pay jump for me.
Oh really? It's too much or what? 3.5, 3.7 and 35. Yeah, okay, just let me take this one. And I'll take one more. If you don't mind. No, don't need that many stacks.
I'm still the captain.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what Makita wants to hear.
Yeah.
9 annies.
And
Just got
75, 95.
Granted,
Oh my
it
God.
was always a coin flip with king jack suited.
Just 9 antes.
So what is it? 920.
Well, if this final table has taught us anything, Randy, it's that the improbable is probable.
Indeed. King 10. Chidwick's got to be careful. Just gonna limp because Tony's still in there.
Bads with jack 8. Not really the kind of hand he's going to want to spin with.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because, okay, you call and everyone knows you have a bad hand.
Right? Like, why wouldn't you just get it in there? Anything worth playing, he would likely jam.
Guess? Well, yeah, look at Tony just muscling Chidwick out of his pot.
Mm-hmm.
It's very smart of him. King 10, not the greatest hand. Wow, gonna make a call here.
Yeah, what a big stand from Stephen Chidwick off of these newfound chips. And somehow Bads is going to be able to bow out off of his short stack and leave the 2 big ones to tussle.
Yeah, I think these two guys are wondering, what do you mean Makita's not in this pot right
Mhm.
now?
Ace, king, queen, Chidwick. Middle pair in the gutter, just the gutter for Tony G. The benefit of position and the ICM pressure of Makita's small stack out there, allowing him to barrel.
This is a board that smashes Tony's G's. Raising range, king 10. Could be drawing super slim. Maybe you hit a king. It might not be good anyways. Right? Tony could have ace king, could have a set, could have jack 10. This would be a hero call on the flop. Big laydown.
Appropriate laydown.
Over 10 million. First time.
Qualify and win. It's an easy game.
Chirpy.
If you qualify, you can just take it. Take it, take it, take it. That's all they do.
Is Tony G.
Check fold is the play.
He is feeling it. And I'm not just talking the cognac. Over 10.5 million.
Bonus.
Take a walk,
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Chidwick, with 2 kings. He was loaded for bear.
How'd you know? That was not a good time. Still hard to call if I move in now. Oh my God.
Yeah, actually, I don't even think
What are
he's
the chip
supposed to
counts
call.
exactly? Do we know?
10, 7, and 600.
Sorry?
7 million, 10 million, 600.
Yeah, you can basically not call. It's so crazy. Oh my God. If I move in with that hand, it's like. All
Tony?
in.
Yeah, he can move in here. Sure, Chidwick's got 7 million, but he really can't call anything but aces.
And Badziakuski will take his chances with a queen 10.
I'm kind of cheering for you.
And you know why that might be?
Nice hand. Nice qualifier.
Keeping Makita
Not
around,
6-jack, you know,
allowing
6-jack.
Tony G to go to work on Stevie's middle
Tuza
stack.
reka, Tuza. Tuza.
All smiles from Tony right now.
Yes,
Don't
indeed.
worry, now лучше, если он выиграет этот банк. Там, потому.
1.24 million chip
50-50.
pot means the world to Makita Badziakuski, but a mere flesh wound if Tony G can't collect it. And the flop is
Oh my
ace,
God.
queen,
Oh my
jack
God.
with
I
2
flopped
clubs. Bads
I
with
used to-
outs. But he is a dog.
Tio, Tuzas. Ir dar pirkimas į spalvą dabar turiu. Nu tai aš all in. Nu.
Turn card does
Oh my
not
God,
help
that's
the
a lot of
queen
outs.
10.
9, 10, king, queen.
Oh, I take it back. He does pick up the 9.
Feels like you're gonna hit. You deserve
Doesn't
it.
help him immediately.
After I
But
folded
it
ace
does
king.
give him some added equity here. Can Makita connect? Nope.
Okay.
Running 8s. And now Tony G will find himself heads up against Stephen Chidwick as
What
the
do you wanna
great
do? You wanna just do chip count
Belarusian
and we flip?
bows out with a bronze
You want-
medal,
Let's flip.
3rd place
There's not
here
much skill.
in the short deck main, earning himself 840,000 euros and leaving
Keep
these
offering
2
it.
gentlemen
the most fun part.
1.305 million
Championship.
euros richer,
And the watch.
guaranteed.
Is there a watch?
I don't know. I think there's a watch. Is there a watch or not? There is. How much is the watch worth?
It's priceless.
Priceless. Okay.
So the players will head to a break as we reset for heads up. Makita Badziakuski, the 4-time titleist, will not pick up number 5 nor number 2 here in Madrid as he picked one up earlier in the series. It was a roller coaster ride, and in the end, the pivotal King Jack suited against Stephen Chidwick left him wounded, and then the job was finished by the Ace-6 suited of Tony G. As we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here inside Casino Gran Via, Madrid, Spain. Beautiful, balmy evening, 10 p.m. local time right now. Thank you for joining us if you're streaming from wherever you may be. Ali Najad joined by Randy Nano Noko Lu, and 2 in the booth, 2 at the final table. As we head into heads up battle, Randy, I ask you, who do you favor between Stephen Chidwick and Tony G? The chip counts as we take a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app: 11.13 for Tony, 6.87 for Stevie. But of course, we know Tony's on the Tycoon side of the equation, Stevie on the Wizard side.
I'm picking the Tycoon. The Tycoon is reckless, but, you know, when he didn't go out, when he was down to that, 2 million chips and back to the chip lead instantly, it just seems like this tournament is meant to be his. He's having a good time. He's having the cognac. I don't think it's happening for Steven Chidwick. Now, second place is what he's going to got to settle with.
Perhaps a preordained moment, but don't forget the equities run close. Chidwick could find himself spinning for his stack, and suddenly they would flip-flop. Still TBD. What will happen? As we head to the break, I will bow out, allow Henry Kilbane to come in here alongside Randy. They'll take you through the home stretch. Keep it close. Tense, high-stakes moments still remain here in Spain.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Gran in Madrid. It is event number 12, the 100K short deck main event. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Nanonoko Lou. Randy, I was listening to your outro on the sidelines, and if I'm not mistaken, from when I departed with 5 left, we've had quite the rocky roller coaster to get here to Heads Up Tony G against Steven Chidwick. Can you fill me in a little bit on what's been going on out there on the felt?
Well, Tony G was the table captain, was just going nuts on everyone, raising every
was.
single hand. Lost a couple pots. It made a big fold. It was Makita jamming about 6 million, and Tony G having him slightly covered. Folded Ace King suited against the Ace Jack of Makita. So after that, it just went downhill. Tony G just kept doubling up people for 2 million. Was at risk with King 9 against Jack 10 suited. Had to fade a lot of outs on the river and held and just immediately knocked out Richard Young. Eventually became the chip leader. We lost Makita. Now we're down to heads up, and he's drinking cognac. He's just having a great time talking to his buddies, and he actually took off the mic when he was at risk to be busted out of the tournament as well. Like, it wasn't thinking about taking off. It was actually removed
Just
outside
straight
of his shirt.
off. He's just like, we're gone. We're going home.
Exactly.
Well, because I remember when I left, Danny Tang was incredibly short. Am I right in saying there was a very quick departure there? He kind of just got it in, ran his equity, and ran into it, basically.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, he had that key pot when he was up against Tony G with the Ace King against the 2 aces, but he thought he should fold. He didn't, and he lost a lot of chips there.
I've got to say, from the Asian invasion, as you like to dub it, Danny Tang has had a very impressive week here. Maybe not in terms of getting a win, but he seems to be very consistent in these short deck events. So I'm kind of excited to, I almost want to be at the next event already, so I know we've got at least, 10, 12 events to look forward to. But Danny Tang is certainly one to look at. Another impressive resume here as he bows out in 5th. Richard Young, obviously, looking to rep the boss as well. But let's take a quick look at the payouts, because we are now in the 7-figure club yet again, Nano. 1,305,000 euros locked up for both Stephen Chidwick and Tony G. And if I'm not mistaken, Nano, does this now mean that Stephen Chidwick is in the lead for Player of the Year as well after another clutch performance here?
Yeah, he's been super consistent throughout here in Madrid, is currently the Player of the Year. And he's going to try to get even more points.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he can get that watch, right?
He can indeed. So far, a third, a second. Stephen Chidwick looking to go one further here in event number 12, the 100,000 euro short deck main, by closing it out. And that would be quite the week, or I say week, quite the series for him, as he's already had a third and a second place finish here in Madrid. But Tony G is the man to stop him from pulling off that feat with the chip lead over 110 antes, and that Jacob and Co watch added as a, I want to say, little cherry on top. Bit of dessert. They're not cheap.
No.
It's quite the slice of not necessarily humble pie either. I don't know. I'm digging myself a hole here, Nano. There's a huge prize up top, as well as that Jacob and Co watch, as well as the trophy and champagne.
You can see a glimpse of it right there.
What's the blinds? 100.
So
He just called, yeah?
Tony G did ask, did you guys want to do a chip chop when he was a chip leader, 3-handed? They both denied him. Once Makita busted, Tony G asked Chidwick again about a chop. I believe he got denied again. So he's just going to take all the money. Playing for roughly $500,000,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
$500,000 plus the watch, minus the 50 euros you have to pay for the overweight and excess baggage you'll have, courtesy of the Triton trophy. But
I believe, is the main event trophies a little bit bigger? Because they look huge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
you're
gotta buy a whole new suitcase to take that home.
I mean, you're rocking up and you're forced to pay the excess baggage, But it sounds like a really good problem to have, because in order to get your hands on that bad boy, it means that you've also won 7 figures. So I'm sure there'll be no complaints.
Tony G has a short deck title back in Rosvadov.
He does.
Chidwick has 0 titles, but is very consistent. Take a look at that watch if you guys haven't seen it right there. Very unique.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind. I don't know if you were there for the story, but a couple of,
All in.
people here have.
Wow. He just rip it in?
He did just rip it in.
Just said, okay, let me set a tone. Pretty sure he
Yes.
made fun of Ralph Perry about the King Jack in the past. Didn't he just overplay it?
60 anti-open jam, and with this type of aggression being shown, I know that sample-wise we're 3 hands into this heads-up match, but Chidwick's going to see that. He's going to see the open jam for 60 with the King Jack. And is this a case of Stevie Chidwick just trying to take the lower variance route, seeing as many flops and just trying to outplay Tony Post and just chip away and really pick his spots when it comes to calling the pre-flop jams?
Check.
Because obviously, you know, given how, and I know we've mentioned this several times on stream, how close the equities run in short deck. You know, even with ace queen there, had he called, it's only like, what, 55, 45 favorite?
Yeah, but the thing is, we are going to be heads up. Like, you don't got anyone to outlast anymore. Chip Peavy is going to be the priority here. But I believe these two guys don't have very much heads up short deck experience. So we'll kind of see how they maneuver. Chidwick draw to the nut straight. I think Chidwick will lean on that side of playing a little bit more post-lot spots. But, you know, he may adjust. He doesn't know Tony G jam the King Jack just yet.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to be a while for him to know. By the time you get that information, he might be down to like 20 antes. 700th K, Tony.
Tony may be buying himself a river here. 2 straights completing on the turn, as well as, you know, Queen 10 now ahead of Tony's top and bottom on the flop. Firing out a bit of 70%. And then reevaluating rivers.
Yeah, pretty tough to continue here with Jack 10. Just a little gut shot. But we're heads up. Ranges are much wider. Be a pretty big call in turn, but it would be wrong.
Chidwick deep in the tank here. Maybe mulling over his options. Does block the Jack 9. Blocks Queen 10 as well, you know, some of the stronger parts of Tony's range.
Yeah.
Never a world where we could, no, bows out. And just back in reference to the watch, Randy, and being fed some information from the team behind the scenes, that Jacob & Co. watch is was been dubbed the Triton Epic X Skeleton Championship timepiece, which it's been specifically designed for the Triton Madrid series. So these are custom pieces for the champions here, featuring a rose gold face and the exclusive champion mark on the case back. I mean, that feels like the type of watch you pass on down to the kids, you know, and the grandkids.
When they're playing the short deck.
There we go.
Gotta feed you sometimes. Otherwise, you're gonna start starving on me.
I mean, it's one of a kind. You can't
Is
buy
it a
one.
nice
You
hand?
can only buy it off the guy who won it.
There we
and
go.
he's not selling it.
Glasses help me.
Look at this. This guy's a true tycoon.
Loves it, doesn't he? Absolutely loves it. I guarantee you, if Tony can close this out, there'll be quite the celebrations tonight. Start off with the cognac.
Okay.
So
keep it friendly.
In short deck heads up, it differs from no limit heads up in a sense. The guy who acts first pre-flop also acts first post-flop.
Whereas in No Limit, the guy who acts first pre-flop gets to act second post-flop. So you're very disadvantageous in short deck heads up when you're first to act. So you often will see people just try to limp, trap some hands, open raising, not like an ideal spot. Oh, just some confetti just fall from the sky.
Prematurely.
I don't think this is the board where we need to drop some confetti.
But could you then argue that on, like, the flip side to that statement, that on the button, you want to be playing way more aggressively, even with your marginal holdings, because you are going to be in position post-flop? Or is it a case of equities run so close, again, we just want to be checking back?
So people who limp first to act, well, clearly will be limp calling a lot of playable hands because equities run close. So you can't just go nuts with Jack 6, for example, here.
Okay.
It's not like the guy who limps first is playing a jam or fold situation. They often will limp call, and you really don't want to be playing hands that don't connect so well, right? Like in No Limit Hold'em, you know how people raise like those 9-3 offsuits and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, okay, the guy limp calls, sure, but they just whiff the flop so hard. You know, there's deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s in the deck where people can miss a lot more. In this game, they just flop something way too often.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And also, I mean, what, Stevie playing 55 antes at the moment. If you had to compare to Hold'em, somewhere around about 20 to 25 big blinds. Going to be a lot of limping off those stack depths. A rare walk. I know, what is that on the table next to the trophy?
Are you talking about that blue ticket?
The blue
thing?
ticket.
I don't know what it is. I was going to ask you too, but...
Is that a ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? Or?
It's to Tony G's chocolate factory.
There we go.
No, I have no idea what that is. Looks cool though. Can you go and find out for us?
I mean, it looks really trippy. It looks like a VIP ticket to...
The after party?
Yeah, maybe. What's that big festival in the desert in America? I know there's
Burning Man.
There we go. Burning Man, EDC.
Yeah.
These
It's
Friends.
VIP
Friends
pass.
check.
Maybe.
Qualify and bet. Qualify and bet.
I love Tony G's lingo. Qualify and bet.
So the penultimate day here at the Gran in Madrid. Triton Poker Series. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you, boys and girls, coverage from that 150k. Bet number 13. And there will be parting ways, Randy. We'll be flying. You'll be flying home, or are you going to stick around in Europe for a bit?
No, we'll be flying home.
Straight on a plane.
But I've made a friend. You. Henry.
Mate, honestly, I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah? Still don't follow me on Twitter, I think.
You don't follow me on Twitter?
Not yet.
It's alright, mate. I've been trying to get Ali Najjar to follow me for the better part of 2 years, and even when I speak to him in person, he's like, you're a peasant.
Alright,
Just
so
check to me, let me control the pots.
Let me see if I follow you.
I don't know if you do.
Well, I don't, so there we go.
Then we're even.
We're both as bad as each other. There
Let's
we
just keep it that way.
I mean, look at you with your blue check mark. I'm not even sure I want to be friends with someone that just outclasses me in that way.
Alrighty. Jack 8 of hearts. So the blinds are now 125, 250. Seems he's been leaning on Chidwick a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Chidwick's been getting dealt close to bottom of range.
This is the worst. The bottom of the bottom.
I think
of
8
the
hands
range.
into this heads-up match.
Jack 8 of hearts looking good on this one. Maybe a heart. Maybe a 9. Definitely a bet. Wow, it's like actually over the pot. Tony G just feels really comfortable to me, like confident. Like when he was down swinging, he came back out of it very quickly, despite the swing.
Yeah, there seemed to be a moment in time where I want to say 2 of the final 4 had more chips than Tony, and it was, what, there's 18 million in play. It seemed like everyone had around about the same, between like 4 and 6 million. Oh wow.
Wow.
This could go in, boys and girls.
For sure.
Unless
I think
Tony jams. I mean, if Tony raises. Okay.
Wow, just rips it in.
Wow, and a snap call from Chidwick.
Oh my God.
What a spot
Bunny's
for
got the
Tony
best
G.
hand.
Tony can
No
ship the
longer
tournament.
fun.
Almost out of nowhere. It was a very slow start to this heads-up match. Bottom of range being dealt to both parties. All of a sudden, limp call from Chidwick. Tony with 62% equity.
$500,000 page up.
It's going to be tough to chop on that board. Unless it's running boat for both. A 6 on the turn, king on the river would do it. Well, Chidwick, 7 outs once.
Mano tutas caralhos.
25%. He binks it. Brutal.
Queen of clubs, corner pocket.
Wow. $500,000. Could have been in your pocket.
Oh boy.
Gone on that river card. Time to drink up. Chip lead gone.
Oh, now we have a heads-up match on our hands, Nananoka. Strap yourselves in, boys and girls, because that is the face of a man that is about to go hunting. Chidwick. Chip lead. Already has a 2nd and a 3rd here at the Gran via Madrid.
Wow.
Now in a great spot.
Got Chidwick to just snap call off 40 big blinds.
Good deal.
Drawing slim. Open jammed, called in 0.1 seconds. F-bombs being dropped.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's easy to say from here, you know, to try and refrain from being emotionally reactive or, you know, giving away too much at the table. But someone like Chidwick, who is just an absolute assassin on the felt. Don't want to be giving anything away to that man. And look, I understand you're steaming, but he's already come back.
He did it before when he was steaming a little bit, and then he instantly became the chip leader, knocked out multiple players.
There we go.
But this guy, he will not give anything away, Chidwick. He's like, I'm holding on to this lead. I'm going to grind you down now.
There's only one Stevie Chidwick. Yeah, see if Tony can just take, you know, 30-second breather. And I mean, there were a couple of times, right? 6-handed when I left as well. You know, 5- and 4-handed. Lost the lead on a couple of occasions, but has managed to bounce back to heads up.
What a chance.
He's frustrated. You can feel it. You can see it.
Oh, when you're one card away from being crowned the Triton High Roller Poker Series Madrid short deck champion, I feel like you're allowed to.
He will never win that watch again if he doesn't win it now.
There we go. Yeah, you're allowed to.
That's crazy.
To blow off some steam, to be visibly agitated. Tony just open mucking the sixes, I believe.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't even try and limp that one. Just wants to move on. Is this steaming gonna work out for him? I think he's trying to calm down.
He is. I think he's doing a really good job at it as well. 10 years ago, he would have been pacing. He's, he's the first to admit on social media. I mean, he's been in the lab.
All in. He is still steaming. This is steaming, right? 7.5 million, 125,000 to ante. There's no other way to describe it. He's clearly steaming. You're at a loss of words.
I literally am, yeah. Well, firstly, I don't know if the Queen 10 jam is a punt. I don't think, like...
It's probably never bad, but it's aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you favor jamming the suited combos, right? You fold out something like the Queen Jack O's, King Queen O's, King 10 O's, some of the hands that have you dominated.
Right, but it's the risk-reward ratio. Like, sure, you're going to take it down a lot, but you're winning a couple antes when you're risking.
For sure.
Gosh knows how many antes. He's opening King 9 now. He was just limping these spots before. He's being aggressive, and this is what's the problem is sure, you're going to make it big, Pre, but they can still call you very wide. Now he's playing this bloated pot out of position. Good news is, nothing on the flop.
Let's see if Tony continues for small. Comes out firing. Third pot. See what Chidwick has up his sleeve in the form of continues, King 10 fills.
It's hard to continue, but if you do continue here, you do look like you got an ace. He's going to lay it down.
You play PLO too? I think I'd like you to play PLO with me on coin poker.
All right.
You play? Cash?
Mm-hmm.
You play?
Not very often.
It's good. A lot of action.
Wow.
Coin poker is the biggest PLO.
Tony saying open
Can enjoy.
Mr. Chidwick.
You enjoy this. You enjoy torturing me. Heads up. How much fun is it for you? You loving it?
Chidwick's trying not to engage.
You love torturing, huh? You love the pain. Always delay. Yeah? You love it. Right? You want to make those guys bleed, huh? Those amateurs. That's what you love to do, right? Fill them up really hard, right? Bash their head. You love it. Is that right? Tell me it's the truth, right? That's what you love to do. Always take the maximum time to really tilt them up.
Kudos to Stephen Chidwick for showcasing what a true professional of the game he actually is. Just
do you love it?
Keep him quiet.
Poker? Yeah, I love poker.
Do you love, yeah.
Poker's nice.
Class act, as always. Take a
You
bow,
see, he
Stephen
said he loves
Chidwick.
bashing the amateurs. Too good.
I don't recall Stephen saying he loves bashing amateurs.
No.
I recall him saying he loves the game of poker, as do we all. Shout out to all the viewers over on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, keeping myself and Nanonoko company here.
They are loving Tony G right now.
They are indeed. I'm loving the classiness of Stephen Chidwick. I think he's a great role model for a lot of the young, good generation of players trying to work their way up.
Tony G is a great role model for the Tycoons.
There we go.
So, same hand, same straight draw, same paired board. Maybe a spot to take a little stab. It's hard for someone to have something, especially a dealer button. I like this bet, Chidwick. But for 150, seems pretty tempting to call with this straight draw. Wow, Tony's out.
If you had to lay me odds on Stephen Chidwick hitting Tony up after this, regardless of the result, and saying, hey mate, that high stakes PLO game you mentioned over on your site, have I still got a seat to that one or not?
I don't think Chidwick's playing that game. That game is a very big game.
That is a huge game.
Chidwick's a businessman, man. He just keeps it to the poker, shows up, pays his buy-in, collects the money, hangs out with the family, and goes home. Keep it simple. King, queen.
Okay, friends.
Tony's kind of like a field player. Randomly just kind of goes crazy, but then, you know, it works in his mind. Top two.
Yeah, I love the fact that Tony is just out here competing, battling with the likes of Chidwick, Ivy, Kuhn, Makita. And also, I love the verbal jousting as well. Don't get me wrong, boys and girls. I respect Chidwick's just, you know, deciding not to engage with him, but I love the fact that Tony gives himself the option to, you know, gain an edge by getting under their skin, by kind of showcasing that he's visibly agitated and then trying to roll them up as well. I mean, it's a strategy that has worked for him many times over the years. And talking of working for him, top two here for Tony. Chidwick calling with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. And how about a little 8 of clubs on the turn, Nano?
Yeah, I mean, he got Chidwick to call the flop with this hand. It's not that great, just because, you know, he's kind of been blasting verbally. But now that he's picked up the club draw, of course going nowhere. Don't think he thinks his hand is good.
Oh, I can tell you one card in the deck would end it all right here, right now.
Is that it?
That is not it. 8 of diamonds. $10-8, Jack-8 now. Getting there.
Yeah, but I don't think
2.1.
He's going to think Chidwick's going to have 10-8, Jack-8. It's a big bet here. Tony trying to play off his image. It's just so unlikely for Chidwick to ever have an 8.
Do you think Chidwick ever has any slow played straights? that Tony could now get to fold by taking this line?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but it's unlikely.
Really feels like you don't get anything worse to call. Like what are we targeting here? Like ace king, we hear about pre-flop. Well, actually, maybe not. I mean, Chidwick could have some traps. Could trap ace king. We now lose to aces. Queen nine's folding, king nine's folding. Oh, maybe king nine heroes, but queen nine's just insta mucking.
Well, I mean, look, Chidwick is thinking about with 7. I mean, with 9. So I'm sure this value bet is pretty solid now. Like, if he's going to consider calling with 9, then he would consider calling with king, right?
Do you think this is a legit tank, or he's just bouncing him?
It has to be a legit tank because he's using his time bank into this hand.
We're blocking 10-7, jack-7. Feel like we hear about ace-jack, ace-10 pre. The limping.
Tony G, you gotta throw some of the basic hand reading out. He just does crazy stuff. Going to finally lay it down.
Do you know what I think?
What?
I think Chidwick's just being cute.
Think
just
so.
trolling Tony G here by just taking his sweet time, you know? Because apparently...
You mentioned that.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Tony isn't a fan of. Well, I'll tell you what I'm a fan of, Nano. Polymarket.com. We've already had some big winners at Madrid, those that bet on Tom Dwan to win a title, and that he did. And there's still a market for Phil Ivey, who is out there in the 150k, and things don't go his way, he'll also have a chance to win a title in the 30k turbo. And I think there are some, I want to say 30 to 1 on Ivy now to win with 2 events left.
Yep.
But if I'm not mistaken, the payouts for those that bet on Dwan over on polymarket.com were around about 20 to 1 at the time of his win.
Wow.
So not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Congrats to everyone. We did have a little bet on Tom Dwan.
Well, Ivy currently in 3rd place in the 150k short deck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe got to go put some bets out, huh? And if it doesn't work out for him in that tournament, the 30k at the end is a turbo. And the entries, you know, a little bit smaller than probably when the no limit guys were still around. So you got a better chance. Good time to poly market. And I can see in YouTube chat.
Oh, dude.
There's a new... No, it's not what they said. I would not read what the YouTube chat is saying. Don't worry.
Friends.
Triton Poker.
Friends.
Put a poll out.
Same.
Who are you rooting for?
Better word for check is friends.
Who would you pick? Chidwick
Trying to build
or
a
Tony?
friendship with this guy. He's like a bot.
I'm closing down YouTube, Randy. And
Hard to deal with.
I picked Tony. 71% for Tony and 29% for Chidwick currently for the poll. 72 with my vote.
Currently 10,000 viewers across the board for this heads-up match here at the Gran Via in Madrid. 100k short deck main event. And quite the heads-up match we've got on our hands as well, Nano. We've got, you know, poker legend, someone who's been blessing our screens for the better part. I mean, well, I'm 27 now, Nano. When I started watching
1.2?
YouTube videos in like 2012, 2010, 2011, Tony G was certainly one of my main go-to guys.
All in.
Check,
Oh,
raise,
wow.
jam, Tony G.
Thank you. Thank you for feeding me.
You're welcome.
Well.
Do not check raise. I can tell. I can read you like a book. Oh my God.
You look too sad.
Oh my God. That was such a tell. You rushed it, huh? You rushed it. You're always so patient, and this time you just went crazy. The machine just misclicked. Did you see how he went crazy? Bang! Didn't wait. Have to wait. Always wait. I'm on it.
Wow, Tony's fishing.
You're not meant to watch those hands. I'm not watching it. You're watching it. You need that edge.
I'm just looking at the stacks.
He needs the edge. Like, he needs to watch the show as well. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm allowed to ask, right? I mean, I'm the bunny, right? He's the pro, purebred.
This is the old Tony I remember.
It's finally come out. I feel like it
He's
wanted to
back.
come out when we were six-handed,
Too good to
you know.
even play with me.
And he doubled up Ike in that spot, and now
We haven't seen this Tony in a long time.
it's been a while. It's been a few years, Nano.
It takes a special kind of player to get into his nerves to bring him out. Apparently someone who uses time bank and is very good. That's what gets Tony right now. So Chidwick's jammed to king queen. Tony thinking about trying to end things with queen jack right now? This would be ambitious.
No, I don't think Tony ever spiked calls.
What is this? You're getting out of line now. You pick up 2 10s again. What have you done? 2 10s? Like last time? How many double ups have you had? Is that right? Show me. 2 10s? Just tell me. It's fine. You can take it. You got 2 10s? Take it. Take it. Take it. I don't care. Has it got 2 10s?
Tony trying to get something out of Chidwick.
I'm blocking queens, jacks.
Chidwick
2
stoic
10s,
as
we
ever.
flipped for it.
Tony calling out the hand he
Ace
wants
10?
Chidwick to have, right?
Yeah, because 2 10s made a play at him before, and he folded.
Oh my God, you tilt me so much. Just cannot believe it.
I think he really means it, though. He
Oh,
really-
he does, Randy.
Yeah.
Oh, he really means it.
Such a close decision, this one.
Well, Tony's just put him on 10s. Tony really gonna run it? Queen Jack laying it down.
2 10s. Oh my God.
He's convinced it was 2 10s. And only 2 10s.
Yeah,
All in is not nice. Yeah, that is not very nice. That's not what you used to do. You just like to limp in, let the bunny make the mistake, get a free double up,
belted.
right? Right? That's what you love to do. Embarrass me on TV, right? That's what you want, right? That's what you're chasing me for.
I think Chidwick's not sure how to respond. Best to just keep it quiet.
You've been too good to go all in. How many times have you gone all in?
A lot.
I'm always in there. Okay, all right. Well, that's fair. At least now you're talking. It's okay. I'll calm down.
So
I just
Tony
get
just wanted a
excited.
nibble.
You're probably a very nice guy inside. Very talented.
This is a treat.
Deep down.
Deep down. Deep.
Really deep.
Are you a card counter as well?
I'm loving this,
blackjack?
Nano. I'm not sure about
No,
you,
never
but I
been
know
that
the
way.
chat is going absolutely
different
insane. This
generation.
is insane content.
Take it. Take it. I
The
gotta
old
feed you
Tony
sometimes.
G meets the new school.
Twice a week.
The solver era is upon us. One of the best in the world of said era, Stephen Chidwick, facing off against one of televised poker's biggest legends, Tony G, for the Triton Series short deck main event. I mean, if you had asked us to deliberately plan this on what kind of lineup you would want and what showdown you would want in the form of heads up, this would be it. The new school meets the old school. Strap yourselves in, boys and girls, because Tony G is riled up.
I could
Yes,
watch
it's
this
Chidwick.
forever. Just let this never end. Limping. I mean, Tony G has been saying, you were just limping a bunch, now you're jamming. He's actually really honed in despite all the chatter.
Don't forget, boys and girls, playing for €500,000. Both guaranteed. 1,305,000 thus far.
325.
1.8 for first, plus the trophy, plus the Jacob and Co watch, and plus that magical ticket to Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, where there are Triton trophies just floating through the air and Jacob and Co watches hanging from the chandeliers, and the short deck rules printed on every
See, that's a lot nicer than like
cup
moving
coaster
it, you know,
in the
raising,
palace.
and you know, that's really nice. So you just a call. I'd play me later.
Wow. That's a double gutter.
If you're friendly, friends.
Back to being friends now. Tony with a pretty nice hand to bluff with. Although he does now beat King 8, Queen 8, 10 8, 9 8.
Yeah, I would want to take this to showdown. Let's see if Chidwick value bets it or try and trap Tony.
Yeah, I felt like he was going to check back the King Queen earlier as well, but didn't seem interested in getting it to showdown.
Great price. Does he feels like he's beat though? Be an impressive laydown. Just 300,000 into 1.15 million. It's hard to imagine bluffs, right? Wow, what a laydown. Tycoon Shark.
Also waiting for the next hand to be dealt. Great point being made. 6,000 people on YouTube and only 650 likes on the video. Boys and girls, we promise you, if this video gets to 750 likes, tomorrow we'll be bringing you more high-stakes poker action live from the Gran Via here in Madrid in the form of the €150,000 buy-in short deck event.
Yeah.
So if you haven't already, click that like button. And if you're feeling extra generous, give us a follow on Twitch. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube, as we're releasing plenty of content post Madrid in the form of cash games. Some high stakes, no limit, and short deck has been played. We filmed it all, boys and girls.
That's right. I've been doing commentary on it.
Boom. 200 likes, literally.
Yeah, perfect. You did it.
Let's go, boys.
Stream confirmed tomorrow.
Stream confirmed. Went from 650 to 850 likes in the space of a minute. Let's go, boys and girls.
I think if it goes higher, Tony G talks more. Right? Can we get to 1,000?
I mean, anything's possible, right? Oh, sorry.
Alrighty. So stacks are closing in a little bit, but Ante's now 150,000, 300,000. Creeping up a bit. Bottom two for Tony G. Does Chidwick want to stab? Try to rep an ace here. It's reasonable. A lot of guys like to raise the ace on the dealer button when it's limped. Not gonna bait.
Yeah, I guess with stone bottom of range, not even a gut shot.
Can I get some water? Still this time, yeah. Let's get on still. Good. Champagne for the casino later.
I'm surprised he didn't say bring me more Russians, Nano, I mean.
You heard him say champagne for the casino later.
There we go. Those of you just joining us, you're in for quite the treat. You can already tell there are going to be clips and snippets of this heads-up match edited down. Classic Tony G against Stephen Chidwick.
There's a lot of gold in today's heads-up match. It's not even over yet.
Am I right in saying Tony was out in Cyprus when you were there? Was he in Cyprus?
I was not in Cyprus, so
You
I'm
weren't
not
in
sure.
Cyprus. Oh, my bad. Do apologise for sticking you right in the thick of it. No, he wasn't.
Thank you.
Okay. Last time was when he won the 25k in Roswood off the short deck.
All in.
So Chidwick, the open rip.
Yeah, just pushed into queen 10.
What an epic matchup this has turned out to be. Tony G came in as chip leader. Had his man just one card away from elimination very early into the heads-up match. Had number 7 or 8, I believe. Ace-King against King-Queen. Chidwick spiked the Queen of Clubs on the river to then double and take the chip lead himself. But Tony has grinded it back. He has grinded it back. 1.3 million locked up. 1.8 for first, plus all the extra goodies that come along with winning a Triton main event. That's one for the resume, Nano.
It's a goodie bag. It's a good one. Let us see. You know, they are grinding each other out right now. Jack 9, King 10.
All in.
Just rip it in. King 10 suited. You know, make a couple of these all-ins and keep taking it down. You're just going to grind your opponent down a lot. It's so hard to pick up a hand that can call.
Well, they are almost dead even in chips. And I've got a funny feeling, I know, unlike the Hold'em main event, when we got heads up, there was a deal discussion that ultimately led into a deal being made. If I was a betting man, my bet would be that these guys will not be making a deal, and we will have an outright winner taking home 1.8 million.
Yeah, actually, Tony's already suggested making a deal when they're three-handed.
Okay.
Got rejected by Makita and Stephen Chidwick. And Tony was the big chip leader.
Wow.
When he offered it.
Okay.
And he
Get
didn't
one more
ask. He
cognac?
wasn't. It was just like chip chop. So, you know, fair.
Yeah.
Said no. After Makita got dusted, pretty sure Tony asked Chidwick again. You want to just kind of chop it or something? And Chidwick didn't really respond or didn't say much. So no deal. So the one that's actually offering the deal is the Tycoon Tony G. And then he just blasted away after. Just want to make him regret it.
Yeah, you do. That, I mean, always feels sweeter, right?
So we got inside straight draw, open-ended now, but king 6, while his top pair is looking pretty dicey.
1.6 out there. Tony checks it on over to Chidwick. With the vulnerable top pair. 73 favorite to take this one down if he gets the showdown. Does knuckle back. And running queens. Now chopping with king 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to bluff this one. King 6 should be pretty happy.
Jack.
checking that.
Jack.
Jack. Right. Jack 8. Got the chip lead there.
Does indeed, for the second time, this heads-up match. I mean, it just feels so right, Nano, that we have a back and forth before we crown a champion here. It's been a back and forth in the form of verbal jousting.
Well, it's kind of been a one-way.
I was about to
jousting.
say,
Verbal jousting.
it's been a one-sided affair with the occasional reply from Chidwick. But yeah, the jousting part, let's say, has definitely been on the Tony G side. Less than 120 antes in play. The button ante now a starting stack if you used all three in one pop.
Let's see. No one's going to bet because they don't have anything. Getting dry with that paired board. Hard to bet because if anyone's got a pair, they definitely wouldn't be folding now. So absolutely nothing for both players. Can someone stab? Just scoop this pot. It is tiny. But these do add up, right? Because you get 600k to your stack.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Chidwick only beats Queen 7.
Is that right? Yeah.
It's the only hand Chidwick beats. Am I right, chat? Did I just rush that one?
You did rush it. Queen 6, Jack 6. Come on.
Oh, bro. He blocks Queen 6 and Jack 6.
But you're close.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
It's been a long day. What time is it? It's midnight.
11.
All right. Discount. Fresh cognac. Seat 2. Table 1.
I think the chat's going to start increasing.
What have we done? We riled them up again.
No, I meant this man. Tony G's chat.
With the fresh cognac.
Yes.
You were not wrong, Nano. As soon as the cognac was poured, chat starts popping off. A lot of Tony G fans with us as we watch these two battle it out for the 100k short deck main event title and the lion's share.
Thank you for feeding me too sometimes.
Of the €6 million prize pool.
It's a new term. Feed me. Feed me those chips.
I haven't been fed all day.
Oh, he's hungry, eh? So many food options here as well. I'm surprised. Very extensive menu here at the Gran Via. The buffet as well. There's all sorts.
Tony is only interested in those chips.
In those chips, not McDonald's chips.
No,
across the
not
road.
McDonald's chips. Not the chicken nugget composition that, according to Ollie, is not very good.
I feel bad because I had McDonald's for the first time in like a year last night. Me and James Dempsey was on the way out.
You got the chips?
We did indeed.
Those only chips you can get?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
10-9 of diamonds.
All in.
Just rip it in, huh? 10 million.
That's good.
Chidwick with a bit of momentum on his side the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Up to over 10 million in chips, I believe.
Yep.
All in.
We'd start coining some nicknames for these legends of the game.
What do you got coming?
There was a recommendation.
Oh.
But hey, listen, don't get me wrong. I like just going with Stevie, you know.
That's a great nickname.
Stevie
It's like his
Chidwick.
real name.
Yeah.
Ace Jack.
Stevie.
It's not like you're having an orgasm once you go all in, but you have to live with it. No choice. Wait for the orgasm later.
Did he say the orgasm lay down? Or did I just misheard that completely?
I think he was talking about organic food.
Oh.
You misheard. He's currently
ugly
on a currently fasting, only allowed to eat between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m. Has an organic salad.
Got it.
Prepared, waiting on the sidelines.
Well, I did misheard.
It's okay, man. It happens to the best of us, you know.
You probably need a drink and loosen up a bit, huh?
I'd probably fall asleep.
Huh?
I'd probably
Fall
fall
asleep.
asleep.
It's okay. It's just a swing now.
Oh. Ace, Queen, Ace,
Oh,
Jack.
boy.
These guys have just been ripping it in
Have a
lately,
huge
right?
edge here.
All in of Ace, Queen. Is he going to call it Ace, Jack? Calls. Ace, Jack. Tony's at risk.
Well. Similar situation to earlier on Nano, where Tony G had his man dominated. This time it's Tony with the kicker problems. And wow. It's going to be tough to come back from that one. And a slight smile on Stephen Chidwick's face. On the Queen 9-6 flop. King on the turn.
Chance. Can he hit a 10?
He cannot, Nano. And Stephen Chidwick, after a third, a second here in Madrid, finally gets himself a Triton title in the form of the 100K short deck main event, beating Tony G for €1,800,000. What a week for that man. And Nano, if I'm not mistaken, I mean,
Thank you.
12, 13 left. He was bottom of the chip counts.
Yeah,
But
Chidwick
anyways.
had like less than 20 antes, 4 or 5 handed. Came back to win it.
Did indeed, receiving €1,800,000 plus the Jacob & Co watch, plus the trophy. And I believe we are going to be throwing it down to our main man, Ali Najad, on the floor to have a chat with our newly crowned Triton champion, Stephen Chidwick.
Well, Stephen Chidwick is your champion here in the €100,000 short deck. Such a worthy victory for you, Stephen. Over $13 million in career earnings, 12th cash, first Triton title, breaking the seal. Walk me through this final table. What a roller coaster ride it was, culminating, of course, that heads-up battle with Tony G.
Yeah, it was super long final table. I was short for a lot of it, and I'd lost count of how many all-ins I won, but I know it was a lot, and I was the lucky one today.
When you were heads up, it seemed like Tony was trying to maybe get into your head a little bit. There was a lot of chatter. How is it that you're able to block that stuff out and just focus so well?
I wasn't really listening too much. I don't know, kind of part of the background.
Well, listen, you have accomplished so much in the span of your poker career thus far, and now finally picking up your first Triton title. What's next in terms of goals in poker?
Triton POI. Yeah, just keep playing, keep trying to get better, and I love playing these tournaments. They're super fun, and I love competing against all these guys. Yeah, just keep playing, keep trying to win.
Last question, I ask it of everyone. What is it about Triton that makes it so special and keeps you guys coming back?
There's so many things. Just the attention to detail and everything is great. All the staff, they're very attentive to the players, and they take feedback really well. They try out different things, and of course the stakes and field size is the biggest anywhere in the world. So yeah.
Trying out different things. We've watched you do that, and attention to detail is certainly something that resonates with a man of your caliber here in poker. Congratulations again to you, Stephen. We look forward to seeing you down the road.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Another world-class interview there from Ali Najad, and another world-class performance from Stephen Chidwick. A couple of things to touch on there, Nano. So firstly, his 12th cash, finally getting that first trophy though. And he, you know, what do you do once you win a Triton trophy, once you win a bracelet? It's like Triton Player of the Year. And the reason, I guess, he's got his eyes on that prize is because he is now the Player of the Year leader. But not to do any discredit to Tony G, also coming in second in this event for $1,305,000. But I've got a funny feeling it's going to be all business tomorrow, Nano. I think we're going to see both Stephen Chidwick and Tony G in that 150K. What do you think? Are we jumping in?
Of course. And, you know, Chidwick is #1 player of the year right now. He's going to, if he can win 100K, he's definitely going to try and win 150K. And Tony G wants some vengeance. Tony G could have closed it out. He just needed to hold against that queen on the river, but he'll be back for more tomorrow.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one for the highlight reel, and I'm sure one that is going to haunt Tony G for quite some time. But still, 1,305,000 euros for him. I want to give a massive shout out to all of the production, production team. I know we've obviously got 1 day left in the form of the 150k coverage that we bring you tomorrow from 2 p.m. local time. But just a massive shout out to all of the team, the viewers, the fans at home that have been keeping myself and Randy Lou company. And until tomorrow, 2 p.m., good night from us here in the broadcast booth.
Well, as if the 1.8 million euros that we just sent into Stephen Chidwick's pocket wasn't enough, we've got a whole host of added goodies, including Armand de Brignac Champagne, Ace of Spades, as it's affectionately known. And I know you were eyeballing this earlier, Stevie. Go ahead and open it up. This is from the good folks at Dolce & Gabbana. You are going to get yourself a custom painted pair of Dolce & Gabbana shoes, so you'll be high styling as well. Awesome. And we should probably handle hands if we're going to do feet, right? And what better thing to adorn you with than the Triton Epic X skeletonized championship timepiece from the good people at Jacob & Co. Rose gold face, champion on the back, and Ruya, I know you're proud to place this on this man's wrist. There it is. Right hand, Stevie?
I don't usually wear a watch, so
you do now, my friend.
See which one feels better.
So we've got the beverages covered, we've got the wrist, we've got the feet, and of course...
How are you feeling?
Awesome.
One last order of business. You've been waiting for one of these a long time, my friend. Enjoy it. Well deserved. Stephen Chidwick, your 100,000 euro short deck main event champion here in Madrid. Congrats.
Thank you. Big one too.
Yeah. It'll fit in your carry-on. That's the good news.
Countdown for confetti, okay? 5,
3,